busy streets and lost time. Gotta rent a car, gonna stay a while. If I don't move ahead, then I get stuck behind. I'm at a friend's place, gonna stick around. The puzzle pieces fit for now. The things you said were playing loud. There are people outside living their lives. Thousands of stories move through times. Only one face on my mind. All I want is you. All I want is you. There are people outside living their lives. Thousands of stories move through times. Only one face on my mind. A century long ago, I traded in my halo. Whoever it is that you think I am, I'm still figuring it out. I'm jealous of the people outside, just living their lives. Millions of secrets get lost in the light. Tell me how to reach you, show me a sign. All I want is you. All I want is you. All I want is you. I'm surrounded by memories of you and I won't rest until you know the truth. All I want is you. I'm surrounded by memories of you and I. Tell me how to reach you, show me a sign. I'm surrounded by memories of you and I. Tell me how to reach you, throw me a line.
You feel the rush, you see the drip and it slugs. You need it, pull the trigger. Got you feeling, got you feeling. The world is yours only if you take it. So sign your name and choose to claim it. You need it in a hurry, you want it in a flash. Can't get this time back, we don't get this time back. You need it in a hurry, you want it in a flash. Can't get this time back, we don't get this time back. The way you choose now, the way you choose now. So the way you choose now, the way you choose now.
Rocket League fans around the world, welcome to day 2 of North American Open Qualifier number 3. We are playing the bracket today through the quarterfinals. We will have a top 4 by the end of today's broadcast. The Swiss yesterday was crazy. Wonderful stories from top to bottom. We'll cover it all here on the pre-show. We got 28 minutes and counting down till Luminosity takes the pitch against OG here. I'm excited. I'm ready to go. I ate my breakfast. Lemon, how you feeling? Well, what's your outlook for the day?
Hey, the vibes are immaculate, but James looks like he just came from a funeral. What's up, James?
Yeah, James, how's it going?
I don't know if you guys saw yesterday, but
no, we did we?
No,
did we see?
We really didn't.
Yeah, I don't think we did. Tell us all about it.
I don't want to say a word about it. It was the
Wait, I just want to say, James, go ahead and mope. It's fine. Don't worry about it. But yesterday was one of the most exciting days in North American Rocket League history. There was so much going on, so hard to watch everything. So that's why we have team streams and all that. But we'll catch you guys up. But it was a wild day.
It was incredible. It was a wonderful thing. If you missed the show, you missed a wonderful one. Like Gibbs said, there was team streams all over the place. Sometimes it's kind of hard to follow the action, folks, but one place where it is not hard to follow the action is at LAN. If you go to Copenhagen, there are seats that you can go and get. It's that major one at the end there, March 28th through 31st. We're building our way to that. We are right now in Open Qualifier number 3 of that first split. So literally the next event, you can see Open Qualifier number 3, Aero, Major 1 Copenhagen. That is the next thing. You can be there. It's easy to follow because the players literally get on the stage in front of you and then play right there. There's nothing, it's hard to miss what's going on. So go and check it out, billetloon.dk, billetluggin.dk if you need it sounded out for you and you only speak American. But we'll see. I hope to see you guys there. It's a great time, folks. Let's talk about what is coming up this week, what's coming up next week. This week is almost done with our Rocket League action here. See, we're right there on March 2nd. We are going to be playing through that action today. And then tomorrow will be our last show of the North American online events for the first split. 10 a.m. Pacific will be kickoff. Again, we'll have a pre-show half an hour before. Next week, it's going to look like it's the same graphic, but I promise some things are different here. We're doing Europe on the weekends, and their start time very different than ours, a few hours earlier. Make sure you're up bright and early if you're here in North America. 5 p.m. Central European time if you want to catch that action. Also, don't miss First Touch, the podcast at 11 a.m. Pacific, right here, twitch.tv/Rocket League. We'll get you caught up on all the action and all the drama, all the opinions. Hopefully things will be spicy this week after what happened in North America yesterday, and maybe today it will continue here. But let's talk about yesterday here. We can take a look at the Swiss bracket. Lots of action here, James. Do you want to what do you want to say, man?
If you saw at the beginning of the day when I was on camera not looking good, it was because of yesterday. It was a dark day. I do the NRG team streams. NRG, they got swept out of the Swiss stage, and the last 2 series that they played, they were up 2-0 and got reverse swept. It was, and also in game 5 of the last series of the day, got scored on by a 0-second goal in game 5 to then lose in overtime. So it was, in the words of a wise person, a diabolical defeat. Like it was terrible for me yesterday. Yeah. But for everyone else, I will admit it was entertaining. Like there were some great moments. It was a spicy day, but unfortunately for me, I got an upset stomach and had a miserable night.
Yeah, I feel like the losing to Pirates in round 1, like, okay, cool, that can happen. We understand. They've made top 8 at the last 2 events. Reverse whip by Boulevard. Oh, that's painful, but like it can't get worse than that, right? But it could. Young Whip for Shepherd.
No, it's not. It could. It did. It did. It was the worst day of my life when it came to NRG mission control.
All right,
it was that bad.
So positive notes though, real quick. TSM, the number 1 seed through this Swiss. Sure, their run doesn't look that dominant, but you play what's in front of you, and they dominated. 3-1 versus Boulevard, 3-0 versus Pirates on a Boat, 3-0 versus Omelette, and you're the number 1 seed when they absolutely need at least a top 4 to have a chance at a major. So TSM is finally showing up. The off-season TSM is finally showing up when it matters most.
Yeah, well, that's a huge one here. But I mean, Lemon, I'm looking at G2 not being out in round 3. They came out in round 4. They lost a match.
I can't believe it. We were so excited watching Squishy's journey that G2 and Gen.G went to game 5 off stream, and G2 had their first loss. But you gotta say, Gen.G had a really clean, strong performance in Game 1, Game 2. First killer had some sick goals. He had like this ground pinch solo that was nuts. He had moments where Chronic was setting him up. Everyone played amazingly. Jack's kickoffs were very good. They even scored off of one. Just Gen.G were really good at denying space. They know G2 like to take the ball high, dribble it across, especially Daniels. So once Gen.G figured out how to pay closer attention to him, shut him down, Gen.G took over. It was a really good match. You should definitely go watch it, G2 Esports or on Widow's channel for Gen.G's POV. Great match.
And on top of that, with G2, they were the #1 defense, Qualifier 1, Qualifier 2. When they played Gen.G, Qualifier 1, they won in 4 games, and Gen.G scored 3 goals. Qualifier 2, they played 5 games, Gen.G scored 3 goals. In this 5-game set, Gen.G scored 13 goals versus that G2 defense, so they definitely fixed something. We kind of talked about it while we were watch partying them, like, will they change anything? And we'll get into those details later because I want to talk about first killer for that. But right now, it is working for Gen.G. That offense is clicking. The #1 offense in Qualifier 3, they look fantastic.
Yeah, incredible performance there. Now, James, I mean, we were talking about TSM earlier, and I feel like there's some people that do look at those results that TSM put up and be like, that's a Mickey run, okay? Like, let's stop pretending like they did a good job. But one of the teams they beat was Omelette, who is still in the tournament, top 8, with some profound results. Absolutely not a Mickey run from Omelette.
I feel like, especially now, you can't really call anything a Mickey run with how close all these teams are. You know, I think it is pretty interesting that you have CRL taking over, Lion Blaze and Zanil, teammates on Northwood. Actually, TSM also the other Northwood player. So we're seeing the rise of CRL players. Omelette, a team that went down into the lower bracket on day 1 last event, comes roaring out and beat the Swiss Merchants, M80, who usually had such a good time in Swiss. Maybe they're, M80's trying to throw off their Swiss game to make their playoffs a little bit better. But Omelette kept on going, proving that it was not a fluke. It was all around just an amazing day from Omelette. And I think Lion Blaze is a player who so many people say, oh, this guy's going to pop off eventually. Well, he did this weekend.
And Omelette, like, you have to give them credit. They 3-0 M80, which, like, great result. They get 3-0'd by TSM. You think, all right, they're playing Luminosity, they're done. No, they battle back, win that in 5. They're top 5 seed. So, fantastic road for them. Luminosity had some question marks, but that's what they always do in Swiss, and they go to the 2-2 round, as always, because that's what Reynolds does.
Yeah, look, he's a showman. He knows how to put on a good show. I mean, you go watch that Luminosity broadcast. They're putting on a banger over there. Now, that loss did set up some crazy drama here, Lemon, in round 5. Big implications to all the matches that happened in round 5.
I guess I was paying a lot of attention to maybe the Dignitas redemption arc that was happening this regional. They were looking really good. They went to game 5 against Gen.G. They even won against LG. Evo had some strong moments offensively, but when it came to the space station match, overall possession, Dignitas really struggled with that. Just very little opportunities to get shots on net. The offense started to die out at the end of the series, and then not making it to playoffs. But Dignitas, impressed me at the start. I think it's a long road ahead of them.
And Space Station, they do have to play Gen.G again, like in the bracket, but they did finally lose to a team outside that. They lost to OG, like in a 3-0 sweep. So like OG looked great, but then we saw Luminosity versus Boulevard. Boulevard was trying to pull off that historic top 8 run. We haven't seen them all year. Qualifier 1 and 2, they didn't make it, but they battled it out here to play Luminosity. But again, we got to talk about Reynolds. For the past 2 years, every time he makes it out of Swiss, it's always in the 2-2 round. I don't know why, just how it is, but they were grand finalists last time. They do make it to the bracket. They are 1 win away from clinching their major hopes. So Luminosity, they got the job done. They did it for the content. They went to 5 rounds.
Gotta love it. Congratulations to all those teams. A big drama on all sides there. We'll get to see those teams play again today here. But one of the biggest stories of the day yesterday wasn't a team that made it all the way through, the Muffin Men. The run we saw from Squishy and the boys in the house. Incredible stuff here. We honestly, Gibbs, we thought, like, we'll put them on. We'll watch them in round 3. And then we'll watch somebody else in round 4. They said, no, sir, we are going to win. We are going to play. You're gonna watch us till we're actually done.
It was wild because Squishy's a primetime player, right? Like 19 lands. He does fantastic at all of them. When he shows up on stream, he just performs. He scored 2 goals in his first 2 matches off stream. He scored 8 goals in his last 2 matches on stream. A lot of those goals happened on Champions Field. James, he's just that primetime guy.
And I mean, you look back at Squishy's career, and he was one of the all-time greats in the game and in North America as well. You remember the unbelievable dethroning of Dignitas that Squishy and Cloud9 did in Season 6, one of my favorite seasons of all time. He's had a remarkable career, and to see him show up in his last game and even hit an incredible shot off the ceiling redirect to close it out, that was just, you know, it was a storybook ending.
I thought Muffinman should be really happy with how that Swiss ended. You know, they start the day 0-2, and you could tell that they just put it all on the line in those last couple matches, and I really thought they were going to start reverse sweeping out of Swiss. It was fun to watch the Muffinmen yesterday.
There it is. Boom. Incredible performances. What a day. Get one more look at it here. Well, we'll show it to you one more time later on today, folks. This is the bracket as well that we have to playing through today. We'll be playing through the quarterfinals on today. Those 4 matches. Tomorrow we will play the semifinals and the grand finals. But we're going to spend the rest of the entirety of this open qualifier talking about these teams. Let's take one more moment. Let's pretend like he hasn't been sitting here listening to us say all these nice things about him. We've got Squishy on the broadcast to talk about what went down yesterday, to talk about his career in general. Squishy, welcome to the show. How you doing?
Pretty good, pretty good. How's everybody?
Doing good, man.
Pretty good myself.
Glad. Thanks for taking the time to talk with us here. I mean, just off the top, like, walk us through the emotions of yesterday. How are you feeling coming into the day, knowing it was going to be your last day of competition in RLCS, and what were the emotions like right after the final game ended?
Going in, Aqua and Gimmick were, you know, just making it feel light, you know, having fun with it, and we're all like telling jokes. You know, we had G2 first, so we're kind of expecting to lose that because they've been on a pretty hot streak. So not the best first round matchup, but that's what you get when you're a lower seed, and that's fine. I know that. But yeah, they were just trying to joke around. We were having a good time, and we did get smacked around by G2 as expected. And then we had a pretty tough Swiss going forward, but leading all the way into that M80 series. Unfortunately, playing Shopify, I was sad about having to take Justin out of the tournament because obviously I love Justin. I want to see him succeed always. But going to the M80 series, that 0-second goal didn't really give me time to like process the loss. I feel like because it was just the goal and you're out of it. Because it felt like we were going to be able to take it. We were playing pretty well. We're keeping up with them. And last time we had played M80, they 3-0'd us. So I was just happy with how we did, honestly, in the final showing.
So you have had this happen a lot where you go into a series and you go carefree and you're laughing and you do well. You know, fall major 21-22 season, it was Gen.G versus BDS in that grand finals, and you guys made that magical run by just having some fun and trying to just to take in the moment. So was that what you guys were doing? And do you think that the have fun meta is actually legit and more teams should try and incorporate it?
100%. I think Rocket League is probably 90% the energy of the team, like how the vibes are feeling on the team. If the team's all down, the team's like, you know, getting stressed out, getting upset about little things going wrong, usually the team ends up struggling to bring it back. But if you're telling a joke, like Gimmick, I don't know if you guys remember from yesterday, Gimmick own goal. Gimmick like completely slammed an own goal into our net. It was an important game too. And if you look at the cams, I'm just laughing and we're all just laughing. And you can react to that like 2 ways. You can laugh at it or you can sit there and be silent. And then the person that own goal just feels terrible. So you have to like try to find a way to pick them up. So we laughed about it and I was like, it's all good, we're good. And he was beating himself up a bit, but we had fun with it. And we lost the game like 7-1 or something, so it didn't feel good either. But like all you can do is go next, right? There's another 5 minutes that you have to play and just try to get your head back in the game. They did a great job with that, so. Yeah.
Well, not only yesterday, but I'm sure like throughout your career, you've had these highs, these lows, happy, sad moments, but I kind of want to reminisce a bit. What is your proudest moment in your professional career that you think you're going to look back on years from now?
I mean, it has to, like, for sure be the Season 6 win. I feel like that team was undefeated the whole year, right? Like, they didn't lose a single series, I'm pretty sure, that season. And they'd won the previous World Championship, so... and Turbo had won the previous 2. So that was beating he would have been back-to-back-to-back world champion there had he won that, and they would have been back-to-back world champions as a team. So going into that, I mean, everyone probably thought that we were going to lose that, and we had a huge run to make it there from lower round 1 against CJ, by the way. First round was against CJ, who ended up casting our matches. Thank you to CJ, he did an amazing job. But yeah, all the way to the final, and then taking them down twice in a row when they hadn't lost a single series is definitely something that I'll remember until I'm like 90 years old. So yeah, I'm very, very happy to have got to experience that, and I love that Gimmick and Torment earned that memory with me.
And funny story, Squishy, my older brother actually plays Rocket League, and his first Rocket League experience was on his birthday weekend out in Las Vegas. My family came out to watch in Season 6, and he, after that, was a Cloud9 fan, got the Cloud9 jersey. Now he plays Rocket League. He's like champ level, but watching you guys was the moment for him to really bring him into Rocket League, so thank you for that. But anyway, I just wanted to share that. Also, I have a question for you. You reached the pinnacle of representing North America. What advice do you have for those up-and-coming players who seek to follow in your footsteps?
It's kind of funny advice. In terms of the competitive aspect and trying to win as much as possible, I always tried to emulate European players. It's funny that my advice is to emulate the best European players. I think they have a selfless mentality where they use their team first over being like a solo player or selfish. They're always looking for what the best thing to do is for the team, and I feel like that's something that a lot of NA players lacked over the years, and I tried to always copy whoever was winning in Europe, basically. So that Dignitas roster, as we were competing against them for best in the world, that was the team that I was trying to steal stuff from, for example. Like, I'm just trying to take from who's doing the best over in Europe, because I feel like they use each other so well, and they just have such a selfless mentality. And outside of that, and like the content side of things, I just always try to teach people and try to entertain and just be the best person I can be, and that's always been my goal since I was like 14, 15 doing this stuff, so yeah.
Squishy, I got a really dumb question for you, but I want you just to bear with me. I'm going to show you an image, and I just want you to tell me what does this mean to you? What emotions does this conjure up for you when you can you see the broadcast?
Yeah, I have it up right now. It's gonna be delayed by a sec.
Okay.
Oh my!
The fish. What does this mean to you? Does this help?
Oh my god, it was so funny. You know, I watched back. It doesn't help. It does help, actually. No, I'm not gonna lie. Yesterday, before our Shopify match, I looked at the stream and it was like, what was it, like 80%? Or was it M80 match? M80 match was like 90% to 10% predictions or something. You guys all voted for us. I'm looking at the chat, everyone's spamming it, and I was like, oh my gosh. And you actually do feel like, it feels like the universe is on your side. I'm not even kidding. Like, I know it sounds crazy, but it feels like the universe is on your side a bit when you see that and you look at the chat and everyone's going crazy like that, and then you guys are all voted for us, even though you guys know we should be the team losing there. Like, I appreciate you guys kind of like, you know, fake believing but also believing. Like, I appreciate it.
It's hoping.
It's hoping, exactly. But yeah, I remember season 6. That wasn't that big of a thing before season 6. Like, it was a thing, but it wasn't that big of a thing before season 6. I remember watching back the VOD and the chat was just going crazy the whole time. I think we had like over 100,000 viewers that event, so it was crazy. The chat was just flying. It was all of that in the chat, and yeah, definitely. It's definitely etched in my memory, that fish.
I love it. Chat, you heard it from the man himself. It does help. Make sure you continue to spam in the chat there, folks. Squishy, thank you so much for taking the time to talk with us. Any final shout outs you got? Any like thing that's coming up for you want to plug? The floor is yours, man.
Of course, a few shout outs might take a minute or so. So obviously all my past teammates, Justin especially, because I've known Justin since 1 month after the release of the game. I met Justin and we've kind of done our careers together. We taught each other a lot of things back then and both became world champions, and I absolutely love him and I wish him the absolute best, and I hope he's doing okay, even though the split wasn't what he wanted. I hope he's doing all right. And all my other teammates as well, Gimmick, Torment, Garrett, Lachinio, Aqua, all those guys. Absolutely love all of them, and I'm so grateful to have had the opportunity to play with them. Outside of them, the big one is my mom, because my mom and dad, but my mom specifically, because she believed in what I was doing before there was any income at all coming from it, and she knew I had passion for it, and she knew I was someone that cared a lot about it, because she'd see me lose a $15 tournament to one of the best teams in NA, and I'm upset about it, and I want to do better, and I want to win the next one, and she saw that, you know, that was important to me, and she believed in it before there was any kind of, you know, financial gain from it, obviously. Both my parents were extremely supportive, and very, very grateful for both of them supporting me throughout all of it, and of course my fiance, who just been able to pick me up in my bad times at the end of NRG when things weren't as good as we would have wanted it to be. And I love both Justin and Garrett. It was a hard time, and she was always there to help me out. And yeah, she's amazing. And outside of them, a big shout out to you guys for always casting the games and putting everything out there for every single show. I know it's not as easy as people make it out to be, and you're gonna get some stuff wrong. You'll make some mistakes, but it's trust me. I don't know if any of you guys in the chat know how hard it is to stall for like 10 minutes when things are going wrong. I know it can be hard sometimes. And there's been some series where there's been like 15-20 minute delay, and you guys, I see the broadcast, you guys are stalling and stuff. So that's hard. That's very hard. So huge shout out to you guys as well. Underappreciated for sure, and you will make some mistakes, and that's fine. But yeah.
Yes, we will.
But yeah, just thank you to everybody. That's it, and thank you to the chat and everyone that's been supporting me throughout my career. Thank you guys. That's all.
Once a world champion, always a world champion. Squishy, one of the greatest to ever do it. Thanks so much for taking the time to talk with this man. Good luck in what you do next.
No problem. Have a good one, guys.
Gibbs, let's send him out in style. We got a special top 3 here, baby.
Here we go, baby. We weren't planning for this, but Squishy decided to put on a show. So here we go.
Let's go through the
playbook.
bangers.
The Squishy save, the inside-out save, known as the Squishy save, because this is what he does. A 2v1, he avoids the bump and makes a critical save in that M8 series. Moving on to number 2, going for the aerial dribble play. Maybe a flip reset. Nope, he fakes it, goes on the ground.
Sorry.
Pop over the best 1v1 player in the world in Nas. Squishy still got it. Why are you retiring? Come back with 2. What a play there. And finally, his last goal of his career, number 767. And he does it in style. This has got to be one of his top 20 goals at the very least. He's put in a lot of great shots, but to end his career on that Game 5 Champions Field with his banner up in the rafters, Squishy, unbelievable a career and an unbelievable final tournament. Congrats to him. And honestly, we should all be thanking him for all the entertainment over these past, 8 years?
Gibbs, how many North American champions do we have?
Not many. Not many.
Looking back on history, the reason North America has any claim to saying that we can be the best is because of players like Squishy Muffins, who did the unthinkable back in Season 6. He didn't even touch on the fact that not only was Dignitas having a perfect season, but they had to come through the lower bracket in Season 6 and bracket reset and win against an undefeated Dignitas. They gave, Squishy, Torment, and Gimmick, they all gave us one of the greatest moments Rocket League has ever seen in this esports. So, Squishy was thanking everybody else. I just feel like we have so much to thank Squishy for, especially if you're a fan of North America.
I thought of the question halfway through, but we were kind of already running low on time. I wanted to ask him whether the Squishy save or the ceiling shot was his he felt was a better contribution to the game. What an event. We do got 6 minutes until kickoff here, so we do got to move pretty quickly here, Gibbs. We want to talk quickly about your favorite part of every split here: major scenarios, playoff implications. What you got?
Yes, there are 2 teams that have qualified. Let's look across the world really quick about the teams that have qualified so far. Shout out to K-Corp, Power. We got Falcons and Rule 1 and Limitless, who have all qualified. But those 2 TBD spots in North America are what we are playing for these next 2 days. G2 and Gen.G have locked up their spots. Really quick, throw up prize pool and points, and we could talk about what is on the line for today. The 3-point gaps are what's very important here. Prize money, yeah, it's great, but we're worried about points right now. So if you win your quarterfinal match, you bump up 3 points. If you win top 4 match, you bump up 3 points. Finally, for first is a 4-point gap. That extra point could be crucial in terms of the leaderboard. So let's head on over there to the points leaderboard, because it's incredibly close in North America right now. 4 teams go to Copenhagen, and right now there is a 4-way tie in that spot. Dignitas is not in the playoff bracket. They cannot get any more points. They need a lot of help. M80, OG, Space Station, and TSM is in the bracket, and Omelette's in the bracket. They both need to put in some work to catch up to everyone, but there are possibilities. If we look at the bracket here real quick, we'll talk about what each team needs. Luminosity, they're looking pretty comfortable. No matter what, they're guaranteed at least a tiebreaker, but if they win their match today, they don't have to worry about any of that. They will clinch their major spot. That 3-way tie with Dignitas, M80, Space Station Game, and then OG, if one of them wins and the other 2 lose, that team will also clinch as well. But Dignitas, what they need is TSM to win, They need Omelette to not make grand finals, or at least not win the entire tournament. They need Gen.G to beat Space Station. They need Luminosity to beat OG. And if all that happens, TSM would then have to lose in the top 4 round. There would be a 5-way tiebreaker that Dignitas would have to come through to qualify. So the only teams that can be eliminated as well is TSM and Omelette. Like if they just lose and no other help, they are done. But there is so much to be played for. We'll talk about it throughout the day, like as these matches come in, because things will change a little bit and it'll be a little bit more clear. So I'll catch you up before every match what exactly is needed in that match. But there's a way for a 6-way tiebreaker. And that's what I'm hoping for, honestly. So.
I was trying to follow along. It was so many words and so much.
Yeah, my eyes just started to glaze over. I don't know about you, Wave. I was just sitting there.
Chap.
It's a lot going on.
We have some crazy stuff happen. We'll see how it goes. These are the 4 matches we're going to play today. That kind of decisive tiebreaker determiner match of M80 versus TSM will happen last today. That will be how we close out the day. And Omelette will have a lot of time here to prepare to go up against G2. But to kick things off, a battle of the blue, we've got OG versus Luminosity. Teams that there's reasons to believe in both of these teams. There's reasons to question both of these teams as well. A bit of an up and down performance across both of the previous events and yesterday for them. So right now, OG feeling kind of up. Luminosity hasn't going around 5, but coming out strong here. Man, Lemon, where do you want to start?
I gotta say, Luminosity had a weird day yesterday. Uncharacteristic. Based on the Luminosity that went to the finals in the last regional, I don't think they should be losing to teams like Dignitas and Omelette. They're an offense-heavy team, top 4 in shots and goals in the league. Their losses come from the defense and their composure if the team starts boost-starving them or demoing them. But the last time they lost to a team they shouldn't have, like, I don't know, NRG in the last regional, they bounce back the next day. So I think they can have a bad day, but not a bad regional. So I still believe in Luminosity.
Luminosity is like I would say it's a weird day on Friday, but that's just what Luminosity does. All 3 qualifiers now, they go through in 5, some questionable results, but when it comes playoff bracket time, they're like a mini, it's like ApparentlyJack, right? He shows up on the weekend, and that's what Riddles is, just a mini version of him right now. He probably hates that I'm saying that. But Luminosity, they know what they need to do. All they need to do is win 1 match here, and they don't have to worry about anything else. They'll be at the major. But on the other side, they're playing up against OG, who has been red hot. These guys look fantastic. They lost to M80 in round 1. That was a 3-1 result. But after that, they won 9 games in a row. Young Whippersnappers, Space Station, and then Dignitas. 2 very high-quality teams, and they 3-0'd all 3 of those teams. So OG has found that form that the pros thought they would have back at the beginning of the split. They were power ranked number 4 by the pros, and they're finally showing it. So if they can get the win, they put themselves in that conversation to take one of those major spots.
And also, I do want to say and point out that this is a rematch in the semifinals of the playoffs from the last event, which Luminosity, they beat them up pretty good. It was 4-1 in that best of 7. So Luminosity does have a track record here already against OG. Luminosity, even though Swiss was a struggle, I think they really do show up when the pressure is on. I experienced that firsthand with NRG in the first round of the playoffs last time. Luminosity came out swinging. They did not pull any punches. So I think Luminosity is the favorite here if you're just looking at the numbers, the odds, if you're maybe planning to put some prediction points on. But OG, it does have that comeback potential. I think they have showed great mental fortitude, especially with how their season began, getting swept out of the first Swiss bracket. And then in the second event, almost being swept out before having to reverse sweep. They were able to turn it around. Like they reached a clear turning point in the season, but this is where things get dire. If they hope to make Copenhagen, they're going to have to go through Luminosity and get that revenge.
Luminosity and OG have played twice so far this year. Once in the last regional, and then one time before at the Bandits on Wheels Fall Showdown. Both of those events, Luminosity took the win, but we do feel like we have seen OG level up since that time. So where are we going? How are you feeling about it? Let us know in the chat. Make your own predictions. We'll make our predictions up here as well. I mean, Gibbs, I feel like I've got an idea of how James and Lemon are feeling. How are you feeling?
I like OG a bit more than I thought I would, like coming into this qualifier. But for tiebreakers to happen, I'm pro tiebreakers always. We need Luminosity to win. So I'm going to go Luminosity for that reason alone. I think this really is a coin flip magic. OG looks red hot. Luminosity, questionable Friday, but they usually bounce back. They did take him down last time. But that 9 games in a row by OG is pretty convincing. So I think it's going to be a close one.
It's going to be a close one, chat. Hashtag LG, hashtag OG in the chat. The players are getting ready. We're going to be on the pitch quickly here. I'm very torn on this one. You got players on both sides. I mean, Rlcs and Com are 2 of my favorite players in the world. Just the kind of like down and dirty, on the ground, not being flashy, but making all the difference to get their team to where they need to be sort of play style is one of my favorite things ever. And knowing that they are in real life friends who hang out and who are just like they have the most healthy rivalry it just makes me so happy. It's so cool. I do feel like I'm on the Luminosity side on this one. I mean, you got Slotzarella looking sharp out there. Cheese is going to be bringing the heat, but we'll see. Luminosity, they're the favorites on the desk. They are the favorites in chat as well. Are they the favorites on the field? OG hopes to prove otherwise, folks. Let's get into it. It's time to start the playoffs. The road to Copenhagen has gotten short, but still steep as ever. Luminosity versus OG to kick off the playoffs.
Three words, it's very simple. Win and in. That's what Luminosity faces here. They've confirmed at least a tiebreaker. They can take care of business right now, getting into Sunday's top 4, but standing in their way, a resurging OG Esports. Let's get it on.
OG also looking for that fight to the major, and of course it does start with a performance today. They again have to check other matchups to see how things go for them, but I mean a win here also pushes them very forward in that race. We'll see who starts things off here hot to set the tone.
Where we go here, J-Naps from midfield, calm now. Looking for an opening, can't find one. Now J-Naps, see what he can do. This squad couldn't have had a worse start to the season. He at least turned it around. They were felled in the semifinals by this Luminosity squad. Looking for revenge here. That ricochets off a defender and still kept out by Rlcs.
Great save there for Rlcs to stop things off. So far, the pressure from OG has been noted. You see J-Naps here just starting to set things up. Noly with the shot, and he's got it. OG start things off with the first goal.
Oh, you're looking for momentum, and he gets them right here. Just overwhelming Luminosity, pinning them in their own zone. The Luminosity squad that, you know, at times yesterday, it looked very different. They tried to play a lot more physical, and it didn't quite work. They kind of stumbled their way through the Swiss, but the important thing is they made it here. They've given themselves a shot at qualifying outright for the Copenhagen Major as Magic Bear floats one in, and that's sent away by Noly. And Cheese will just let this one go by for Rlcs. Maybe Cheese trying to be a little too active. You can't blame him, though. I mean, he's been the focal point of the offense for Luminosity. The entire offense seems to run through him. He's been demolished by J-Naps, though, and Rlcs has to scramble back in a second touch to get that up to the corner out of harm's way.
Rlcs have been so efficient on the offense as well for Luminosity. Again, a player that can really handle things on ball, off ball, and it's so important. Off ball is going to be a big part of this series here today, as again, when you go for those extra demos, Com and Rlcs both very familiar with it. You pull yourself out to play, you've got to make the most of it.
Magic Bear going to try to play with the backboard, but J-Naps is up there first, so the OG defense not caught out at all. J-Naps circles around that corner boost, and Magic Bear with it, bringing it downfield. Rlcs doing what he did yesterday, trying to play disruptor, and it's enough. Magic Bear ties the game.
Great goal here for Magic. Rlcs, like you said, running that interference. Magic Bear plays this low and gets it right over the head of Com. Great first goal. You know, something I've noticed here on the field is that this is very strange and uncharacteristic, but Everybody's using grass boost. Like everybody, not just one player. Everyone is using it.
Maybe it's a way to limit demolitions and bumps, right? Because to go for a demo, you would then have to touch grass. G's beaten out here at midfield, and now Calm bringing it back in for OG. Magic Bear around the corner and out of the zone. And not too far, Noly is right there. Jane Apps to center for Calm. He's up early, but Cheese will power it away.
Clear. See Reynolds going for an early pre-jump, just forcing J-Naps out. Cheese is waiting here. Good pass. Another pass. Oh, Cheese tried to make the play, but Noly read it. Could have been a good three-man passing play there for Luminosity. They're doing really solid, though, when they're in that offensive approach, taking their time, looking for each other. The communication is there, but the ball almost in the net. Noly tried to get the high touch, throw things off. He was looking for the redirect, but couldn't find it.
One thing that should be concerning for Luminosity, you've got OG players right in front of their net, given a lot of time and space. This is back out in front for Noly. Jane Apps is there, but Cheese will get it away. I wonder if you can maybe speed up the counterattack a little bit if you're LG. This guy's up, and Calm is all over it. Jane Apps underneath him. Calm can't get it over to him. Now Cheese blocked by Noly. Jane Apps over Rlcs, but there's Magic Bear. Wonder when Cheese is going to show his face here in this game. He's the only player. There's only 2 players averaging a goal per game throughout this first split in North America. Cheese and ApparentlyJack. It's pretty good company to be a part of. And we all remember the performance from Cheese in the second event, but it's Magic Bear stealing the show here. 2 unassisted goals, and what a beauty, both times with Rlcs running interference.
Yeah, Reynolds down in front. He saw an opportunity, trusted Magic Bear in the initial challenge, went straight for Calm. Calm was in a really tough spot. Honestly, great effort there defensively, but it was not enough to stop MB. He's got the goal here. Luminosity up by 1, 30 seconds to go. They just got to hold on.
The Bear is well fed so far. Now Rlcs almost got spun out going through the corner. Got through the contact. Here's Magic Bear again. Just kind of throw it at the net. Hope something good happens. Almost got a piece of Calm. He's got it at the outlet, though. Rlcs has to get that out of harm's way. Noly runs underneath. Jane Apps decoy for Calm. Cheese the save, and Rlcs will sweep it away. Final few seconds. One last shot. That's set away as well. Rlcs gets set away from Calm, and Luminosity takes game 1.
Good effort there from Luminosity. You can see they kind of started off slow initially, but once they got in their flow, that's when they really started cooking. Definitely a very strong defensive performance from them. 10 saves out of their 6 shots. OG had a lot of the pressure, especially early on in the game, but the way Luminosity built, took their opportunities to turn things around was phenomenal. We take a look at the Mobile 1 high performance replay, and Rlcs was a high performance there. You saw a great save from him defensively. He also was clutch, making some strong performances. He should almost be credited with assist on some of these. The way that he was able to impact these plays. Magic Bear, of course, credited with the goal, but Luminosity starting to ramp up. If OG can clean things up on that back end, you know, when you have that last player back, having somebody upfield to be able to get, you know, a demo or something to really disrupt the offense could help them in this particular scenario. But right now, I mean, it was just Luminosity really maximizing on their offensive attacks, positioning.
One number there that sticks out, though, for me, Noly with 6 shots. That's as many as Luminosity had as a team. They didn't convert on, well, on all but one of them for OG. But if you give Noly that many opportunities, you're giving the rest of OG plenty of shots as well. That is going to add up over time. So while Luminosity collectively stood on their heads and kept OG out of their net, don't look for that to be sustainable. You'd like to see maybe a little more offense to stifle the attack of OG. We go now on to game 2 with Luminosity one step closer to clinching their ticket to Denmark. But a long road ahead against this OG squad.
OG side, you know, I really want to see Jane Apps with a lot of shot opportunities, because when he gets them, he almost always banks them. This one off of a play from Noly. Great catch here. You see the control. Gets the flick over. Naps with an opportunity, and he gets there before Cheese can make the challenge. OG, once again, starting off with the first goal.
NA's leftover veterans still got it. Plenty in the tank. And a 1-0 lead here early. Here goes Magic Bear, though. He had both goals for Luminosity, neither with the benefit of an official assist. Cheese, not going to have a lot to work with here, and Calm just patiently waits. I'd like to see somebody maybe running forward to disrupt there. That was just kind of a time waster. Here's Noly now with Calm running to steal that boost from under Rlcs. Calm intercepts. Now JNAP's coming on. Noly's available at the mid. Drop it down to Calm, and they don't connect.
Oh, so close there, but the play's still alive. Naps will get it to Calm, and Calm will secure the goal. Even with the play breaking down, they still stick in. And look at this, Naps turns on a dime after taking the corner. Beats out one, beats out two. Clean look, but that play was all JNAP's with the setup.
You could catch a glimpse of Rlcs starting to kind of wave dash downfield. I think he's expecting Cheese to win that challenge, and if he does, maybe he's got the easy outlet. Unfortunately, that blew up, and OG trying to blow this game up. 2-goal lead in the first minute. Calm now for JNAP's. Can he get it on target? It's a little wide towards the post. Magic Bear out to Rlcs and back the other way through the air. JNAP's turns away from Rlcs at midfield. He's still available for this pass from Calm if he can get it down. This ball hadn't touched the ground in forever, as now it finally does, and Rlcs swoops it away. But now they trail by 2 goals here, and again, the way Luminosity plays, they can certainly get those goals back very quickly, get the ball in the hands of Cheese, and let him work. But it's a little concerning to be down this quickly after giving up so many opportunities in game 1.
Right. I mean, we saw them with that late surge. It wasn't too late. They were able to battle back into the game in game 1, but OG definitely maximizing on their offense when they're in front right now. 2 goals out of 4 shots total for the team. They're trying to get more, almost a pass there to Noly. JNAP's, he's been playing very fast. He's been getting to the ball a lot faster than Luminosity players, and that's been big on OG keeping up offensive possession. Here he is again, getting a bump, as well as winning that challenge. Noly gets a free look. Naps could have, but Rlcs, great recovery in order to pinch it downfield.
Luminosity was getting in trouble there with boost. OG had it, LG did not. But now they're more on equal footing. This kicks right back out to Rlcs. Demo in the net. 2 went in. The ball followed.
And here goes the setup play downfield. You have to be careful because Cheese and MB challenging the net. Rlcs full faith puts it on target, and it pays off big time. You can see them smiling. They know they got away with that one. 1-goal game.
That's a good thing he scored, because if he doesn't, it's 3-0. So now it's a game all of a sudden. Another demo in front there as JNAP's is taken out, and this time Magic Bear does get back. And he's beaten in the air by JNAP's, and Noly is there as well. Not the cleanest connection, but can he get it down? Oh, he did! And rebound saved by Rlcs as well. He's been a defensive mastermind.
He's still slowing things down. He has 0. He finally is getting boost. Now he's going upfield. Cheese on the ball. Rlcs just keeping that outlet open. Yeah, I mean, you're right. Defensively, he's had a lot of good stops, not only this game, but as the series is going on. We're only in game 2 here. Luminosity being kept in it by Rlcs' double save, basically. And now, we got 1:50 to go. They're trying to push the ball back into OG's end.
Cheese trying to go to work. Noly stuffs it right in his face. Rlcs kept that one out, too.
That was tough. He had 0 there. Able to get that. Now, again, 0, but he's still on the ball. Just, again, slowing down OG's press. Trying to set up a lane. Cheese also doesn't have boost here. Magic Bear does, and Rlcs just picked up that side boost. Now we have him with some control. Has Cheese midfield, but wants to test towards the net. Cheese tried to get there in time, but the defense from OG was there.
What else is Rlcs going to do to dazzle us defensively? This skips across. Magic Bear's there, and Rlcs shot. Rlcs trying to run interference. Doesn't work out. He can shoot here, and he can score. We're selling popcorn in the lobby after all this. He's doing everything.
Again, all over the play. We knew he was going to have a big impact, and you can see that with the performance there. Good on Cheese to be able to set it up. That one just a speed test. Rlcs just so much faster on the play. 1:07 to go. OG had a 2-goal lead. Now, though, they've let it slip. It's anybody's ball game.
You know, early on, yeah, OG have looked great in these games, but the second half of these games have belonged to Luminosity. First game, it was mostly Magic Bear. And now it's Rlcs just putting on a masterclass everywhere. Cheese is just kind of hanging around. He does have the 2 assists on Rlcs goals in this game. So this goes downfield. Magic Bear waiting for the rebound. Cheese now going to be left all alone, and he caught up to this. Quick shot that he's able to react to, and Magic Bear can't get to this ball. Luminosity might be in a spot of trouble. Rlcs got the clear and the demo on Calm somehow, and now Cheese can play it forward in the final 30. Will Luminosity take another one in the dying seconds? Magic Bear tried to do just that, but Calm is in the way. He's got Noly downfield going after Cheese. Cheese doesn't recover in time. The man of the shot's high and then swept out. Final 10. Rlcs up high. Gets that away from JNaps. And we are headed towards overtime unless we have last second heroics. Anybody going to step up? It's Cheese alone and swept out.
Calm knew exactly what was happening. He reacted quickly. He did not want to give Luminosity time. They had a 3v1 play set up after Rlcs had got the bump on JNaps. OG still surviving here, but they got to get things together in this overtime. They had Luminosity on the ropes there for a bit towards the end, but they let things slip out of their hands.
JNaps blocked off by Cheese. Here's Rlcs, slam it off the backboard. JNaps still way downfield. He tried to turn on that, but Cheese got a piece of him. That slows him down. Now Magic Bear. Denied by Noly. Shot on here is saved away by Cheese. Can Luminosity keep possession? No, it's Calm coming the other way. Trying to force it through. Rlcs put it down, but Noly just bangs it through.
I think they would just literally force their way into the net. Noly, huge 50 to get past 2 of the defense. Third man following up was too late. OG tie up the series. They keep that game 2 off to a hot start. Luminosity battled back, but in OT, OG followed through. Crazy. This is actually really crazy, the score line from them. Everybody scored. Everybody had an assist. Everybody had 3 shots. OG, a fully well-rounded machine that game.
Boot camp buff, which was almost non-existent for a lot of teams yesterday, but more of the teams that were boot camping than not made this playoff in this last-ditch effort to try and make their way to the major in Copenhagen later on this month. Look back at the roller coaster that was Game 2. First 2 from OG, next 2 from Luminosity, but the one that matters there from Noly. Just barely forcing that through Rlcs, whose MVP performance is ruined by a ball just barely sneaking by.
A little more has to be done. You start to see a little bit of defensive mistakes there from Luminosity towards the end of the game. Getting beat to challenges. Again, OG has been very fast, JNaps especially this series. And it's been a big factor in why they've been able to maintain possession up on that blue half. Now we go into Game 3. Definitely going to start seeing a little bit of adjustments made. Even after that one, OG doing a lot of conversations, a lot of talking. We'll see how things adjust here as chance to take the lead here in this best of 7. But so far, both teams going back and forth.
So it's JNaps and Noly to start the opening salvo for OG here in Game 3. Where will this one take us? A couple of demos on the back line. They're all back into the play, and Magic Bear gets this away, but doesn't have anything to work with. Nobody, I mean, for a moment, they had about a combined 20 boost between all 3 members of Luminosity, and they're still not great, but that little touch gets that away from JNaps, and then he redirects it home. Magic Bear was coming on. JNaps knew it. He had to act, and he did.
Yeah, again, you knew that defenders get in there. Look at that touch. Woo. Light and on target. You love to see it from JNaps. Absolutely necessary. Otherwise, that ball is getting saved.
OG trying to pick up where they left off. That's going to be left for Calm or Noly. Noly takes over. And Cheese will still try to get involved in the attack here. He's got a couple of assists. But that 1 goal per game through the first split, it is rapidly declining. Here's Calm. Shot on, easily saved away, but watch the rebound. There have been so many. Magic Bear had to stop this one. These rebounds have to be controlled by Luminosity, or they will eventually give up a bucket load of goals.
And the follow-up shots have been really strong from the side of OG. So far, defensively, Luminosity has held on, but definitely a worrying trend. As the defense from LG is strong, but OG has definitely been very creative on the offense. Not afraid to take risks or try to send a man up. We know this out of them, so Luminosity has to be able to mitigate the pressure as much as possible.
Not a lot of boosts to go around at times for Luminosity. They got plenty in the tank now, though, collectively. But it's JNAPS who has possession. He can keep that through one challenge, but not another. Now Magic Bear had that drop down for Cheese, looking for his first. And he can't get on the scoreboard yet. Here goes Noly. JNAPS pre-jump. That's going to go wide. Rlcs right towards Cheese. That's what Luminosity needs more of. That first opportunity goes to a teammate. Could lead to an opportunity on the other side. OG is all out of sorts, and JNAPS bails him out.
Right, you have OG going for, strong offensive plays, a little bit risky too. You talk about the pre-jump. If JNAPS doesn't connect there, it's a clear counterattack from Luminosity. If Luminosity get these counterattacks, though, they have to start hitting them much more effectively than they have right now. We're approaching halfway through this game, and Luminosity only have one shot recorded, and it's by Cheese.
Well, now Magic Bear with Rlcs going for that midfield boost underneath him. He's on the opposite side of the field. That goes over Cheese. So it will be Rlcs on the other side that eventually comes all the way back for this. This is one thing to get that boost. It's another to do something with it. Luminosity haven't been able to do much. OG have had them back in their own zone quite a bit. Cheese demoed again, and Calm will score it on his own.
Like this from Calm, right? He goes up, use about half the boost in the tank to get that initial touch. Jumps, gets the timing perfect to put it top right, just over Rlcs' head. Great solo effort there for Calm.
The demo from Noly opened things up, put Rlcs in a spot where very rare in this series so far, he wasn't able to make the stop. Rlcs looking for Cheese, trying to get him his first goal. Has not happened. Now Magic Bear, what can he do? I mean, he was the Magic Man in game one. Cheese now up the ladder, out towards Rlcs. Little floater, wide and high, dropped it down. Cheese on the doorstep, and Noly and JNAPS combined to send this way downfield. And OG quickly get out of jail. Cheese thought about chasing Noly, had to turn back for the ball, and just everything Luminosity's trying right now, OG has an answer for. Do they have an answer for Rlcs up here? Yes, they do. It's Calm.
Good stop there from Calm. See, we're looking for a chance here to get involved. Even JNAPS there, zero boost, get a couple chain dashes to try to see if he can force a touch out. Just trying to make LG uncomfortable when they're in that offensive front. That's a big win from Cheese. Actually got the follow on that. Force a 50, and still no ball control from OG, so Luminosity's gonna pick this up again. Rlcs tried to get the double, was denied. Cheese got a double off the sidewall, still staying with this play, but not enough here. Another demo comes out, Magic Bear trying to get this center-wise, and then JNAPS will hit it across. Rlcs will turn on this, picked up the boost, was a little late to the challenge, so cleared the other way. Can JNAPS put that on target? He can, but Cheese dove in to save that one out, keeping this at least a deficit down to 2, but LG, they got to get going here. Down by 2, 35 seconds left, and nothing to show for it offensively. Only 2 shots from them. That's the third one from MD.
It hasn't been a fruitful attack. Double tap almost put this one away, if it hasn't already. At least some life still for Luminosity. That ball goes central, but it's sent away by Calm, and OG have just had a stranglehold on this game from the very beginning. They'll try and get one here. Calm's got that away, and the final 5 seconds will tick away with as dominant a 2-0 as you're gonna see.
A shutout in game 2, and they really just limited LG so much. It wasn't like they didn't have field possession. We saw Luminosity with the ball on the orange side so much, but it was just the fact that they couldn't transition it into too much of anything. Just kind of goes to show you how good OG was at stopping things before they got too out of control. Only person who got saves that game from OG was Calm. He had 4 there. Big on that back end, but also you saw him with a nice play individually, whereas, Noly has been very active around the field, getting a lot of bumps, putting the ball on target very well, and forcing Luminosity to make sometimes desperate saves here. Luminosity now, they got to start going back to the drawing board here a little bit, because although the game is close, it just hasn't been what I think they've wanted to see. We don't see any confirmation of a timeout from them here, so I don't think we're going to get one. Luminosity still composed enough to move on.
Yeah, they'll still have that timeout in their pocket for if OG reaches match point. One thing to keep in mind here, as OG is now halfway home here towards getting into the semifinals, getting into the top 4, which is one of the many things they need to try and punch their ticket to Copenhagen. A win here takes that possible 5 or 6-way tie down to about a possible 3-way tie. So if you're a fan of chaos, you're kind of shaking your head right now. If you're M80, you're also shaking your head right now, because M80 could also clinch their spot today, but they need Luminosity to win this match, and then a whole bunch of other shenanigans to take place, and we're not going to go into that because we've got business to take care of here in Game 4. Luminosity still has their timeout, but OG still has possession. It's almost like we didn't really take much of a break between games.
Here we go. Manfield dusts the stage. JNaps gets that initial touch. You can see Magic Bear, okay, has to slow this down. Calm will play the 50. OG still trying to keep control. They're all in the blue half. Noly just dodged a bump there from Magic Bear and got it past Cheese. So now he has a chance to solo. Calm actually pre-jumped that one, but Magic Bear also did. So again, LG doing their best to kind of cut things out defensively. Have to be careful though. We haven't seen them really hold on to possession as they get out. Even there, Magic Bear trying to play the ball away. Gives possession back to OG. Noly gets a free shot and Cheese has to die for the save.
Here goes Cheese, one of his better opportunities to get his first goal of the series. He's going to have to turn away from this, grab the midfield boost, and Rlcs intercepts there. He's still got Magic Bear way downfield as Noly has to jump into the goal to avoid him. Rlcs shot denied by Noly, and back towards the opposite net, a little bit wide, and now Cheese. He's got JNaps to contend with. JNaps is a little target, and then Noly taps it in on the other side.
This is interesting. I feel like this is like a miscomm here from LG. Magic Bear front post. That one gets sails right over his head. Cheese had enough boost to make a challenge there, but instead the ball goes right towards Noly, who banks the goal, and OG set the tone once again. They've done it every game so far this series.
What else can OG throw at Luminosity? It's Noly. Right against Magic Bear. Cheese back into the play on the opposite side, being chased off the play. So Rlcs will have to take this one solo with what he's got in the tank, down to about 20. Now he can look to center. Cheese is there. He was getting chased, though, by Noly all over the field. And now finally JNaps coming on, blocked by Magic Bear. Needs one more touch. He's got it. Rlcs starting to dive in, but he started from way, way back. And JNaps can at least slow it down. Cheese looking to go to work, and JNaps stopped him too. OG has just had an answer every single time from about the middle of game 2 onward.
Yeah, even that play where you see the pass to Rlcs, he catches it in the air. Tom pre-jumped it. He was up before Rlcs even made contact. And, chance here though for Magic Bear. Can he get it around? No, JNaps does get it back in time. Calm actually looking for a bump upfield as JNaps gets the flick over, but Cheese, good patience and good response there as well. Halfway through the game, once again, the shooting has been better slightly here for Luminosity. They've got 3 shots in the first half of the game, but still a 1-goal difference. Can Cheese do something to change that? High ball goes straight to Calm, and he'll 50 it down the midfield.
Almost like he got caught in between there. He ended up going high, but missed the goal entirely. Now Rlcs push it forward. Magic Bear avoids contact, but he's going to need somebody to pass to. Instead, she's going to take over, but a little hesitation there, and he who hesitates is lost. Luminosity has lost the last 2. So Magic Bear's going to bring this all the way to the corner. Cheese is over there, and it will be Cheese that takes charge, but Luminosity just seemed to have slowed down significantly, and OG are just almost inviting them in, like, all right, come on, when you're ready, we'll be here, ready to send it back. And Luminosity still can't get past the center line for very long.
It looks like it because it's Calm right now. He's all over Luminosity on the field. Off ball, he's getting, if he's not getting a bump or making contact, he's zoning them out. The reason Cheese took that ball from his corner wall wasn't because he was just awkward. It was just because Calm forced him to. He was sitting there on the ground waiting for it to go towards him, but Calm has just been everywhere, causing disruption. Now it's JNAP's upfield as well. Calm looking for a bump on Magic Bears. Noly takes this shot. Is it enough? No! Magic Bears able to make the save.
A rare case where there's no immediate rebound opportunity. No follow-up from OG. They were all back. That's kind of where their bread and butter has been in this series. Outside of that one goal that kind of felt like a fluke at the start of this game, it's been second and third chance opportunities where they're denied, but they keep possession and they break down Luminosity. That one that got away from Magic Bear could really come back to haunt LG over the course of this split, as that one just goes a little bit wide. Noly now intercepted by Magic Bear. Cheese with the demo. That's going to push wide as well. Rlcs to challenge. He'll keep that in. This is more of what Luminosity need to do, but they also need to stay forward. They need to almost throw caution to the wind at this point. They're staring down a 3-1 deficit. If they don't equalize here, Rlcs right in front. Cheese, shot, score!
What a play from Luminosity. Time ticking down, final 10 seconds. Look at this, Magic Bear to Rlcs. Rlcs with the play out, forced 2 to jump for the panic, and Cheese had the net. Great placement. Ice from LG to tie things up here. 8 seconds to go, though. They are not in the lead just yet. Still more work to do.
Welcome to the quarterfinals, Cheese. Equalizing goal that may send us to overtime. Rlcs, will he bring it to ground? Tied, and Magic Bear had to make one last save. And no, that stayed up for Noly. So one last save from Rlcs again. And now we go to OT.
Quick off the kickoff, no time to breathe. Rlcs stare, he's got it! Speed off the kickoff, Rlcs scores! Luminosity tie up the series. He just gets there that much faster. Wow.
This never works in Rlcs' favor. What is this universe? We're all tied up after Rlcs wins it in overtime off the kickoff, of all things. Okay, then.
Whoa. We've got word Luminosity, after that win, have called a timeout.
Really?
Yeah.
Very
It is
interesting.
confirmed, yes. We take a look at the highlights one more time, and even then, look at this, final few seconds play. They hold on, they go into overtime, then right in OT, Rlcs with the speed there. Luminosity take this one, great performance towards the end. And this is the way this series has been going. OG have always set the tone, and it's been up to Luminosity on whether or not they can live up to the response. A couple of games they've been able to do so, a couple of games they haven't. But this time they take a timeout in order to get extra time to talk things over with their coaches.
Very interesting. I mean, you almost never see that, right? You score an overtime winner to tie the series 2-2, and that's when you call the timeout. It is the first time, according to Direct, someone has called a timeout after a game win to tie the series. All right.
Interesting. This is definitely
Hey,
interesting.
we're in uncharted territory here. Why not? For an unprecedented season, why not? So, let's reset everything where we're at here. A couple of 2-1 victories, one of them in overtime for Luminosity just now. OG took the first OT of this series. They took game 3 as well. It was a very dominant third game. But Luminosity battled back. They finally got a goal out of Cheese. His first, tied that game, game 4, with 8 seconds left. We're 2-2 in a best of 7, and you know what that means. There's Nose Dude shaking his head somewhere.
All right.
It's effectively a best of 3 for Luminosity to try and clinch their spot in Copenhagen.
But look at the cams. I mean, they're doing a lot of communicating here. I talked to Greg yesterday. We spent about like 30 minutes chatting after the matches. This team is very confident in themselves. They're very confident in their game plan and how they play. So we'll see how effective this timeout is. Here we go. DFH Day is the background here as we get things kicked off here for game number 5.
Well, Cheese be looking for some daylight here to try and add to his scoring total. Or Reynolds will, his 4th of the series, right after the OT winner, right out of the timeout, Luminosity on top.
And they're building momentum here. You can see these guys on the camps. They're getting loud. They're getting active. Momentum is starting to shift here. Luminosity, first time in this series that they've scored first, and they do it in the first 10 seconds.
You can also see OG trying to lock back in. They're starting to get a little uncomfortable in their seats because they know if the run ends here, it is just about curtains, barring a lot of chaos. Out of the corner here, J-Naps can't get up high enough. So now Calm over towards Naps. He'll have to stay forward, though. Well, he did get that corner boost, but it doesn't really amount to much out of OG. J-Naps shot on. Noly redirect. Bar down in.
Joseph Kidd with the redirect here. You'd love to see it. J-Naps sets it up. Noly gets a beautiful touch that puts the ball bar down, and then we saw J-Naps with a similar redirect earlier on in the series. Now it's Noly's turn. OG strike back very quickly, showing that they got fight in them too.
For a team that's been as physical as Luminosity has tried to be over the past couple of days, it's actually surprising to see how many opportunities from right in front of the net OG has been able to generate. And now we see them going right back into the offensive zone. It's Noly having to cover a lot of ground through the air, and still at least able to stay with the play. J-Naps in front, denied by who else but Reynolds, who is just playing out of his mind today.
Calm went up with 48, looking for the bump. Got it, but Magic Bear, good read on the play. Luminosity knew exactly what Calm was up to, especially after the way he got possession was on that demo from Reynolds. Calm trying to keep this ball in play for OG. Noly's up. Is he up fast enough? No, no one connects. Actually, Magic Bear slightly touches it. So Calm will just send that towards the back wall, where Reynolds will try to take control. Can he get it past J-Naps? He does, but no one hits the ball. It's just rolling as both players try to make a play off ball. This one's still in the midfield.
She's had some boost there. See, grabbed that corner boost. He was able to get boost and ball. That falls to Reynolds. And before he could get to that corner boost, he's demolished by J-Naps. Now Calm, ground pitch after the demo, and a 2-1 lead.
Like this setup, OG, they recognize they had time and space. What does Noly do? Okay, Cheese last back, toodaloo, see you later, ground pinch in the net. OG back-to-back goals as they respond to the opener from Luminosity.
Plenty of impressive score lines all around here, but it's OG with a 2-1 lead in this tie-breaking 5th game. Somebody goes on match point. Lots of implications over these next few games. J-Naps powers one downfield. Cheese couldn't get it up to the side. Reynolds can't get to it, so Magic Bear will have to play it forward. But a lot of boost being burned here by Luminosity. A lot still being picked up. I'd certainly like to see them maybe making a little more forward progress, maybe a little quicker. Reynolds just barely blocked that one at midfield. Magic Bear all the way back. Calm gonna bring it in. Reynolds up in the air too. It'll drop down to J-Naps, and Magic Bear's right there on the backboard for it.
Magic Bear trying to get that around. Calm, OG though with some offensive pressure. Magic Bear got a bump in the back end on Noly. So J-Naps is just trying to get that chance to keep things in play. Noly's so quick on this, but a little bit of miscoms. There's a bump on the play. Cheese is there to deny Calm. He was looking for a chance. He was thinking about jumping. Things slow down. Now Calm getting bumps on Cheese. J-Naps trying to get the ground pinch, but Magic Bear also there to meet it. Off-ball plays have been big for OG, but Luminosity, of course, they say you're not going to beat us with our own strategy just yet, so to speak. I mean, everybody can, it's not like they invented the bump game, but you can definitely tell OG is starting to lean on it a little bit more here. Chance there for, Noly's actually going to leave that one, and Reynolds will pick this one up, try to control it out. 1:30 to go. Luminosity have been stuck in their own half.
Well, J-Naps knows historically how physical a player Reynolds can be. You go back to Montreal, and it was that Peeps play style that they were just in your face all the time. Great drop to J-Naps. History be darned. J-Naps extends the lead.
What a play. Calm got sent all the way upfield. Immediately, once he hit that back wall, jumped right off of it, gave a dime to J-Naps, which leads to a goal. Beautiful adjustment on the fly from Calm to help OG secure that goal.
Talking about physical players, Calm has, I think, evolved over the course of this split. He's not just the disruptor, not just the enforcer. He has been a table setter. He's been a force offensively on and off the ball. Works out brilliantly for OG this time as he's got this ball now at midfield. And he can come down from the ceiling, get that towards Noly perhaps. No, Cheese has it all the way over. Now J-Naps, oh, he tried to put this game away right there, but Magic Bear with the save. Magic Bear, by the way, you talk about offense stats, he's been very quiet. Had those first 2 goals in game 1, no offensive presence to speak of since. J-Naps looking for the knockout blow here in game 5, but Magic Bear will pop it away.
Tom versus Cheese, played it low. Can he get past Reynolds? Tried to look for the bump. Reynolds nerves of steel to get the stop, and Magic Bear will clear it out. So many mind games in front of the goal line. Luminosity hold firm, but they're still down by 2. 15 seconds to go. They're getting bullied on their own end. Final 10. Tom with the flick over. Reynolds gets the clearance. They have to score with time, and time is not on their side. Even after the timeout, to pick up 1, they got 1 second left. But I think all this ball has to do is roll for a split second, and it's GG.
And we're on 1 for quite a while. I would imagine maybe a third of a second. They got to find a way to get this in the air quickly.
See it.
Does Reynolds have any more kickoff magic? That could kick off the corner. It does, and Luminosity has some life. Magic Bear, pop for Reynolds. No shot, right? Magic Bear's up onto this, but it's swatted down to the ground. And OG, hang on.
I'm sorry, I can't believe that almost worked. That was actually kind of close.
Hit the corner.
It did hit the corner. But man, I mean, well done from OG. Very good control. Very solid offense from them. J-Naps 8 shots individually. Calm with 2. Almost out shooting Luminosity as Calm, but Luminosity had 3 shots, 1 from each player. Noly was the only one who scored, but also didn't have a shot. It's because of how close he was toward the net where you got that redirect, just bar down and in. So you have to keep that one in mind too, but that game felt mainly in the hands of OG for the most part. The rotations were clean, and even after the Luminosity timeout, they end up dropping that one. It definitely had a great start, but things started to shift and slip away.
So Luminosity takes their timeout after game 4. They lose game 5 after a kind of an explosive start. They got the goal out of Reynolds, and then mixed results. Game 6 now, match point for OG. And again, all these teams looking to wonder, all right, are we going to have like a massive 6-way tiebreaker at the end of all this? Or is OG going to play the role of fun police and try to help their own case in a significant way? Again, Luminosity has been oh so close. Win this series and they're in. But they're about to become a spectator unless things change here at Utopia.
Backs against the wall at Luminosity. No timeouts, no room for error. Something's got to change here. Because OG, it feels like they've got the cards on the table. They're trying to control their major chances. A win here does that big time. You see more individual presence there from Calm, trying to find some disruption. Reynolds with a clean beat. He can follow this up and get a flip reset. Got the flip reset and got the goal! Reynolds strikes! Luminosity in front.
We really are watching 2018 Reynolds just go right to work, aren't we? My gosh. Knocks Calm towards the net as well. Solo effort gives Luminosity another early lead. He's got 5 in the series, including the overtime winner. Reynolds indirect for himself. If this is the hot hand, keep feeding it. Noly with the clear. It's going to go as far as Magic Bear, and J-Naps can follow that. It's going to skip all the way across the field. Reynolds full tank of boost. Here we go. Oh, that fell right to Magic Bear. That's an opportunity, and maybe OG a little lucky that it didn't turn into more.
Yeah, Luminosity, though, got to be a little bit careful. We got to see what they do with the possession. What are these initial first challenges like? Are they going to keep the ball close? Are they trying to boom it upfield? Are they looking for passes? OG, how are they responding with where their position field-wise? Here's Noly. Tries to get a light touch to put it on target. Was trusting in Calm to get the bump, but he couldn't connect, so Magic Bear is able to get the save out. Oh, he wanted that corner boost. He had nothing in the tank. And I think OG kind of sensed that. They pounced all over him. Shot was wide. Reynolds had to shut the door anyways. And now Cheese will give way to Reynolds. This pinched way downfield and sent all the way back. Cheese taking his time. 0 boost as well. Calm knew it, so he said, okay, I'll take that boost. You don't need it. Calm now waiting. Sees Magic Bear on the ball. Magic Bear trying to get that dunk through, and Calm definitely set up defensive-wise, but this is good space here for Luminosity if they can hold on to it. You see J-Naps hovering. He's just going to put a testing ball forward. Reynolds remains patient, gets the clearance. Now he's jumping off the ceiling, does get the follow-up touch, but straight to Calm, who keeps things controlled. Calm has been big on that back wall. He shut down many plays that Luminosity tried to develop there. Slater trying to cook again, but it's Noly that jackhammers that into the ground. And now this will fall to Cheese. This could be dangerous for OG, because we've been waiting for the Giant to wake up. J-Naps will gather this out of the zone. Noly's up ahead. Reynolds blocks him. Cheese coming on. It will fall to him from the left wing. Now Reynolds. He's got Magic Bear in support, but he'll call his own number, throw it into the corner. So now Magic Bear. What can he do here? Nothing. Calm is right there in his grill. J-Naps, center ball. Noly stayed home. Cheese get there? Spot of trouble. J-Naps ties the game. Once that demo happened on the back end, they cleaned up so much room. Reynolds was in a tough spot. Tried to get the clearance from Noly, but it's a great challenge from Noly, which forces Cheese to go up. No boost. There wasn't much he could do. Got the touch. J-Nap saw it. Follow up. Tie game. And he couldn't just kind of flip that up over the crossbar. He just had to play wherever he could because of all that was happening in front. And that chaos, OG, I mean, it's been their hallmark in this series. Overwhelming Luminosity at times. It worked perfectly. Now Luminosity, they're just completely out of sorts now. Very slow getting off their own back wall. Not a whole lot of boost collectively. Magic Bear just kind of slow playing his way downfield. Got that boost steal out of the corner. This just comes cleanly to Reynolds, and he can't get the flip reset to get a shot on. Noly upfield. He just picked up that mid boost, so Magic Bear, yeah, you got to go when he has to watch that. Noly's also taking more boost out the corner, so now Luminosity, you got to start looking at the totals here. This is how OG gets set up. Then what do? They start bumping you and getting you out of their way. Cheese, though, he had to get Reynolds out of the play because he was low, and then he tried to come in, get a couple 50s, buying the team some time to really just move forward. We're approaching that final minute of gameplay, and this one really does come down to the micro as things start to get settled here. Who is going to take this game? Will OG be able to take the series? Right now, they've got to get just one more. Reynolds overshot that ball and slowed everything to a screeching halt. Now Cheese thought about turning, instead went for the corner boost, and a good thing. Now he can start working. From the ceiling, flip reset, try to dive down on it. Easily saved, quick counterattack, and Magic Bear has it off the backboard. 35 seconds. Oh, Reynolds had to back into the goal. Cheese called him off, and a good thing, Luminosity keep this game tied. Magic Bear will climb to the backboard, and he wasn't under much pressure. Got around one. Now Cheese didn't have anybody really with him, as Reynolds a little late to the party with 15 seconds. Overtime looming. It would be our third of the series. Each team has won one, but now we get down to 10 seconds. Magic Bear, I think Luminosity is very content to just play for OT here. They are not in any position. No, they're trying to pull them out.
Launching it. This come, but Cheese does, and it's saved away by J-Naps. They went from 0 to 60 in the blink of an eye and almost stole it. They were trying to pull him out. Then once they realized they had an opportunity, you saw Cheese get the flick over Calm. J-Naps just got back in time. Otherwise, we'd be headed Champions Field bound. Chance here for Noly to end it. Bang! OG win of Noly in the overtime and move on here in the quarterfinals. 2 out of the 3 OTs go to OG. And fans of Chaos can just drop to their knees and just look up at the sky wondering, what might have been. We could still have some tiebreakers, but it's become a little less likely now as OG can breathe a big sigh of relief. Top 4 bound. They avenged their loss to Luminosity a couple of weeks ago, and they're looking a lot better than they were about 48 hours ago for getting to Denmark.
With the way they started the season and a lot of people writing them off, the pros, they had ranked them high. They knew what OG could do, and you saw it right there, controlling their fate, taking this series so big for them. They're headed to the semifinals, and they are looking strong, very strong favorites to make the major here. I'm not sure if they clinch just yet, but they're in a great position.
Yeah, they could not clinch today. They still need a lot of work to do. They have a lot of work to do. Probably need to get to the finals tomorrow, but for now, they can rest easy. And if you're a Dignitas fan, just cup your ears for a moment. You're out. So there we go.
Dignitas is out of contention for the major, but there are other teams that are still in the running. Plenty of Rocket League to take place. We don't know what will happen next. Keep it locked in here. We'll be back with more RLCS. As the battle for Copenhagen continues on, we are watching teams fight to control their destiny. It's been a great start to the day with Luminosity versus OG, and to talk about it, I've got Joseph Kidd. You guys know him as Noly. Noly,
What's good,
it's good to see you, man.
I know, it's been a while. I'm glad to be back.
It has. It has. I mean, you talk about being back here. I want to touch on this really quickly. The way the split has worked for you guys kind of started off with basically like the lowest point possible, and it was looking rough. A lot of conversation was about, how you guys were going to do, but you guys have come through and crushed it ever since then. Talk to me about the resilience of the team.
Well, I mean, the lowest point possible would have been not making the regional, right? So we still got in, and we knew that we had the bounce back ability, so all we had to do was figure some things out internally in terms of how we wanted to play and what was best for us, and then from then on, it's just been up.
I like that. Talk to me about the matchup here specifically. You guys went up against LG. I mean, thought process going into it, and did things kind of go as expected when the match got started?
Yeah, I think LG is a team that we sort of replay review a bit more often than others, just because they have a very specific play style to them, and I don't know that they do that towards us. But yeah, it definitely didn't go how we wanted to. We would have wanted a 4-0, but nerves get in the way, and also LG are a great team. They're playing insanely well right now. They've got the confidence from the finals, last regional. Camera's fallen, but yeah, they're a really good team. So it was just a respectable game.
Yeah, exactly. And for me, it's like seeing how you guys adjusted. You guys played really well, both on ball and off ball. It was super solid to see. Com was all over the field at one point. So was JNaps in a way. I mean, kind of talk to me about how your team's approach to that series.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to go too. My camera keeps falling. I don't know what's going on. I'm trying to maybe I can get a teammate to hold it. But yeah, I think we replayed a bit more. We specified the game plan to make sure that we were all good. Not taking ourselves out of the game too long, because LG, they will demo your last guy, and they will make it hard for you to be comfortable. So we sort of just had to fight fire with fire.
Yeah, no, it worked out really well for you guys. One thing that I noticed that everybody on the field had was grass boosts.
Yep.
I have to ask you about this because it was so weird to me. What's up with the grass boost, man?
I mean, when we were replay reviewing LG yesterday and this morning, we noticed that they had grass boost on. And at first, it didn't really get pointed out. Like, we just thought they were, doing whatever. And then Naps brought up that, if you're a certain distance away, you can't see the boost. Because if you're driving normally, some grass pops out of the car anyway. So yeah, it gives it a little bit of a competitive advantage. And we thought, if they're going to use it, why don't we?
I mean, that's valid. That's very fair. Interesting. We'll see if we see some more grass boosts in the future.
We definitely will. Yeah, that's going to come up.
That's wow. All right, cool. Chat, talk to me a little bit about the team environment. Obviously, you guys are boot camping right now. What's that been like? Yeah,
I mean, as soon as I came to OG and brought this team, like, one of my main things was, we're all ready to boot camp. We don't have any people who have to go to school. We're all wanting to win and do the most that we can. This is a really hard working group. And boot camps, they enhance that. There was EU talks about NA teams not boot camping and whatever. But we sort of increased the teams boot camping. I think some might not be used to it yet. But because we're all, sort of veteran players and we've been around for a while, this is nothing new to us, and it's only going to excel us.
I mean, you guys have been excelling so far. You're in the top 4. Congratulations on that. Before I let you go, of course, I want to leave you the floor. Any shout-outs, anything you want to say?
Shout out to OG. Shout out my family, my teammates, and honestly, shout out the University of Delaware for letting us use their place. It's a cool area, and they've been so accommodating. So, yeah.
Big shout out to that. Noly, congratulations on the win. Thank you for your time, and we wish you luck in the future matches.
Thank you so much.
The Phoenix of the West, OG Esports, after an abysmal start to the season, have rebounded and continue to build momentum heading into Copenhagen, trying to make it there here. Gibbs, I mean, we were talking about playoff implications, talking about LAN implications. This win for OG, what does it mean? Oh, Gibbs, we cannot hear you.
Oh, here,
Gibbs.
I'm back.
He
I'm
was
back.
saying
I'm just
so
so
much-
upset
All right, start.
because
Round two,
there's
round
no
two.
The
tiebreaker.
bug finally hit Gibbs this time.
It did, finally. Oh, man. You know, I was just upset because there's no huge tiebreaker anymore. Dignitas, they are eliminated. Right now, OG controls the 4th spot by 3 points. So everyone else is now going to have to play catch up. But OG, man, what a way to do it. Qualifier 1, they go 0-3 in Swiss. Qualifier 2, they go 0-2 in Swiss. And then they just win out, basically. And now they're here controlling their own destiny. Like, if they win this tournament, they're in, that they don't have to worry about anything else. But they still have some work to be done. Yes, they are in Major right now, but there's still a lot of other teams that can gain some points. For Luminosity, really quickly, the only way they don't make it in and they force a tiebreaker is if OG goes to the finals and plays either M80 or Space Station, which I don't remember how the bracket is. I think it's only M80. And then the loser of that grand finals would play a tiebreaker versus Luminosity for the last spot. So Luminosity is still in a very good spot, but they would have liked to do it on their own, but instead they have to watch now.
Worst case scenario, LG has to play a tiebreaker.
Yes, worst case for LG is tiebreaker.
Got you here. I mean, what a series it was too, though. We've had some Resident Sleeper series out over the last few weeks. Stacks. This one, not one of them. I mean, 0-second heroics, or at least attempts from teams. Many times, most of them goals not going in. But my goodness, it feels like every game there was a chance that a goal was going in as the clock hit 0.
Yeah, there were a couple opportunities that you felt like, okay, we're just going to play for OT, and then all of a sudden Cheese just goes downfield and nearly scores a winner.
Incredible performances there. Well, Luminosity's day does end here. OG will advance to the semifinals. We'll see them play tomorrow. We're going to continue on with the rest of our bracket. Gen.G Mobile 1 versus Space Station for round number 2 here. Also round number 2 of SSG versus Gen.G here. Can Space Station finally get past the quarterfinals? They keep getting given the toughest battles, but they go to the strongest soldiers here, Gibbs. You got to feel like Space Station's eventually got to have Gen.G's number.
Yeah, it's round 3, actually. All 3 quarterfinals, they play Gen.G. Just unfortunate bracket luck here, but at the end of the day, you want to make it, you got to win at this point. So you got to take down Gen.G, who is known for their playoff bracket prowess. But Space Station, the last time they played, tons of great team pass and plays. It was an offensive match between both teams. Space Station fell just a bit short, but it was very competitive. So I expect it to be competitive here again. Really quick, I want to talk about Gen.G. This first time that they go 3-0 in Swiss. They take down G2. They get the monkey off their back. We talked a little bit on Friday of will they change their game plan? Well, I think they have so far, because First Killer, very aggressive in Qualifier 1 and 2. He spent about 66% of the time behind the ball, which is very low. He was being very aggressive and trying to make plays happen by going for demos and bumps and just being a nuisance. Now he's behind the ball 75% of the time. That is in the bottom 12 of all players here, being way more passive, letting the play come to him, and now he's number 1 in goals per game at 1.31 throughout this tournament. So when the play is trying to make its way to First Killer, then First Killer will have that space and time to do his mechie plays and do what he needs to do. So I want to see if that continues here. Maybe that was a fluky day and he was just being a bit more passive, but I think it is a game plan that they are trying to do, because the whole point is you bring in First Killer, you want him to shine. And shine he did yesterday. Will that continue? We'll have to see. But for Space Station, they need this win. If they lose, they are done. No major.
Cap, pay the man his money. Come on, Cap. Oh, my goodness, Stacks.
Yeah, listen, I don't know how you kind of reconcile this if you're a Space Station fan, right? 3 times you get into the quarterfinals. And you're like, okay, we got a shot. Who we got? Oh. We got First Killer. We got Gen.G. We got the other guy that's averaging a goal a game in ApparentlyJack throughout the entire split. And I got to tell you, this will be, if SSG lose here, I said it yesterday, they might be by far the best team, or the team with the biggest upside that had no shot at ever making the major.
It's a crazy thing to consider here, but they do technically have a shot. They just have to go through the former Kings of the North here. Hashtag GGM1, hashtag SSG. Let us know how you feel. And let's talk about the playoff implications for these teams for this match, Gibbs.
So Gen.G, they're playing for seeding still. They want that number 2 seed, but nothing really locks up here. On the opposite side, because of that win by OG, now Space Station has to win to be tied again for the 4th place spot. So that is what they're playing for. If they don't win, they're done.
Okay. So, given all of that, I mean, Gibbs, so I assume you're picking SSG then, huh?
No, I can't, because like it's Gen.G. It's happened 3 times. I just can't. There's other tiebreakers that can happen, but Space Station, I want Space Station to win, but they've already tried twice and they failed. So I'm going Gen.G. I'm going Gen.G.
Stacks, it's really happening for Space Station, you think? I feel like this is the one. 3rd time's a charm.
Right, well, it is hard to beat a very good team 3 times, and I do think SSG is far better than their points will show. They have to be able to pull it off here.
They got to be able to pull it off here if they really want to have a chance anywhere in this season, folks. It's going to be a big one. A Gen.G Mobile 1, really effectively the favorites, despite what predictions may look like up here. SSG trying to push their way through to top 4 for the first time this season, trying to create more tiebreaker shenanigans as well. Get up and get loud. It's game day.
Well, look who's facing off again in the quarterfinals. Gen.G continued to be the gatekeepers of top 4 to Space Station, but now they could keep them from Copenhagen too. Space Station need to rewrite the script.
I mean, it's been Gen.G as the bouncers throwing Space Station out of the club every single time. It's kind of crazy looking at Space Station, a team many people thought was a major capable team, but they have been a little bit unlucky having to play against Gen.G. And I would say, Lemon, that this is probably the best that Gen.G has looked so far this split as well. So Space Station's going to have to pull off what they haven't been able to against Gen.G playing their best yet.
Yeah, when Gen.G hands G2's first loss, that's something you gotta worry about, but is that version of Gen.G the one that's showing up today? And even SSG, I gotta say, had a good show against G2. They didn't win, but they looked good. And they have stints of counterattacking really fast, so I think my eyes are gonna be on Hawkster for SSG to pull through and make the magic happen. Speaking of which, okay, well, the shot wasn't on target, so it's only the first minute of the game.
But also, yeah, Space Station looked good and they're lost, but Gen.G took G2 out finally, and now Chronic starts things off with a goal early in this game. So good. You could see him jump up on the ceiling, giving him more options on when to take that shot. The defense in an awkward spot. Chronic, a heck of a play there. Did that unassisted as well, and that is the true threat of this Gen.G team. The talent from all the individual players. And now you see the bump from ApparentlyJack on the back wall. A solo play into a team play. And this is a hot start for Gen.G and Space Station already on the back foot, Lemon.
I know, get the caster curses going in the chat. I already know, I was hyping up SSG just for a second. Then they Gen.G go and score twice. Even one of them off of kickoff, and I gotta say, Gen.G's kickoffs are something to watch too. I watched that against G2, and it's either Jack or First Killer. Chronic is such a good setup, man, for that team too. Gen.G full of all-around threats. Now Hawks, redemption time off the ceiling.
There's
as Risa just deciding to lead it to Chicago. Now LJ steps up. One member from each team taken out. First Killer with a good clear as Hawkster comes back from the grave, and it's a 2-0 now for Gen.G.
That was a decent trade there for Gen.G because you saw LJ do a good job winning that ball back to the middle, but when you get that demo, a lot of times you're preventing that oncoming shot. So a good trade there for Gen.G. They've been able to break out, looking pretty comfortable so far, and now a chance potentially for Chronic to do something. He actually decided to take more time instead of trying to pop that ball up and go for a solo play. But Gen.G having some possession here, and we've seen multiple bumps. Chronic trying to land one there, and you can see how much it's throwing Space Station off.
Well, LJ has good presence in the net, and SSG trying not to allow anything more. Just some slip-ups there in the first minute. First Killer with a shot up high. Can't be saved. 3-0 Gen.G.
Second goal here for first killer. You can see Hawks are flying through the air yet again. A miss from LJ, tried to side flip into the ball, and when that ball's out in the middle, that is the danger zone. You do not want to give anyone a ball out in the middle. You could even see the fake there that opened up the space for first killer. Everyone thinking that first streaking player was going to take the hit. But now we see a response, and SSG needed that. They've stopped the bleeding, and they're right back into it.
Yeah, the danger zone was being down 3-0 against a team as good as Gen.G. SSG showing signs of life, and LJ, I know I have something to say about every player, but LJ, that disruptor, the enabler of the team, he was the one who really shined in that match against G2 when SSG really made them sweat. I think 3 of the 4 games were within 1 goal, so SSG have a lot of room to grow, but their journey to Copenhagen can end here, and they have to peak. They have to be in form today. Hawks are races, can't get there in time, and first killer does it again.
A first killer senses weakness there. That miss from Chicago completely faking out LJ. Chicago who just made that amazing 50 into a bump play last goal to open it up, missing on that sidewall, and that's really gonna haunt you. Hawks are even thinking he would have more time to be able to get back. So even after picking up that goal, they give one right up, and that's gonna sting. But a ground pinch from LJ, oh my!
That's pretty gross. You love to see the solo plays coming out. First, he brings the ball down low to avoid the 50, and then the pinch right in. That's good for Space Station to keep this within 2. Hat trick for first killer. LJ trying to keep up. But for the 6 shots that Gen.G have to convert 4 of those, you gotta worry about SSG's defense and how they can keep the walls up. Now with LJ removed, see Gen.G's defense hoping to stabilize as it's dangerously flying across that backboard. Now first killer tries to sail across the field. He'll have the help of Jack, but Chicago's up first. Chronic sees how he's dribbling this, wanting to cross in front of the net. Hawkser gets away with it.
A nice demo from Chronic as well. That's gonna let Gen.G spend even more time on attack. Space Station surging late, but now you can even see the double commit on the back line. A bit of panic here from Space Station. Chronic has the flip, going for another, getting the 50. Rebound out in a dangerous spot, but nicely controlled by LJ. However, you can see LJ on 0 boost whatsoever. More panic coming out from Space Station's defense.
At least more saves are coming out of SSG, but yeah, these are getting awfully close to that goal line. And Gen.G are free to take shots like that. SSG have to worry. At least they go to the blue half with an attempted redirect from Hawkser, and LJ's first ready on the right, but with the pinch, it goes to Hawkser, to LJ, wanting maybe to peck past the Chicago, at least get it away from Gen.G. But SSG only have 1 minute to try and close the gap, and Gen.G are just relentless. But that second touch won't be found by Gen.G. Still are stuck in that orange half with difficulties, really trying to own that midfield if you're SSG.
And you can see Hawks are again trying to find a teammate on the clear, but they're finding nobody. Double tap from first killer, triple tap from first killer. First killer's in his name, but he had 3 taps to put that one through.
And I was wondering, were we gonna see the Gen.G that peaked against G2 yesterday? First killer, it's in his name. He just murdered G2 yesterday, and he's putting on a similar performance here today with 4 goals.
And that was so, you could even see, the way he used his flip there was so interesting. He actually used it not to flip at the ball, but to get lower quicker so that he could get the light tap. It didn't need a lot of power. You see a lot of people try to flip into the ball with that extra flip to get the power, but he used it to actually get lower quick enough to have a light tap in. That was such a mechanical play, and that is the first killer that we expected so much from Gen.G. This is truly Gen.G looking their best this split.
Gen.G handled the pressure so well too defensively. SSG have had very little opportunities. It's been painful to even transition to the opponent's side. Now Jack taking a down low shot, saved by Chicago, and Gen.G start off hot in this series.
That was a great start for Gen.G. First killer, 4 goals. Breakout performance there. And first killer, that triple tap was just something else. That was a highlight play. I'm sure if Gibbs is watching in the back, hopefully he's not up getting a snack, because that one deserves to be on the top plays tomorrow.
Yeah, Gen.G, I was just saying on the defense, they handle pressure really well. Space Station just had issues commanding that midfield, or at least crossing it comfortably without getting shoved around. And even when SSG tried to be physical, go for demos, there was always a responding demo from Gen.G to leave it in a 2v2 situation. And Space Station just had issues getting the ball across the line. And it's been quite a gap in the score, but it is only the first game.
It is the first game, but this is the third time we've seen this matchup. Space Station having their hands full again with Gen.G. Gen.G, you know, in the past, like, Gen.G's been, you know, making it to finals, falling to G2. They fell in the semifinals last time. It seems like, you know, North America, we talk about it as a two-team region with Gen.G and G2 being those two teams. And Gen.G maybe getting the monkey off their back, moving from number 2 to number 1 this regional. They are playing like it. First Killer throwing up insane numbers. And you wonder if he's going to be able to keep that pace and that performance, because, man, he was on a different level that game.
But when SSG were getting stuffed by G2 at some point, wow, almost a great carry away there by Chronic. But when SSG were dealing with that relentless G2 pressure, what I liked out of SSG and why they were able to score, I think, 5 goals in one game was Hawkser being able to take the ball high and dribble it across, and their counterattacks were very fast. Even G2 couldn't keep up at some points. So we'll see if SSG will be able to find ways to cross that midfield faster than they have to catch Gen.G off guard. With that demo, though, it's 3-on-2 for Gen.G.
And we've seen some really key demos from Gen.G. Even last game, the trade demo that prevented the oncoming shot. And you mentioned the counterattacks for Space Station. If you've been watching the last game, if you were watching closely, multiple times, Space Station was trying to find that clear out, like using a teammate, trying to pass it to a teammate, but every single time it seemed like Gen.G was cutting off that lane. They've been so fast and locking Space Station down. Space Station is going to have to mix it up to try to get out of their half, and they've done so here. LJ going to go up. Also, Chronic and First Killer both jump. And another double commit. Space Station starting to make some progress, but there's a big clear out.
When Jack maybe setting up Chronic, who's up high first, and easily saved by SSG. Shot came in pretty slow, but here is that counterattack we've been talking about, and LJ finds money.
Oh, and it's Hawkser kick-starting it as well. You can see him immediately going for the pass. This was one of those moments where Space Station says, you know what, we're just going to try to outpace him. Pass it to LJ. It's obvious I'm going to him. It's obvious LJ's going to shoot it, but you know, if you are that far ahead and you've got the speed, it doesn't matter if you know it's coming. And that's exactly what Space Station was able to execute. Great job.
Almost turning that play there from SSG, but running out of boost at the end. Chronic being that reliable third man back and almost had a nice double tap, and Chicago won't be able to get away with much, but SSG are looking more fluid on the field, trying to get away from Gen.G's physicality. Now Hawkser able to control the ball like we know he does, and LJ's ready on the left if this goes awry, and Hawkser leaving. Now he's got a full tank of boost. He can be involved, but against Jack and Chronic, it's tough to control this.
That's the third 50. Hawkser 50'd everybody from Gen.G before rotating out. And you can see a little bit of a double commit there at midfield, but Space Station is doing much better, having a lot more success with that first man, especially when you got Hawkser taking those touches.
Chronic just watching what LJ is doing. Gen.G being patient. Here's Hawkser with the carry, and I like the pinch there from Jack. Chicago's still gonna tuck it to the corner, at least pop it to the left, but Hawkser is waiting in the midfield, and a good 50 that he wins and hits it sort of towards the net, but Gen.G don't look too threatened. It's only a 1-goal lead for SSG.
See LJ trying to get that ball out to the middle. Another quality 50 from Hawkser. Now Chicago has to get in that lane. LJ missing, but that still allows Hawkser to get the boom. You can see all 3 members of Gen.G in the same corner. Now First Killer's gonna go in the air. You could see the lead blocking play as well from ApparentlyJack. Lovely touch
Good
there
touch
from LJ. You could see him work around the defender.
Yeah, just SSG got to get out of this bind, but Chronic up first. LJ doesn't have boosts to follow up with that touch, and it sets up the opponent. First Killer equalizes.
Chronic going up to the backboard. LJ needed to get a better touch than that. Got a piece of it, but put the ball out into the danger zone, and that is most times, especially against Gen.G, gonna be trouble. Nice shot there from First Killer, who has been on fire this game. I think this is his 5th goal so far this series. His goal per game average is gonna be insane.
Almost a good attempt at a pass for Gen.G, and they set themselves up for another offense. I like that SSG are trying to pass, but I think Chicago wasn't expecting that out of LJ, so it gave Gen.G a chance to keep striking at this net. Now at 5 shots to 3, not so out of hand compared to game 1, but Gen.G's defense is not looking so tested here in the last 2 minutes of play. Chicago and LJ pinching off maybe to Hoxer, wanting to maintain possession, but Chicago is completely surrounded by Gen.G, so he can't do anything with that. Now we're running out of time, and it's 1-1.
It's a high ball. LJ will be first to it. LJ off the ceiling now, shut down by First Killer. A lovely demo as well by ApparentlyJack. That gives Chronic so much space to work with.
Oh, right into the defense. As Jack's 50 forced up Chicago there first. And here comes the march of SSG. LJ going up almost to the ceiling, almost dodging Chronic there. But now Gen.G getting a hold of this. Chronic forced to make the save. Here's Chicago needing some help, but the box completely covered there from Gen.G, so they're almost able to break out, and LJ's trying to disrupt that, keep Gen.G in the spot, buy themselves more opportunities, but First Killer sends it to the orange half. We very may well enter overtime, and a bit of a mix-up there from SSG's defense. And Hoxer does keep it up. LJ below him. First Killer misses the 50. Chronic gets involved, shoves LJ out of the way. And Jack grabs the corner, and Gen.G want to keep this going. Chicago's in the way. He flicks it past him. Hoxer maybe setting up Chicago here in the blue half. And goes LJ! But lands on the ground.
The level of gameplay has gotten so insane. That was all at 0 seconds. That ball was not allowed to touch the ground, and Hoxer kept that ball up with a pop at the last moment. And it went back and forth. Gen.G had a shot, then Space Station had a great moment. Now, an open shot opportunity for Hoxer, decides to slow it down, and it's saved by First Killer. That was a must-score situation. Hoxer had such a good look. Still, the chance isn't over yet, but that was such a big save by First Killer and a missed opportunity by Hoxer.
Yeah, not being able to get the bump in that situation is tough. Again, when there's one demo, there's always one being responded to right away. So a 2v2 kind of causes chaos there in the midfield. Now man advantage for Gen.G. No one has the ball, so LJ has some space to work with. Chicago is going to help him direct this ball to the corner. And SSG not able to maintain that threat, but momentum maybe still on their side. Chicago not able to puncture through the right, but LJ and Hoxer will work together as the third retreats. And Gen.G won't let this go by easy as LJ, the pass denied by Chronic. Now almost a minute 15 into this overtime. And Gen.G have handled this quite well.
You can see the ball movement as well. Chronic blasting that one hard. The passing to get out of their own half. Working wonders, but now we see an opportunity for Space Station again. Hoxer trying to make amends, fakes around one. Pinch pass out to the middle, attempted, but went way too high, and that's gonna let Gen.G break out of their half.
Okay, Hoxer dodges the one challenge. Now Chronic stands in his way in the midfield. SSG, you see those adaptations, those improvements coming in game 2. Gen.G have to put it all on the line. Even though they're already clinched for Copenhagen, they have shown they are not slowing down whatsoever. As Jack is gonna try and challenge this against LJ, who, wow, just tosses it down and can't seem to follow through. It's been transition after transition. Now a double demo in favor of Gen.G as Jack gets set up. First Killer with another demo. Maybe this comes out to Chronic, but not strong enough.
That was a really big touch there from LJ to help Chicago out to get distance on that clear. And now you can see ApparentlyJack trying to get a bump as well. Perfect ball out to First Killer. First Killer
he's carrying
going
it through.
for goal. There's a rebound as well. Jack tries to turn. Chronic also jumps the lane. ApparentlyJack gets the shot opportunity from the fake from Chronic, but Space Station saw it coming.
The defense has held on for SSG, denying these passes that Gen.G have been relying on. Now LJ, it's not been easy to try and cross this midfield, and Jack turns the play on its head, pinches it off the sidewall. First killer running into the defenders, not able to roll this in. 3 minutes, by the way, into overtime. It doesn't get any closer than this. SSG able to use that back wall, but Jack tips it away.
And that ball was dangerous. LJ, though, was very far back. Now going for a sidewall redirect, didn't make contact. And Chronic goes for an infield pass. That's cut off. Can Jack get back in time? Barely. That one was almost a free pass from Chronic, but again, Gen.G survived by the skin of their teeth.
Just have these really reliable backlines from either side. It's been really good offenses so far. Now Hawkser has time to LJ. First killer intercepts. And Gen.G haven't allowed SSG to connect whatsoever. SSG find themselves on the defense. Chronic bouncing it off to the back wall, but Jack was across the field. Couldn't do much with that opportunity as LJ dribbles it up high. Good 50 from Jack. Chronic and Chicago. Okay, Chicago moves him out of the way. Time for Hawkser to step up. The pressure is on for SSG to try and equalize the series here. Now they find themselves taking steps back.
Nice pass from Chicago. There's a demo as well from Hawkser. LJ trying to 50 that out to Chicago, but Chicago's beat. ApparentlyJack, instead of going for the ball, bumps Hawkser, giving Chronic a chance to move in. But Hawkser's 50s have been quite good this game. However, they're going to have to play defense here. Big stop, pitch into the net. First killer comes up clutch. He has been a scoring machine for Gen.G.
This team is more than just a team. It is a unit. It is an army. All three of them involved in that play to slam it home. A big risk that pays off. And Gen.G take, what, a 4-minute overtime to now go up 2-0 in the series after, what, 11 shots to 12. Like, woo, that was an intense overtime.
If you're a big Space Station fan, you're feeling like you should have won that game. You're thinking back to the play where it was one-on-one. Hawkser against First Killer. Hawkser had the space, he had the opportunity to shoot at the whole net. And in that 1v1 situation, First Killer came out on top with the save of the game. First Killer has been doing it all, and now the pressure has caused Space Station to have to call a timeout here, and rightfully so, because that is going to be a tough one to recover from, Lemon.
There was just a lot of effort, a lot of hustle from SSG, and what a comeback. I know they lost, so it doesn't feel like a comeback, but with how game one started, SSG were already starting to figure out Gen.G to force this overtime. SSG started with the lead, and Gen.G were quick to close that gap. And it was very, very back and forth. Gen.G started with dominating, and SSG's defense were just building up, building up, building up. And then those counterattacks started happening that we were alluding to, the secret sauce to SSG that helped them out against G2. And you started to see that happen. They were able to cross that midfield a lot quicker, which forced Gen.G to rotate quicker, and they made those adjustments for sure. But yeah, those offenses, it was who was going to clutch up at the end, and really anyone's game, it felt like.
Yeah, I think it was just a matter of who was able to rise to the occasion, because that game could have been closed out by Hawkser earlier on. But one thing that was a big play, especially in that last play, was what I call the ApparentlyJack trademark move, which is you're in position at the midfield to receive the counter-attacking pass. But instead of playing the ball, you take the space, you make the defense give you that space, and then you just go for the bump. We saw him do that immediately on Hawkser, and that gave Chronic the space to move in and put Gen.G on that counterattack, and ultimately the pressure ended up breaking Space Station down. You could see the panic clear on the goal line, the pinch goal from First Killer to end it. ApparentlyJack, really nice move. Gen.G playing as a team. First Killer scoring a lot of these goals, but it is good team play and just rock solid gameplay that Gen.G is showing. However, Space Station was in that game. Like you said, Lemon, they made the adjustments. Their counterattack was on. They had the game-winning opportunity. They're close, but unfortunately for them, they just weren't able to step up in that big moment. And now they're going to have to do something even more difficult, come back from this 0-2 deficit after calling a timeout against a team that's really had their number this split.
Just being able to relax too after a 4-minute overtime, like, that's really stressful. You gotta calm down and reset, even if it's 2-0 series for Gen.G, as you said. I think First Killer continues to be that persistent, really reliable offensive player, and he leaves it off right in front of the net. Had SSG scrambling for it, but Gen.G lurked for their chance, and Chronic with the challenge, almost the attempted dunk, but it's off the cross. And Gen.G still loom for more chances like that, even demoing LJ. Gen.G have a good handle in this first minute.
You see Jack opting to take that to the ground as well. Apparently Jack also very good mechanically, such good ball control. Gen.G composed on this attack, late flip from First, going for another touch, but it didn't throw Hoxer off. That's a big miss from LJ. Chicago's gonna have to play well here, but he gets bumped off the ball! A devastating bump in favor of Gen.G.
Gen.G are playing really aggressive already in this game 3. Look at him just being taken off screen.
Did you see Chronic
closed.
jumps up for this ball, gets the touch up, immediately goes for a bump. That is putting in the effort from Chronic.
Yeah, he kind of had a giggle on the camera too as he watched the replay. And now Chicago and LJ work together to find that, well, tying goal. And now everyone's being taken out. So SSG are going to take a moment to reset. Now Chronic and friends going to connect on these passes. Chicago almost able to carry this away through, and these demos are scary as heck. SSG got to watch their backs because they just find a knife in it. Gen.G really aggressive, physical in these first 2 minutes of play, and SSG got to hope they can dodge it.
It was that second touch from First Killer that threw off Hoxer, put him in that position where he was going to get demoed. Individual excellence showing from Gen.G. Space Station now. About half the game left to go to try to crack this nut. It's been so difficult for them. They had that counterattack play, but now dealing with the physicality from Gen.G, who's been landed bumps, landed demos left and right.
Okay, good demo from Chicago. You relieved some of that pressure. SSG were starting to get choked out there with Gen.G going for demos before they even had the ball in the orange half. And Gen.G are not even stopping. They're not slowing down. And Hawks are not winning that 50. Doesn't bode well, but it buys time for Chicago to rotate in. Double commit from Gen.G. And LJ doesn't win that either and couldn't set themselves up to punish Gen.G in that moment. But here's Chicago up high off the ceiling, wanting to drop it off, but Gen.G aren't afraid to go high and meet you halfway there. Now Hawks are forced to make the save, and Gen.G will have to retreat maybe.
Hawks are bumped off the ball. First Killer has Chronic in support here as well. Goes for a bump. We've seen that even on the last play. Get the touch, go for the bump. But it's well defended by Space Station, who's still very much in this game. That one's gonna go off the post. A little doink clear there, up to LJ. Space Station holding on. They need a goal here.
Chicago needing a stronger bounce, but it lines it up for Hoxer to take the shot, but gave time for Gen.G to have 2 in net, and now the rebound's found by SSG. Gen.G barely have any boost. Jack is able to grab the corner and hopefully be able to force out SSG. Successful thus far, but the midfield is for Chicago. Unable to pass that to LJ. Good clear by Jack. Here comes Gen.G, and now with a demo in their favor, these one-man advantages have resulted in consistent goals, at least for Gen.G. As SSG deals that pressure well, and LJ's just free like that.
And that's the individual excellence from LJ. Gets a high pop into a flip reset, immediately uses it. Chronic gets bumped out of the play. And that is some of their own medicine. Really nice bump there from Chicago, who was upfield. And LJ to pull that trigger quick. That was pretty much LJ's only job, was to beat that one player. Beat ApparentlyJack, who's trying to jump up and get the touch. Chicago would clear the way. Nice team effort there from Space Station, and they're right back into this game.
Gen.G not too flustered after that. Last minute, tied 1-1. Last overtime, last 4 minutes, so I hope everyone's strapped in. It could be easily going that direction. Hoxer flicks it above First Killer, but Gen.G are not afraid to challenge you in the air. And SSG have had to use a lot of creativity, but with that demo in the net, LJ has to retreat back to the net, gets there in time, wanting to leave that to Hoxer, so now Chronic smells blood in the water. Gen.G knocking on the door of a lead. That could potentially happen if they maintain this pressure. Now Chicago, good patience there, help setting up. LJ, it's on the cross! Oh, they're gonna kick themselves for that one.
Thought that one was in. LJ struck it well, but just a few millimeters off target. Now, Space Station are going to have to hold off this last second effort, and we do have overtime. Space Station lost out in the last OT. Can they flip the script? There's a fake right to LJ, who's got the pass over to Hoxer. LJ waiting to see if he can get a rebound. Fake kickoff, though, has resulted in at least this first possession for Space Station, but there's a bump. LJ gets a tip. Chicago has to get a touch. There's the pass. There's the goal. And just like that, Gen.G respond.
I'm glad I cast a curse the 4-minute overtime that ends in 18 seconds in almost a deja vu fashion of all three members of Gen.G just stuffing SSG at the end, finding the rebound, shot after shot with the bumps, putting people of SSG out of the play when it matters the most. Gen.G go to match point.
And you gotta give it to Space Station, though, bringing out the fake kickoff tactic. First thing, it gave them possession, it gave them the opportunity to go for goal. Hoxer, or I believe it was either Hoxer or Chicago, had LJ in the middle. Instead of going for the pass, tried to force a rebound opportunity. There was the shot off the bar as well. But then immediately after getting possession after the fake kickoff, you see the passing play that dropped down right to Chronic. Gen.G, like I said it before and I said it again, this is looking like they're regional. They finally were able to beat G2, who's had their number. And now against Space Station, winning 3 straight, they are looking good.
Yeah, sky's the limit for Gen.G. This could be the regional to... Well, yeah, they might have beat G2 at Swiss, but now they're both in playoffs, so who knows how far they can go. But SSG look at an 0-3 series and
no
force
timeout
another
as well.
OT.
Burning
Yeah,
the timeout
that was-
in game 2, and that did feel like a must-win game, but you know, I've seen a couple reverse sweeps already this weekend, so I'm not going to count anything out.
Yeah, the timeout helped SSG calm down, stay composed after what you pointed out was probably a frustrating loss to go into 4 minutes of OT when he started off the game with a lead. SSG can still make this close. First killer! Oh my God, Chicago saves that. And SSG's defense has had to build this up brick by brick as Chicago, well, he just gets shoved off there by first killer. Wants to be slowed down here in the midfield. That back wall, that ceiling left untouched, and that miss from LJ could be tough, and Jack can't swing it home.
And you might not have seen that depending on what camera angle the main broadcast had, but apparently Jack just left the play and was going upfield bumping. And then you also saw the bump on that last defender. The physicality from Gen.G has been really tough for Space Station to deal with. And also there's so much trust. Oh, and you can see another bump attempt. This one might actually bite him. It's a race to the ball, but LJ couldn't get much on the shot. Still rebound over to Chicago, maybe looking for the pass to Hoxer. And there's a clear up and over LJ. It almost bit him there, but Gen.G able to make the most of it.
Okay, now Chicago's like, Jack, this is Hoxer's ball. Get off of it. And LJ almost with a chance to take a shot. Good contestant. Again, Gen.G deal that physicality really well. Good demos to give them advantages to force SSG to reset. Now Hoxer pinching it, leaving it to Chicago. Slowly but surely, the offense brews for SSG. But it's been a low-scoring game ever since that game 1. Maybe patience pays off. Hoxer with almost a good setup. Chronic denies. Gen.G are just not giving them anything.
And you can see how far back LJ was again. First killer immediately trying to get back to that ball, realizing that he had the space. Space Station giving Gen.G a lot of this space on the attack, and you wonder if maybe LJ needs to get a little bit closer to the play and take advantage of some of this ground that Space Station's been earning, but it seems like every time they take a shot, someone from Gen.G's there to block it.
Oh, LJ wanted to push first killer out of the way, misses that. And Hoxer just kind of came out of nowhere at the start of that play just to try and swing for the fences. And Chicago breaks through first killer, but man, Gen.G are tough to break up. Hoxer against first killer, having to flip there is awkward, and Gen.G grab a hold. And first killer even pops it up, knowing Chicago was trying to flip the play. Hoxer winning that against Chronic, and still no lead heading into the second half.
Nice pass. Chicago finding LJ through traffic. LJ going for a lane pass. A misdirection masterclass from LJ.
Just dodging his teammate there, calling him off, and Jack wanting a stronger clear, but it actually just goes right to Hoxer. Beautiful team play out of SSG. Put on a lot of shots here and still not able to puncture through, but finally a lead that favors them. But this is similar to last game, and Chronic was looking for the bump out to Chicago, doesn't get it. Hoxer up high as Jack to the corner. It's SSG really patient with how they're trying to clear this, and First Killer is trying to stress them and harass them. Chicago makes a save. LJ's trying to get Chronic off the ball. Jack jumps up. First Killer shot denied. And you really thought Gen.G was going to score there.
They did have a good look. Trying to keep Space Station low on boost. The pass looked pretty good as well. First Killer even jumping early on that play. Space Station holding on for dear life. This is it for them. If they want to go to Copenhagen, they have to win this game.
To hold on to a lead like that, what a 50 from Hoxer. So close, but Gen.G, you gotta strike them quick or they will just clear this ball. Even the counterattack from Gen.G, almost fruitful there. First Killer not having enough help in that moment as SSG look for insurance, but this comes now to First Killer. Chronic missing that, flipping into it, doesn't get the touch, doesn't slow down with how fast that ball was going.
Ooh.
Now Chicago and LJ have a good setup here, but First Killer won't make it easy.
That was a bit risky, and Chicago put that on net. There's nobody back. Bit of an errant middle pass. Jack going for a bump again, also got a touch, but Space Station expecting that play. They've seen it enough times, at least this series.
Uh-oh, LJ was ready in the midfield. SSG is hammering this net, but Chronic first in the box to not let anything else go through. Chicago dribbling, forcing the double commit, but Gen.G drives up the wall. Here's Jack against Hoxer. Last chance for SSG, or the road continues in this series, and SSG live on.
That was a really clean game defensively from Space Station. And we saw a big impact play from LJ as well. I think LJ has been playing really well all series long, but that play in the corner, that little head fake, got the first defender to go. I believe it was Chronic who was baited by that hesitation. And then to find the pass in the gap that the defender gave him, that was really such a good play. This one right here, the little fake gets Chronic going, then the actual pass out to Hoxer. Hoxer exactly where he needed to be. That was the difference in this game. It's been neck and neck. I mean, we've seen 2 overtimes in this game, 1 goal game here. Space Station's been playing Gen.G close. It seems like Gen.G's just had the edge, but finally Space Station cracking the code. However, it was another tight one.
And you heard Gibbs talk about it on the desk, probably many of times, just how good Gen.G's defense is. Probably some of the best that we have in North America, and it really showed 99% of the time. Gen.G will not let you go for these infield passes in front of the net and have setups like that. They've broken up almost everything from Space Station. That one gap, that space that they allowed the one time gave SSG the win. But it is still match point for Gen.G as we go to game 5, and that 1 goal lead is all SSG could hold on to, but with Hoxer missing, man, the pressure is on.
And that center ball, a little bit too much pace on it. ApparentlyJack did land the demo. I was going to say as well that it seems like Space Station is handling the bumps and demos much better this time around. They are starting to recognize the patterns that Gen.G is bringing in regards to the bumps and demos and working around it. We'll see if they can still have that same success in this game. There's a response demo from LJ offensively. Hoxer trying to keep the ball close, does get it around First Killer, giving Chicago a chance. That kicks right to the middle, and First Killer's going to drop it back to Chronic.
I see LJ looking for bumps or demos, and he's not hitting it. He takes himself out of the play, and Chicago's forced to step up, and SSG are still trying to get organized. There's still a chance here. Chicago against Chronic. Chicago wins that, forces Jack up the wall, and LJ and Hoxer. Let's wait to see who's in the best position to strike through that net of Gen.G. not able to paint the back of it yet. Now, SSG retreat, and Gen.G hope to make the most out of this game 5.
First Killer has a lot of boost here to do some damage. Goes for a hard backboard hit. Trying to use the boost of the defense. There's a fake Chronic backboard pass, and LJ there to clean up. And another big 50 from LJ as well. Good defensive play, and he's still going. LJ almost going coast to coast.
And that was with SSG having a man down. So being able to maintain that is impressive. Now Gen.G can breathe a sigh of relief. Jack up against LJ at the bottom. LJ pushed out of the way, almost leaving a gap. The red carpet for First Killer, that gets denied. SSG's defense can be frustrating, as Gen.G found out in that game 4. It's been so low scoring because of just how talented these defenses have been. And now a demo favors Gen.G as they get set up. Chronic with the double tap gets it done.
Oh, and there was a big boost steal in the corner as well. LJ on respawn actually turned for that boost, and that put him out of position to not be able to help out with that double tap. Really nicely played. And that demo wreaked havoc on the back line and the rotations of Space Station.
Oh, Jack has space. You can't let him do that. He goes to First Killer, cuts to the right. No one can stand in his way.
Gen.G starting to put the pedal to the metal. The catch from First Killer. You can see that little touch to get the ball out in front of him so that he can low 50 that ball in. Worst case scenario, it's probably going to sit on the goal line and be a rebound for a teammate. That is a clean goal from First Killer, high percentage play. And that extends the lead. Now Space Station have a hole they're going to try to dig out of.
Gen.G's kickoffs, they execute them well. SSG's defense lives on. They try to counterattack, but Chicago's moved up off the ball, and LJ misses the 50, so Hoxer has to deal with all of this. And it runs into Chronic, steals the ball away, and Hoxer does a good job, but you're not out of the woods yet if you're SSG. You're not easily able to clear this ball, but they're playing close to it as Chronic makes the initial stop. Chicago with the shot from the right, and Hoxer wanted to place that in the top corner and can't.
That had to be in. See if Hoxer can make up for that one, but now that's two big moments where Hoxer has had a look on net that you expect him to slot and has not been able to do that. That is a devastating moment there for Space Station. We'll see if they can bounce back.
Gotta stay cool the last 2 minutes. This could be the end of the road for SSG. But here's Chicago slowing down the play, but it gets away from the ball, so Gen.G recover it, forcing Hoxer to make the save off the initial wave out of Gen.G. It can turn into a waterfall if you slip up for just a second. Now First Killer is even just going for 50s, and SSG don't have some time to think. Waiting to see what Jack is doing. You just can't let him have that space. But LJ wanting to connect with Hoxer there, still a chance. Hoxer goes up the wall and wants to keep the play alive, but feels impossible for SSG.
SSG might have to dig themselves out of an even bigger hole. First Killer pushing them down in the pit. A little touch there, sets himself up. ApparentlyJack gets the demo. Jack has been ruthless with his aggression, and that feels like the dagger, Lemon.
Yeah, these bumps, these demos have been deadly out of Gen.G. And SSG were good at the start of the series to match those, and Hoxer with a few taps goes to Chicago, and SSG get one on the board.
And if Space Station somehow manages to come back, this is how it has to happen. Quick kickoff goals, they get one. And now a little more, or a little less than a minute rather, this is very possible for Space Station. We saw him go for a fake kickoff in OT. Will they do something here?
It's possible. Chicago just dumps the ball and almost went for the second touch. Hoxer has some time to think, and no, the pass to LJ is broken up. Fantastic job by Chronic once again. And Gen.G march forward to the orange half, costing precious seconds out of SSG. We're on their final life. Chicago to the back wall. LJ now running into his own teammate. SSG getting desperate to find these last 2 goals to send us into a third overtime, if it's even possible. With that LJ demo that was successful, you weaken the Gen.G defense. But maybe not enough. Boxer, but Chicago's too far forward.
It's still a chance. LJ was in position to pick it up, but you're right, Chicago a little too far ahead. The pass was behind him, and that's going to be another goal. And that will be it as well. 6 seconds, a 3-goal lead. Gen.G close out the series authoritatively. And this was a team effort. Big plays from everybody. First killer, likely the MVP with just how many goals he put through. But we saw ApparentlyJack be a madman out there with the aggression. Another demo there. A fitting way to end the series.
You thought it was 3 times a charm, but Gen.G continued to be the gatekeepers of top 4, and now destroying that road that SSG could have had to Copenhagen. And there was some real potential. Like, SSG forced 2 overtimes. They had a good showing against G2. Thought that SSG were going to rewrite that script.
I just can't help but feel a little bit robbed. I would have loved to see what Space Station could have accomplished if they had not matched up against Gen.G. First round of the playoffs, every split. Like, I still feel like we don't know where SSG sits. Where does Space Station sit? They've drawn this matchup every single time, and it's been tough for them. Gen.G looking better than they ever have, and they knock Space Station out yet again.
Yeah, I think the first and second place is always between G2 and Gen.G, but the 3rd, 4th, 5th spot is all types of messed up. But this was still a very fun series. Congratulations to Gen.G. They go to the semifinal. And watch these Mobile One high-performance replays, and we'll see you on the other side of the break.
I feel a little silly. Last week, I let it slip when Jack was with us in the voice comms that they looked a bit clunky. But today, Gen.G looked incredible, and I'll be the first to admit it. What a series that was. And to join us and talk about it, we've got ApparentlyJack. ApparentlyJack, congrats and welcome.
Thank you, thank you. I'm surprised you brought that up, James. I was actually going to bring it up myself, but I'm glad you did it for me.
Trying to cut it off at the pass, you know.
Yeah.
I will admit, maybe I was a little bit too crass, but this week and in this series, you guys looked incredible. Can you give us any insight into how you were able to get over this hump, not only beating Gen.G2, but also beating SSG for the third time?
Yeah, I mean, I think the team's worked quite hard over the last 2 weeks to kind of figure out something new that we should implement, and I think we've come to a conclusion of how we should be playing. I think everyone looks great individually in doing their role on the team right now, and I think everyone feels a lot more comfortable than the last two regionals. Not to say that they were bad, but I think it's pretty clear that we're looking a lot better now, which is nice, So obviously we're still in the tournament. Obviously we have to really win tomorrow to kind of solidify looking better. But yeah, I think so far it's going good.
And one of the words you used there was comfortable, and that's really where I think in the previous series it didn't necessarily look like you guys were always comfortable, but you were comfortable out there today. And I kind of noticed that you were playing a really heavy role in the bump game and getting a lot of demos. Was that part of the game plan going into this series?
I didn't really tell my team that I would. Sometimes you don't have to, but I knew myself that I was going to be a bit more bump heavy and off the ball Because Chronic and First Killer right now, I mean, they're playing insane individually and as like a duo in offense. So my role right now, I feel like, is just kind of making sure we're solid on defense and making those off-the-ball plays, which I'm happy to do. It's resulting in better results. You know, we're looking better, we're feeling better, and we're getting better wins. You know, so yeah, I think it was a kind of in the back of my mind a little bit, but it wasn't the whole game plan, if that makes sense.
Oh, certainly. I mean, you were doing a great job of generating that space from the Cook. We saw that first killer triple tap, which was,
that was
quite insane. That was nice. But I actually have a question here. A little bit crazy that you guys matched up against Space Station every single quarterfinal. Do you think Space Station would have made the major if they hadn't caught you guys in the quarters at every event?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, okay, it's very hard to say because they did lose 0-3 to OG yesterday, I think, if I'm not wrong, which would have been one of their main competitors. So maybe not. I don't know. It's really tough to say. I think they would have had a better chance, you know, because they did have to play us every quarterfinal, which, you know, I'm friends with them. I'm friends with Hoxer. I mean, you know, it's harsh. It's just a harsh world in Rocket League. You know, it's just how it plays out. I don't want to like knock them out, but you just got to beat who's in front of you, I guess. So they kind of did it to themselves slightly in this one. You know, they went to round 5 in the Swiss when they really are a team that shouldn't be doing that. But in the other two, maybe we kind of trolled them a little bit, you know, matching against them in the quarterfinals. But it's just how it plays out, unfortunately.
Yeah, well, it's a dog-eat-dog world out there in Rocket League, especially in North America. And right now, you guys are the big dog. Congratulations again on the win, AppJack.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Gen.G continued to level up on their best weekend of the season, building on their victory against G2 yesterday with yet another grounding of Space Station here. Man, Gibbs, FK is as advertised.
Yeah, when he's behind the ball and he's got space, he's going to make things happen. That triple tap was phenomenal. Then he also had the Game 2 overtime winner, the Game 3 overtime pass to make that a winner as well. So he's there to clean up right now. He was involved in 85% of the goals throughout the series. First killer looks unlocked yet again, and that is a great thing for Gen.G.
Yeah, kind of early MVP vote for me. I was trying to predict Cheese last regional. First killer, I'm getting the vibes of MVP if he keeps this up. That guy was scary in like the very first game. He got like a hat trick. I think he got 2 hat tricks this series.
Yeah.
Gen.G look more than unlocked. They look like they've just downloaded all the teams here.
It was incredible. A very, very strong performance as they continue to, as I said just a second ago, like I feel like this is their best weekend yet, just namely because they have taken down the one team they could not beat previously in G2. But if things do progress as we maybe expect them to, there's a chance we get to see them play G2 again tomorrow. So they're going to have to continue to build on this. OG will be their next challenge. As we take a look at the bracket, we are through 2 of our quarterfinal matches. We got 2 more to go here before we're done with our Saturday broadcast. But our first semifinal for tomorrow is set. Gen.G Mobile 1 will be taking on OG Esports. It's now time to find out who is going to fill out the other half of this bracket, Gibbs.
Yeah, and for Space Station, that will result in no major for them. Obviously, again, Gen.G in all 3 quarterfinals. A little bit of an unlucky run. They will still take their points, move into Split 2, and try it all again to make that World Championship run, including Major 2. They're definitely a team that can do it. It was just like a very unlucky split for them. So hopefully they realize that they can be one of those top 4 teams in North America and build off of that. But now we move on to like that G2 Omelette side, which is so interesting because G2 obviously is G2. They finally lose, but Omelette just out of nowhere is here. It's crazy.
And quickly, before we move on to talking about G2 and Omelette here, what is the playoff implication for the tiebreaker situation? Are we
sure?
How big has it moved? Is it shrunk?
So for Omelette now, because OG won, Omelette has to win this entire regional to qualify. So that is what they are looking to do. On the other side, TSM also was not really happy with that. They have to make it to the finals to tie with OG. And M80 as well will also have to win to keep up. So a lot of teams are playing catch-up. There's still some tiebreakers available, but teams are playing catch-up because of that OG win earlier. So they'll have to advance even further throughout this bracket.
I'm glad you got the smart guy to talk. I was like, oh, the narratives, though. Like, we could have TSM versus G2 maybe in a semi where you have like #1 from Swiss against #1 question mark in North America. Okay, maybe not a question mark. One loss doesn't kind of dethrone you there, but that would be a spicy one. But I guess we'll start with the quarterfinals, I guess.
I am excited to think that I feel like every combination of this top side of the bracket could be exciting. So let's get into it and start to put some teams into the semifinals. G2 going to be taking on Omelette, a delicious team name, a delicious team logo, a jet black car. We'll see if they're running the Batmobile murdered out look there on the field. But we got these two teams. The Omelette making a broadcast, a main broadcast playoff debut here. Lion Blaze, Percy, Zenil, some CRL royalty, as well as some echoes of old Alpine Torrent rosters here, Gibbs.
Yeah, absolutely. And they've had an interesting split. Qualifier 1, they didn't qualify. Qualifier 2 on day 1 went to the lower bracket. Had to win, I think it was 7 matches in a row or maybe 9. I'm not even sure. But they had to do that to even qualify for Qualifier 2. So a lot of people at that point, like the Pro Power Rankings, had them around 12. And they were like, oh, maybe we were wrong. But now Qualifier 3, they make it through the upper bracket. They come in, and they are the number 5 seed. They go 3-1, taking down Luminosity. These guys are here to play. A lot of the pros rated them pretty highly. They were in that conversation for a top 10, but now they're really showing their prowess. So we'll see if they can do it against the ultimate test that is, of course, G2.
Okay.
That is the ultimate test. But if this was CRL, I am the biggest Northwood fan there is out there. You give me a prediction, I would go Lion Blaze Zenil 24/7. But you're going. This is the big leagues, and you're facing the big bad evil guys of G2.
So
and Daniel is on another one. I'm not going Omelette. I want to be correct. I'm the new kid here. I got to stick with G2. I got to look just as smart as Gibbs sometimes.
Well, speaking of being smart, I'll just explain my pick here real quick. So for my YouTube predictions for the first 2 regionals, did not have G2 winning it. So, of course, they didn't lose a game. I finally was like, all right, G2, you're going to win it. I cannot not pick them. They lose in Swiss. That's all I'm saying. So, Lemon, I know you're a new kid on the block, but there's a G2 curse with me at times. So I'm going to bank on that my YouTube predictions were completely wrong, and I'm going to go Omelette here.
Gibbs, the curse is that when we sweep predict, the team we sweep predict loses, and when you predict G2, they lose. So you have not swept, and you have also picked the opponent, which means they're going to win right now. Come on.
I may have
He understands this. 80% favorite in chat. G2, the clear favorite here right now. Are the omelets cooking or are they cooked? They name themselves after food. Can they be the chefs right now? They got a big battle in front of them, folks. G2 versus Omelette to play on Championship Sunday.
Is Gibbs' brain like a scrambled egg, or is he actually cooking? We will find out as Omelette tries to spring the upset of the split here in the quarterfinals to try and keep their very slim hopes at the Copenhagen Major alive. Of course, in their way, the mighty G2 Stride. Here we go.
Chad, let me know what you like on your Omelette. Here we go. Omelette versus G2 here. Of course, Omelette definitely being the heavy favorites, but let's say Omelette being the favorites, G2 being the heavy favorites. Omelette here gonna try to see if they can perform an upset. We'll see exactly.
Is that you?
Listen, okay, he threw me off. I think he threw everybody off. We thought that he was definitely going G2 there. As you know, G2 has been a well-oiled machine all the way through this weekend, except for that loss in Swiss to Gen.G. Of course, they're gonna want some revenge, but in order for them to get that, both teams would have to meet in the finals, and we'd have to wait till tomorrow to see that. Let's take a look at today. As already we've seen G2 start to get in form. They've been playing some solid offense here, keeping the ball close and even getting a little bit physical. You see Atomic with a demo on the back end. As Daniel's going to try to keep this in play. As long as it's out of the hands of Omelette, that's exactly what G2 want.
First, he will go to work. Of course, this CRL tandem of Zenil and Lion Blaze will try to work in tandem to try and take down this massive G2 squad. And when you look at this team in Omelette, it's a little weird. The numbers look bizarre. They don't look like a team, statistically, that has a shot in a series like this, but this is cleared away by Percy. Percy has 1 assist the entire time. He is leading the team in goals with 13 compared to the 8 each from Lion Blaze and from Zenil. Can they be greater than the sum of their parts? Right now, they're holding their own here for the first 90 seconds. Lion Blaze retreating, so too is Zenil. Lion will turn as Beastmode dumps that to the corner, just trying to find soft spots in the defense here of Omelette. Now Beastmode going to the skies. G2 might try to ramp it up just a little bit. Atomic jumping in for this as well. They can't really keep this in the zone. Lion Blaze down to Percy. His shot saved away by Daniel, falling into his net.
Defense has been pretty solid here for Omelette, though. They have been controlling the ball really well, not letting G2 get too much room to start to work. I mean, this one now, we see Beastmode with a little bit of freedom here, but easily cleared out. Look at Lion Blaze. He gets up, ready for the challenge. And I know a lot of people do, of course, say G2 is the better team on paper, but when you look at Omelette on paper, their parts here are really solid individually. Zenil, Lion Blaze, Percy, all well-respected, well-known players in the scene. And so, although it's quite shocking considering that we've never seen them get to this point, the way they're playing is kind of representative of what they all can do on their own.
I'm a very big proponent of limiting opportunities. That's how you shut down a team like G2. You keep giving them easy clearances back out to midfield where they can just run back onto it and suffocate you. You're in a lot of trouble as Daniel will lob one up. Here's some decent offense out of Omelette as they can at least keep this in the zone for a moment. Lion Blaze got around Atomic, but Daniel follows that up. When you let the ball get too far away from you, like we've seen from Omelette a few times here, I mean, you're just inviting G2 to keep bringing it back in, bringing it back in. And then Lion Blaze looking for a teammate, not finding one. Daniel's in the way instead. And again, right when they get to the center line, Daz, it's coming right back in. And this pressure eventually just becomes too much.
I mean, you talk about that pressure, but this team is good on holding on to that pressure. Omelette, individually, the players are 1, 2, 3 in saves per game, and as a team, they have 7.07 saves per game in this event. Normally, that would be from a team that just got dominated in Swiss and lost 0-3, but for Omelette, they've made it here by using that defense as a strength, but they have to produce on offense if they want to take this game. So far, G2, they've been controlling the pace for the most part. They're out shooting Omelette 5-3, but the final minute remaining, still 0-0. It is anybody's game as G2 are trying to hit that press. Can Daniel get one? No, it is knocked away.
We've heard that as a criticism of EU teams sometimes from Bates, right? Like, oh, all they do is defend. Well, yes, defense wins championships. Maybe Omelette can find the right recipe here as Lion Blaze denied by Atomic. Follow-up from Percy goes high, and Beastmode gets that out of danger with Zenil coming in. Lion Blaze trying to generate one critical opportunity, not going to happen. All of a sudden, there's less than 30 seconds left here, as Zenil will bring this to the opposite corner. G2 has not found a way through Omelette's defense. They haven't had many opportunities. 3 shots each from Daniel and Atomic. That's loose on the doorstep and sent away as Daniel and another defender slammed the door shut. Percy to center. Here's Zenil running on, and Daniel got there first. Closing seconds before we go to overtime. Scoreless between G2 and Omelette. No time on the clock. Zenil will get it down to midfield, and this just casually touches the ground. Nobody has broken through between G2 and, yes, Omelette.
Okay, well, you're starting to see it. I mean, the way Omelette are kind of moving around, their positioning is really good. They've been playing for each other, too. Saw, again, Zenil when the ball's in front of the goal line. He didn't really go for it. He was just trying to set up his teammate. Good challenge there. You saw Atomic with a chance there for a shot, but that 50 just slows down the pace of the ball. Now, it could be a chance for a breakout. Zenil wanted to get on that, but Daniel just so quick. Look at this, so much control. Flip resets it into the corner, then takes it from the corner, flips it out, making it so hard for the defense to read, but they're still able to slow things down. They keep the ball close, they play for each other, and now Lion Blaze has this one in the air, drops it to Zenil. Zenil fakes it, almost works, but Daniel's there to stop it again.
And they got the entire G2 defense scrambling there. Only had one to beat, and then everybody else scrambled back in. Lion Blaze stopped by Beastmode. Can he get by Zenil? No, and Lion Blaze comes in from ahead of the play. They got to help out at midfield, brought back in, and the demo there on Zenil still leaves Lion Blaze. He goes in behind Daniel, and Omelette takes game 1.
Daniel had 0 boost after the play. The touch from Atomic's not the best. Daniel bumps into beast mode, and since he doesn't have any boost, he can't get to the ball in time. And An error on the side of G2 gives an open lane, and there that man on the screen finishes the job. Lion Blaze with his third shot will end game one, and we have Omelette here with the first game of the series.
Hey, the task in front of them is very simple. Win, and they still need help. But all they can do is control what they do. Maybe they get a shot at M80 tomorrow if they somehow survive here. But they can't worry about that. They've got to worry about shutting down G2, which they did for 6+ minutes to the tune of a 1-0 overtime victory. 6 shots, 1 got through from Lion Blaze. It was the game winner, and Omelette has the first step down against G2.
Yeah, this is really interesting because you think of Omelette, and Omelette's definitely a solid team. They have the numbers defensively, but G2 has this split definitely been well known for their defense. To see an error like that happen is very uncharacteristic, but stranger things have happened over the course of this weekend. We load up game 2. Omelette have set the pace, and it's going to be up to G2 to respond. Fresh 5 minutes on the clock, though. Anybody's ball game. Let's see if Omelette can continue to cook.
Throughout this tournament, G2 has been one of the better defenses. Just a shade over 6 shots allowed. But still plenty have gotten through. That time they allowed 6 shots. 1 got through. All that mattered. There goes Lion Blaze. He's got Atomic retreating. Lion Blaze may score this. Daniel there with the save. Watch the second chance opportunity now as Zanil pumps the brakes. And now Percy looking to go to work as well. He's picked his spot, but Atomic credit the whole way.
Still a good shot, though, from Percy. Good to see him in the offense here. Good ball movement as well in that back end. You see that pass in transition. Percy back on the ball after taking that initial shot and brings it all the way downfield. He picks up a demo. Again, Lion Blaze, he's going to challenge this, but look at Daniel just sitting under the ball, expecting the miss there, catches it, so that way Omelette can't jump on this and start some offense up. Really smart positioning from G2. Here's Daniel again. He's got the speed, does not have the double. Lion Blaze in a tough spot, but Beast Mode is not the best shot. So easy save for Lion Blaze as he passes it out to Percy. He can start the transition.
Yeah, Daniel's teammates were nowhere near him there as he set that up on the back wall. And by the time anybody could come up, Beast Mode in particular, Lion Blaze had all day to just set up in the net. So a break there for Omelette as they continue to frustrate G2 defensively. Zanil couldn't stop Daniel. Atomic falling in behind him. He's got Beast Mode to his left as well on the ground. It'll have to be a rebound for G2, and it's not happening. Zanil with the clearance. It got away from him, though. So now Beast Mode coming right back in. There's the demo, and they still can't break through. Percy with the save right on the goal line.
Great save. G2 not done yet on the play. Atomic not able to make contact there, so he'll go out. But Beast Mode able to get it past 1, but no one from G2 can really go for this. Zanil hovering on that back wall. He's going to eliminate any opportunity. If someone from G2 jumps, that's just an easy clearance from him, and then that could be a strong counterattack from Omelette. So G2 has to pick their battles here.
Zanil saved that one as well, but G2 keeps the clamps down here. Daniel hard off the corner. Zanil going to take his time. He's got a lot of it to work with. His shot saved initially, and Beast Mode recovers to bring it out. They started to come up, and they almost got burned on the other side. Atomic floating one across, and Neil's got that one as well. Oh, Omelette nearly stole one here at the halfway mark of game 2. G2 have it. Yeah, they kind of have their work cut out for them here, and I don't think they expected this out of Omelette as they crisscross in front and make another save.
Defense has been strong. Omelette have 3 shots to G2 7. But still, their opportunities have looked very threatening here. But we also saw it, I mean, even with Mode. Wait, hold on, Percy, big shot, Daniel! Great save out. Hold on, Daniel's in a tough spot now. Percy just went to take the boost in the other corner. Daniel has this one, and Atomic's up in front. Mode's playing back third. He's sitting here in the midfield spot. He wants to get involved into the play. There's some space. Pass Atomic. Shot! No! Blocked away by Zanil.
They read that very well. They knew there was the extra pass coming. It wasn't going to be a shot. They guessed right. Now Zanil, indirect for himself, intercepted by Atomic. He'll continue to chase with Percy, trying to collect. He has to sacrifice the corner boost to do so. Lion Blaze now trying to get around Daniel. Good luck. Now Zanil with Atomic and Daniel kind of tied up in the corner, so Percy can bring it out. Zeniel running forward. It's going to come to Lion Blaze. His shot denied by Daniel at point blank range. Give him a savior medal with $1:20 to go here. And now Daniel out past one, but not past Lion Blaze. Well, he's been great in the midfield, setting things up here for Omelette. Now a crossfield pass, nobody diving forward, and why would they? Omelette's been very, very conservative, and G2 have not been able to solve the puzzle. Now coming up on, 10 minutes now of gameplay. That shot dangerously close. Follow-up is just in range for Atomic to save.
This is kind of shocking because not only are Omelette handling G2 on the offense, but they are making them really have to double check things on the defense. Atomic had to die for that a little bit. That could have been a goal. Now G2 have to be careful here. Zeniel on the ball now. Atomic plays it light. Percy's playing really close here. Lion Blaze on the sidewall. He actually has to go back, looking for the right chance to get involved here in the play. 30 seconds to go. G2 trying to move upfield. Atomic's going to be the one in the back end here as Daniel tries to interfere. But Zeniel, free balls, he's able to move forward. And Atomic, great touch off of his own back wall to slow things down for the moment. But G2 under a lot of pressure as this game ticks down.
Daniel going to work again, trying to break the ice. It has not happened yet in regulation. Now down to 3 seconds. Omelette, will they have a go here? Or will maybe G2? Daniel's got it and finally has it taken off his hood. Another scoreless overtime. We're going to have another 1-0 scoreline. Will it favor G2 or will Omelette find a way again?
Omelette been resurging on offense. Score shot difference is 7 shots to 10. They've definitely increased on that output, but still scoreless. Everybody still has to continue to keep that rotational pace because this is anybody's ball game the way it's been looking. It's been so close back and forth, but no one has found a way to punch through each other's defense quite yet.
Daniel, bank shot, it's on, and Percy has to save it away. Starting to see G2 utilize the walls even more, just trying to draw out the Omelette defense a little bit, get them out of position, use their mechanics to their advantage, but Percy's there to stop Daniel. Lion Blaze, big clear, coming right back in though from Atomic. Chaos in front, and the initial save from Percy. Tough angle for Daniel, can't get any pace behind it. G2 still have opportunities, but they're dwindling now as Omelette try to recover. Zeniel off the respawn, forces him to wide, and Daniel pinches it home with Atomic.
What a goal from G2. Atomic plays this off the ceiling, goes right on Daniel's car, banks it to the top right corner, 78 miles per hour, a laser, as G2 takes that one in overtime. When you look at it, Omelette played a really solid game too. But G2 on that press toward the end finally figured it out. They were able to force Omelette to make a couple of panic touches. Once they realized they had him in a panic, that's when they turned up the speed, and that play was executed so fast from Atomic to get that ball straight to Daniel's hood to secure the win.
One thing Direct has pointed out for us, sure, G2 does limit opportunities. They still average about 6 shots allowed per game. They only allow 7 from Omelette throughout that regulation and overtime, as opposed to the 16 or so shots that G2 was able to manage. But for G2, they still allow like a third of the shots from the opposition into their net. Very bizarre to see a team allow so few opportunities yet so many goals. They didn't allow any this time. Omelette held scoreless even through the overtime, but the window of opportunity is there if Omelette can generate some more opportunities. The problem there, Daz, is finding the balance, right? Because if you get a little more aggressive, you might leave the gate open behind you, and you know how deadly G2 is collectively.
You can tell that's something that Omelette are thinking about too. The way that their rotation is. I mean, you've talked about there's a couple of times where you're looking for the extra follow, and normally you're thinking, okay, why aren't they doing this? It's probably because it's just better for them to kind of wait out and not overcommit, because again, counterattacks could be a big name of the game here. Where everybody is, how much boost they have, so important in terms of what other teams are thinking about when it comes to making plays.
Atomic wins the jump ball here. Daniel trying to clear out Lion Blaze, but Lion just got a piece of that. Now Beastmode has Atomic mid, but Zeniel's got the clearance back out whence it came. Now Daniel will try his turn, denied by Lion Blaze. Follow up now from Atomic. It's almost like an assembly line style offense, but it's still not working. Beastmode up top. They got a hand up. It was Lion Blaze, and then Percy got this one away. Got a little help from a G2 player. And now Zeniel, first touch, got around Daniel. And Daniel over on the other side now. I mean, hey, look, they weathered the storm. They're not any closer to scoring one of their own, but at least they forced G2 to spend about a minute getting close, but not quite through.
Now, it comes down to composure here, too, because as the game starts to speed up and G2 starts to try to force an issue, if you're on the side of Omelette, you have to be composed whenever you're on the ball. If it gets too far away from you, G2 is going to take that every single time, and then they're going to use these panic touches to try to break you down. Percy almost got that one. Beast mode, goal line save.
Oh, that pass went awry out of G2, and it almost created a scoring opportunity for Omelette. Zeniel hanging on the inside post, makes the save at the last moment. This kicks back out in front, nobody there. Zeniel up ahead, Percy looking for another goal, not finding one.
And it's Omelette who are looking a little bit more threatening here when they're on the press. They've been able to see what G2 are doing whenever they bring the ball into the air, always able to meet it, but then they hit them with strong counterattacks. And you saw that last one, almost just on the goal line. Beastmode had barely got back in time. Chance here as well with Daniel making that miss. Pass to Percy, he's gonna lead this one up. Beastmode though on the back wall, so it goes straight to him.
They realized that Beastmode had a save lined up. They're trying to draw him out, and again, might work against half the teams in the Swiss. Not necessarily against G2. Percy gonna try his luck again? Nope, he's just gonna go for the corner boost. Atomic outlet, intercepted. Here comes Omelette again, past the halfway mark. Still scoreless in regulation, and Percy barrels his way through. It looked like a double commit on the shot, but Percy followed it.
Yeah, it was a little light. Zeniel saw Percy, awkward. Percy stuck with the ball, got that initial touch. G2 scrambled on the defense, and then hit it right back into Percy's car. He's gonna get that follow-up. Omelette with the first goal here. A lot of time on the clock as well, but G2, they've gotta respond.
It's Omelette's first goal in regulation in this series. A series where, yes, they're tied 1-1 with G2. The #1 seed for North America going into Copenhagen at the end of the month. It is Daniel dumping that one back in. And now Zeniel goes low. Percy will take over. He's been the hot hand for Omelette in this tournament, but now they got to scramble back. Zeniel made that decision at the last moment, and a good thing for Omelette as he's back in position. Calls off Lion Blaze. It's very awkward right now for Omelette. Can Beastmode pick them apart? No. Atomic just lobs it up, and it's still available for him. Percy's got to get up, and he does, and Lion Blaze will get that out of harm's way. But yet again, very awkward, very dangerous, on the cusp of giving up a goal, but still G2 can't break through.
And this is really interesting to see out of G2, for them to be able to put on so many offensive chances but not be able to find the back of the net here. They are struggling and could be on a little bit of a drought. We'll see what happens. We're approaching the final minute. Out of the 7 shots from G2, none have gone in. Omelette have scored off of only 4. They may score another one. Lion Blaze tried to force Beastmode into a tough spot. Beastmode with a light touch gives it to Zeniel. It was a 3v1 play basically on the side of Omelette, but they didn't score. Now big clearance, and this is not network. Beastmode, wait, no, he misses, and Atomic has to dive to clear that one away.
Well, they're playing with fire right now. I mean, there's still a lot of confidence and no panic on the side of G2, but how long can that be sustained? Daniel now trying to find Beastmode, who'll get it downfield. Atomic's going to give chase as they dump it in. Percy back out in the vicinity of Daniel. And now Lion Blaze in stall mode here. Just trying to kill off the final 20 seconds. Atomic, good first touch. Tried to fake out Zeniel. He's having none of it. Down to 10 seconds now. Daniel gets bumped back out to midfield. Beastmode's got to strafe across for the save. Down to 5 seconds now. Our Omelette about to take a 2-1 lead. 2 seconds, 1-0, and Atomic keeps it up, but he can't stay with it. And Omelette take game 3.
What's happening right now? I'm confused. Well, yeah, I am confused. G2 not been able to get things on the press. Some of the touches have been looking very off from them, and you have to give credit to Omelette's defense. Yes, the defense has been very good. They've been able to manage G2 on the press, but not only that, they've been able to turn it around and get a lot of strong chances on their end. This is quite interesting here. We take a look at the Mobile 1 High Performance replay, and you've seen that save for Beast Mode, but it's not the only one that had happened over the course of this game. Lots of closed-in opportunities or closed-in saves, desperate challenges being made, and some touches just flat out not happening here for G2. And all of a sudden, Omelette with a 2-1 lead. Now, there's a long series left, but they're 2 games away from top 4 here. And I think a lot of people expected this to be very different going in.
Somebody get Colin the Shogun on the horn here. We got 1-0, 1-0, 1-0. A couple of overtimes, and then one in regulation. Onward now to game 4. Can G2 solve the puzzle? Initial shot high off the crossbar. That's about as close as they've been in regulation to scoring anything. Percy with Zenil behind him, waiting for a rebound. He'll dive in. Tough angle from there, and now what will he do? He'll back off. Lion Blaze retreating as well, but just far enough to bait Daniel in. And Omelette go back to work on the offensive end, and you're seeing a lot more confidence now as that shot sent away by Atomic. There's the demo. That could open things up in mid, and Atomic undeterred.
Great touch there from Atomic. Be able to clear that away. Lion Blaze pre-jumped it, was playing the miss. Percy, though, he's trying to force the issue here. But yeah, you're seeing the speed increase from Omelette. They aren't not slowing down. They're actually speeding up. It's like the confidence is starting to build. Now that they've taken 2, they win this. They put the series on match point here. And here we go. Lion Blaze with the ball. Beast Mode, strong clearance. You see Percy, good light touch. A double commit between Atomic and Daniel. Beast Mode tries to get involved to stop the counter, does do so. G2 starting to feel like they got to get on the same page here very quickly.
Beast Mode, second touch, deflected by Percy. And G2 just not accustomed to being taken to task like this, especially by a team in the hierarchy where Omelette is located. Zenil up to the ceiling. Can he bring this down? No, but it just goes to Lion Blaze. Not much of a touch there out of G2 offensively. Atomic, very aggressive, but can't stay with it. Omelette bring it right back in. Boy, that's well controlled in the corner somehow. And here goes Daniel. He's got Atomic to his right. Pass a little too strong. Daniel can stay with it, but not for very long. Oh, but Lion Blaze and Zenil kind of clear each other out, and that could be trouble for Omelette. If G2 was playing on any other day, that is left for Atomic to pop away. And I almost wonder, Daz, if any of this is intentional, like they're maybe trying to bait Omelette in so they can go over top, and Omelette's just not giving them any.
Well, some of this is just like a couple of fakes out, just because they know that they're going to be respected if they go up. So no one's just going to challenge them and play a miss when there's all 3 players of G2 in the net. That makes sense. But some of this, yeah, I think, you know, for Omelette, their defense has been so strong, it makes sense. Let's bring G2 out. They're going to want to play an aggressive game against us, and then when they do, we can hit them with a counterattack the other way where their defense is the weakest.
2015 stacks would be delighted to hear this. Omelette averaging over 8 saves a game, winning the series 2-1. Started the game thinking, oh no, I can just play goalie, everything's fine, right? Not quite. Omelette trying to bring it back. Here's Beast Mode. Second touch, he's got the boost to follow this, and Zenil just delays him a little bit. Lion Blaze out in front, over Daniel. Percy will follow. But Zenil stays way, way back. Now he'll start to creep up a little bit. Got the boost deal out of the corner on the G2 end. That caught a second touch off of Lion Blaze, went right to Percy. Maybe sometimes it's your day. Atomic with a good win though. Here comes Daniel, demolished from behind. And that cuts out the G2 attack again.
And a minute 30 left. Omelette still in form, and they're still looking really solid, even though they're getting outshot again. It's 6-3 this time. But they haven't given too much here to G2. A big possession battle in the midfield. We've seen Lion Blaze specifically. He's won a lot of challenges, and sometimes he's even beat players of G2 to the ball, to the point where they all have to backtrack. Here's Beast Mode going up to the ceiling. Got the flip, used it, but hit it right into Percy. Percy, good control to get it past Atomic, and wins the 50 against Daniel. And here you go, Omelette starting to push. There's a light touch. There's a chance. Lion Blaze, no, we couldn't get the read behind it. That would have been almost a guaranteed goal for Omelette, going by the wayside here.
Percy grabbed that midfield boost off that play, and it looked like he was going to have some magic. But now G2 back on the attack. Can they get one in regulation? Cleared away, Zanil on the outlet. His shot, easy save. And the thing that G2 has working for them is Omelette aren't diving in awful aggressively. That falls right to Atomic. Could have been a lot more dangerous than it ended up being. That gets by Daniel. Beastmode forced to retreat, and he'll just bring it back, controlling, and let Atomic take it from the back wall. So Omelette all stay back. They get boosted up, and they're like, all right, come on, give me your best shot again. And they still don't break through. 7 seconds left. And now it's time for Omelette to try and steal the game, as Percy's got it in his own corner. Atomic set it up for Beastmode, not going towards the net. Zanil doesn't let it get central. One last touch to bring it down. We go to overtime with no goal scored again.
Another overtime. Oh, wait, that's not really the best kickoff there for Omelette. Zanil has to go up here really quickly. Gets it to Percy. Percy can play it out. They've expended a decent amount of boost here. Here's a transition from G2. Atomic leaves this one for Daniel. Daniel takes the shot. Got it! Daniel scores in overtime. G2 tied the series up.
Unreal. Similar to game two rather. Daniel, the overtime winner. Atomic with the assist. G2 level the series. So no matter how bad things look for G2 Stride, they managed to find a way back, and they continue to hang level with Omelette.
Yeah, I mean, this one, of course, very low scoring, but you're seeing how close these two teams are playing with each other. Despite Omelette, I mean, you saw exactly what they were going for there. Let's try to pull G2 out, let a punch, hit him with a counter punch. Wasn't too effective. G2 were aware. Great saves on the back end, but also Omelette are definitely going to be thinking about that one opportunity they had late towards the end of the game where they could have scored around that 50-second mark. Now, we go into a tied-up game. Both teams are playing good Rocket League, but, I mean, so good that no one's defense is really letting much of anything through. It's been one-goal game after one-goal game, and it's really going to come down to who's the more efficient. I think for that game, that kickoff, right, Omelette caught under pressure, that ball creased off the sidewall. They tried to clear it out, but it only set up G2 for a good offensive play upfield. Now we got a fresh 5 minutes on the clock. It's anybody's series. Who will put this one on match point? Let's find out.
Battle of nerves now going on to game 5. Somebody on match point, and surely a timeout coming out after this game, regardless of who wins. Lion Blaze from the wing, shots off, and no rebound. That's cleared out, back to the side. So now Percy will have a go. Zanil waiting for a rebound, and Beastmode's got the save.
Yeah, but see, Dan, I mean, we've seen this in the past few games for Omelette, especially from Percy individually. Whenever he's been set up, he's put up really tough to save shots for Omelette. Now, he doesn't do it too much, but he always does try to get one in off the opener here. Able to get the defense a little panicky. Maybe a chance here for Lion Blaze. He's got it off the pass from Percy. Lion Blaze sets the tone.
The earliest goal in any game in this series. Atomic and Daniel both on the side. Beastmode still yet to respawn. And the opportunity created for Omelette. Listen, here's all the goal scoring. Lion Blaze has 2, Percy's got 1, Daniel's got 2. That's it. There's your offense. And now Omelette feeling real aggressive. They're all up in the G2 end.
They literally were all three in that G2 box there. You're absolutely right, seeing them just get more aggressive. And I feel like they want to continue to increase the pace while they've got G2 on the ropes now. But they have to be careful here. As time goes on, as the game drags on, they have to make sure to kind of keep that pace. They slow up, give G2 more space in the midfield. G2 can tie this one up very quickly. It's all about controlling the ball, controlling the momentum.
A jump ball here, that's taken by Atomic. He's got Beast Mode forward, Daniel behind him. Atomic trying to bring that down to ground, and it didn't quite work out for him. Now Percy. Just leave it for Zanil. Lion Blaze has to duck into his own net to avoid contact from Daniel. Now Atomic with the demo. He's got Percy dead to rights. Couldn't get him, but Beast Mode will follow it up. It was, I think, Percy just couldn't quite catch up to this coming back, or was it Zanil?
Zanil, it was Zanil.
Yeah.
He tried, he was so close. Actually just made contact, but not enough to change his trajectory, pinch the ball out, which was what he was going for. And just like that, the 1-0-1-0 is gone. G2 able to get that equalizer, and, you know, for those who you said call Shogun, no, don't call him. Tell him to go back to sleep.
And call him and tell him how miserable he's going to be. Atomic trying to line up a double. G2 trying to open the floodgates here. Which, I mean, 2 goals at this point, yes, would constitute an offensive explosion out of either team. We know we're going to get it from somebody. Here goes Lion Blaze. Zanil has to put the brakes on at midfield, try not to get too far forward. Now Percy just stuffed by Beastmode. And now Zanil's got to retreat back. He had to avoid Beastmode, trying to set up Atomic. And Lion Blaze with a point-blank save. Now Daniel up from the right side. What can he do? Looking to center. Lion Blaze read it the whole way and got there ahead of Beastmode.
And they let Daniel take that all in the air. Everybody's just sitting in net waiting. A little bit, things are getting a little bit panicky. That's not a good first touch from Daniel at all. So Beast Mode comes through before it goes the other way. But now it's just going to be Omelette the other way. This one gets off the corner. Percy has to challenge Daniel there, and he does. But then you see Zanil, good control to keep that close to his car. Now he's going to get, again, keep it close. Maybe take it all the way. Chance here for Percy. Shot! Saved on the goal line by G2. Daniel with a great touch.
All right, Daniel and Beastmode are both there on the right side, and both might have been able to get over to the left, so the clever placement trying to go behind them, but neither took the bait. There was no confusion. A goal line save keeps this game tied for now, as Daniel will come out of the zone, but he trades demos with Lion Blaze. So a good reset now for Omelette, and Atomic, an aggressive challenge. He's got Beastmode waiting for a pass. Line up a double. Oh! Bang!
They woke up the beast. Here we go. Atomic, beautiful setup for the pass. Beast Mode gets the double. And my goodness, is it a great play. Top corner, G2 out in front as they are trying to take control here of this series. A minute 43 now, and they are in the lead.
And Atomic bringing it right back in. G2 looking to extend that lead, but instead they watch Beast Mode get destroyed. So Daniel has to take this out of the zone. Flip reset. He's got Atomic waiting to follow the play as well. Lion Blaze got around him, at least with the ball. Unfortunately, he got deleted. Percy shot just a little bit off, and Beast Mode had to make the save. Now Zanil trying to dash along the wall. Now Lion Blaze, can he get out for this? He can. He has a teammate in Percy over there, but Zanil not in a position to follow the play. Now everybody's got to circle around. Percy got the midfield boost. He may be needed very, very soon. Daniel dances around Lion Blaze. Here he comes again, trying to make himself as big as possible, and Percy still got the clearance. And now look out, Daniel's stuck in traffic.
Daniel!
Lion Blaze running forward, and Daniel made the save.
Beast Mode now trying to take up this ball. He's got 78 boosts. Want to start this attack here for G2, keeping them in front. Trying to get a win on the 50. Atomic takes boost in the corner. Chance here, but Daniel's not going to be able to wrap around that. He was playing on the right side. Now, Omelette, got to get things moving. You can see the pace of gameplay increasing, but G2 are exactly where they want to be. Ball on the orange side. They know they can maintain play, and they know that Omelette are going to send everything they have, which is exactly what they want in terms of controlling this pace. They're going to send it right back to their end every single time. They don't have to commit too much here moving forward.
Well, Zanil tried to keep possession, but had to give it up to get by one. 10 seconds left. Omelette facing double match point if they can't equalize here. Down to 2 seconds. Lion Blaze, it's real awkward. He's not going to be able to control that. Daniel brings it down towards ground. Beast Mode will kill it, and G2 all seems to be right in the universe now. They're up by one.
Up by one here. Omelette now, I mean, again, starting that one off really strong, but G2 took advantage of their opportunities. Beast Mode shot 2 for 4 that game. Very solid out of him. You saw the individual play. Atomic assisted every goal that was scored. And Omelette have called a timeout. So, of course, I mean, you can't take it with you at this point. G2 and the series are match point, and so many close chances. You got to take this extra time to kind of talk things over, because they've been playing really good with G2. That was the worst game they had of this series, all because they let in 1 extra goal.
Right? Yeah, 2-1. I mean, G2 matches their offensive output for the entire series. They'll take it. Beast Mode with the pair that gets G2 ahead of Omelette. They take their time out here. They get the extra time to talk this over. Lion Blaze, Percy, and Zanil trying to find their way back into the series, a series they must win if they want to have even a prayer at getting, which is really all they have right now anyways, of getting into the Copenhagen Major. They need to, first of all, win this event and then they need M80 and OG to go out in the semis or earlier. We know OG is already there, M80 to play TSM following the conclusion of this series. Timeout just about wrapped up here as we get ready to go to Utopia now for Game 6. We have not had a Game 7 in North America, which just sounds bizarre considering this is the final event of the first split before we go to the major. Never have we had Champions Field on Saturday or Sunday.
Well, there's still time. And if this weekend is showing us anything, that's definitely possible. Omelette been playing a good series against G2. The G2 stride, the defense has still been there. They've been very creative on offense. The mechanics are still on point. We have seen a little bit of mistakes defensively, and we kind of see times where they'll overcommit offensively, which lead to chances for counters. I know a lot of teams outside of Omelette, because of course they're playing them right now, are going to be looking at this when it comes to later on in the bracket and maybe even beyond that, just seeing, okay, where are the weaknesses here of G2? You get ready. Utopia is the backdrop. Match point situation. Omelette down here have to force a Game 7. But for G2 to move on to top 4, a win here is all they need.
You see during that timeout, maybe Lionblade's a little more vocal than you see a lot of players, right? Because, of course, he's been the leader of the Northwood squad. So he's got his teammate Zenil, and now with Percy trying to find a way back. Can they do it, though? Can they actually upset G2, or will order be restored here with no upsets going into our final series of the day? Percy, oh, he went into his net. He kind of lost where he was. Not fatal just yet. Daniel couldn't take advantage. Percy tried to dance through. Beastmode blocks it right back in. And now Lionblaze has to take that into the corner. He had to accelerate real quick because Beastmode was coming after him. But they found a way to get this to Percy. But Daniel right there, and no opportunities abound for Omelette. Could be one for G2, though. Atomic's there. Can he get it down from the backboard? No. Percy needs one more touch, though. With Beastmode coming on, no second touch.
Atomic's
It's
at the
still
corner.
bearable, and there's plenty of boost on the side of Omelette. They're just not using it. Now they do. Percy can't get around Daniel.
Yeah, but that was big, though. Lionblaze got that challenge, and Atomic was trying to leave that for Daniel. He had Daniel right under him to go and take a shot. Lionblaze privy to it, saw it, and just completely cut out the play, forcing Daniel to go back. G2 are trying to look for each other in some of these passing lanes, but you can see the defense from Omelette not letting that happen at all. They are keen to it, and they know, okay, we can probably, if we can get them to jump, there's one thing there, because then we can bring it the other way. But right now, just have to be cautious, take whatever opportunity comes to you.
Lionblaze coming from all the way across, and then grabbed that corner boost so Beastmode couldn't steal it. But now Daniel still got a shot away. Zenil hanging around on the backboard. He's going to wait. Now he'll take his time to challenge Beastmode. It ends up back with Atomic. So Omelette having to play very passively, very conservatively. That means G2's going to get their opportunities, as they have in the early part of this series, and were unable to convert. Atomic will try again. Daniel turns off, and now he'll turn back onto the play. Daniel coming through. Picked his spot, denied by Lionblaze, and it goes across. Atomic couldn't field it cleanly. So now Beastmode will try. Atomic fails to take out Percy, and that is deflected away. Now Zenil's shot is saved by Daniel, falling back to the back wall.
A light touch there from Atomic, and he's going to stay on it here. Beastmode moves up. There's a demo on the play, but look at this from Zenil. Plays that off the corner, knows he's going to get a follow-up touch. And even though he's demo for his efforts, he puts Omelette in such a good spot. Percy wants to keep this in. You can see Beastmode sidewall, wanted to get the sidewall double, left it for Atomic, who also doesn't miss that. I think he was playing Zenil's touch. Lionblaze can opt to take his time now. Omelette have to be careful in this moment. Been very low-scoring affair, and it's just as hard for them to score on G2 as it's been for G2 to score on them. Even there, Daniel doesn't want to bite there. We have 2 minutes left in regulation. G2 looking for a way in. Omelette trying to fight back.
I think if Omelette slow this down a little too much, they're going to find themselves in a world of trouble. But, again, it worked okay in the first couple of games. Shot on! Oh, it was open, but the shot's high. Not sure if Atomic was going to be able to get back in time if he read that it was high enough that he didn't have to scramble, but it was real close. Now Percy's shot from the wing is denied by Daniel. Lion Blaze will take his turn now, and that's deflected out by Beastmode. And the pressure ramping up a little bit now from Omelette. This 2/3 CRL squad. Percy forced back, makes the initial save. And then Zanil not giving G2 time to set up camp on their base. This goes back to Daniel, and he'll bring it right in again. G2 looking to get a little creative perhaps. Atomic from the corner. Pinched it in front, and Zanil tracks it the whole way.
A little bump there from Zanil. Now he's moving up to try to get some interference. Not the best touch from Lion Blaze. Does kind of throw possession away here. Final minute. And this is where it really comes down to these 50s. Look at this. Zanil, great cutoff from Beast Mode. He thought he had a lot of time. Had to pull off. Now Daniel just trying to test to see, okay, where's everyone going to be? Zanil up to Percy. Atomic's trying to get there, but Percy got a good touch. This gives a good field positioning here for Omelette. But can they hold on to it? That's really what they've struggled with as well. Just being able to hold on to the ball moving up front.
Well, Lion Blaze couldn't catch up to that, but Percy still got control for a moment. Now Percy and Zanil started to turn on this. Percy took charge. Daniel, though, back across midfield. Zanil up late. Beast Mode, waterfall down. Lion Blaze on the backboard for the save. And now Percy will boom it away. Hey, I'll tell you, Omelette are perfectly content to play for another overtime. Why not? They won one of them, but G2's got a couple of their own. Now Beast Mode through. Atomic can't get it. He went for it though. Now Daniel has to control this. Will he try to score? Brought it.
Yes, he will.
Win denied by Lion Blaze.
What a save from Lion Blaze to keep Omelette in the series. Overtime in game 6. Here we go. Lion Blaze is going to steal some boost here in the back end, so he's actually going to be able to leave this ball for Percy. Zanil on that back wall, you see him trying to run interference. Omelette's backboard defense has been really good. They're trying to see if they can disrupt it on the side of G2, but it doesn't go the way that they want. They've kept the ball close. Zanil trying to play it around, but Beast Mode is having none of it. Even though with the demo, wants to set up a lane. Percy looking for a bump on Daniel. Atomic and Daniel both go up to block that one out from Lion Blaze. G2 holding on by a thread.
That's a free rotation for Percy, too. He's going to be back, and now Lion Blaze leaves that for Zanil! And for the first time all season, NA heads to Champions Field.
Lion Blaze plays it high. Zanil with a beat on Daniel, top corner. Oh, Beast Mode. Daniel's the one who couldn't get the save. And you're right. We go game 7. What a series this has been so far. It's been all about the micro, but that was a big-time play for Omelette towards the end. Ever since they had control off that kickoff, they took it and used it to finish the job.
4 1-0 overtimes. Unbelievable. And we keep on playing, and the drama extends just a little bit more. G2 will take their time out as we come out of this Mobile One high performance replay. Hey, the replays have all been pretty short, haven't they? Production's loving this. Lion Blaze set up Zanil, game winner. Oh boy, Omelette has taken G2 as dominant as they've been through the first couple of qualifiers all the way to Champions Field.
Now G2 calling a timeout there because that one really did get away from him. Again, both G2, same as Omelette, have struggled to increase the scoreline past 1 this entire series. As we get to game 7, we start loading things up. Composure is the name of the game. Both teams have been very composed this series, but there have been glaring mistakes that we've seen that some teams have taken advantage of, some teams haven't. This one really is going to end up coming down to we can have this go the same distance, scoreless overtime. It would be quite the shower, but the way the series has gone, I don't think any of us would be shocked.
Listen, G2 has played well enough to, against most other teams, they would have just completely broken them down defensively. It's been, at times, unrelenting pressure and overwhelming at times, but they haven't been able to phase this Omelette squad. And really this defensive approach, this almost, well, I don't want to say prevent defense, but kind of going into a shell and then counterattacking has at least kept G2 on their toes. They haven't been able to solve this puzzle through 6 games. And if it feels like this series has gone a little bit longer than most other series, despite the very few goals, yeah, it's the first time both teams have called a timeout in a series in North America. And of course, the first time we go to Game 7. The two best words in all of Rocket League Esports. Game 7, Champions Field, flip a coin, take it. Here we go. Omelette, G2 for a spot in the semis.
Yeah, here, this one is going to be really interesting. What did G2 discuss over the timeout? Oh my goodness, Daniel with that double on, that's quite the opener. The G2 already with a lot of speed here, but Omelette remaining composed. Percy a little bit too far forward, so has to wrap around. He's going to want to keep this ball close, and he does so. Wanted to get the flip reset, couldn't do it. Chance there for Lion Blaze, and he stuck it through G2's defense. Lion Blaze scores for Omelette. They get on the board first.
Boost, ball, and lead. As Beastmode unable to recover, Lion Blaze scores 23 seconds into Game 7. The agents of chaos in Omelette keeping the dream alive. Lion Blaze looking for more, trying to force it through. Daniel, all hands on deck defensively there for G2. He's getting that way offensively for Omelette. Boost steal out of Beastmode. Daniel gets hindered by Zanil coming through. And then a big win from Lion Blaze. Slows down G2 even more. Zanil's going to circle around. And he just goes over the ball. And nobody was there to follow that up for G2.
G2 now had a race against the clock against Omelette here in Game 7. Is there a chance G2 go out here in the top 8? A couple of demos. Lion Blaze top left. He's got it. 2-goal lead for Omelette.
Demo. But that slowed down Atomic. He couldn't get back into the play. Beastmode had just respawned, and Lion Blaze adds another.
This is crazy. 2 goals here for Omelette in the first minute of the game. Zanil right now has 4 points. This is chaos.
What are you gonna do, my man, like that? Come on.
They're up by 2, okay? It's fine. Whatever works, that's the plan here for Omelette. Lion Blaze able to get this save out now. You best believe G2 are going to try to get a response here. They've only got 1 shot recorded, but Zanil almost able to pinch that one towards the net. Got to be very careful here from G2, yeah.
Big cut by Zanil, and he's still waiting on the side if G2 ought to go that way. Instead, he's got to force them to the middle where Lion Blaze was waiting. And this very spacious defense that Omelette's playing, I mean, they're forcing G2 to get real creative, and it worked out this time. What a setup for Atomic. He got them all scrambling.
Don't count G2 out just yet. Look at that from Daniel. What a double. Right to Atomic. Defense has been good from Omelette, but they were not expecting that play. And now it's a 1-goal game. Here go G2. They're finally getting into this.
This goes out to the side for Beastmode to take charge. Daniel almost got Lion Blaze. Didn't need to. Beastmode ties it up.
There he is. Unleash the Beast. Beautiful flick there. Gets the control, and the defense under so much pressure early off the kickoff. They can't stop that one. G2 back in front. We are all tied up.
3 minutes plus. G2 have found their stride. This goes all the way to the side. It's Daniel. Stopped by Zanil. Beastmode, well, good job by Zanil stopping Beastmode from following through. But what else can they do? They're not able to work out of the zone. G2 brings it right back in. Daniel can't land on the wall, so he couldn't set up Atomic, but he'll take over on the side. Beastmode filling in as well. G2 have hit another gear as Beastmode steals that boost from Lion Blaze. And Percy trying to take his time. Daniel, neutral 50. Beastmode can't stay with the play, but Daniel can. It's just off the mark, and Lion Blaze will come out of it rather calmly. But Omelette in a real tricky spot right now. They've got to get boost. They've got to get a hand up. They've got to get this ball out of the zone, or G2 will wear them down.
Yeah, it's easy to just kind of slow down after such an explosive start for Omelette. But when G2 strike back as quickly and as efficiently as they've done, you do have to start to think about your approach. Lion Blaze, though, able to lead that one through, but Daniel got the block. Omelette with a good, strong field positioning. They got to be careful. Lion Blaze, quick shot, and Beastmode's there to get the block.
That's the boost that Lionblaze stole right out from underneath Daniel. He won the race, but now double commit leaves Lionblaze alone at the net, and he makes the save on an easy shot out of beast mode. No rebound to speak of. Now Daniel bring it back in from midfield. That will roll in front. Zenil's got it. Atomic has beast mode waiting for a pass, and we know how good Atomic is at playing table center. Beast mode across. Daniel can't catch up to it. Oh, look at where all G2 are. They're all together in the corner, and a good thing Daniel got back.
Daniel got out of there very quickly, but Omelette still with some good solid field positioning here. They've got to utilize it. Look at Beast Mode though, great read, knew exactly where Percy was going, even got that one past Lionblaze. Atomic gets another beat. Now Omelette playing this off their back wall. We're hitting that final minute of gameplay, and Omelette, they're trying to see if they can bring this ball past G2, but G2 are all over the ball, up and down the field. Final minute, tied up game in game 7.
Lionblaze collides with Daniel. Atomic, netward, saved by Zenil. Where's the follow-up going? Lionblaze just got on top of it, but Daniel dancing around him. Big demo. Atomic right to the backboard, and Percy was there the whole time. Watch the counterattack here from Omelette if they can get one started. Zenil trying to get around beast mode. He does. Thought about the midfield boost, and Zenil demolished for his efforts. Look out, could be trouble. Still dangerous. Beast mode's up, and Zenil is too with 20 seconds left. 2-all on Champions Field, game 7. Daniel circles around, and again Zenil's got the stop. Atomic waiting. Percy couldn't get up, and he does at the very last second to keep this game tied. It is a frantic defensive stand out of Omelette. They're trying to get this down to the ground for overtime again, and now Percy can just have it downfield. One last look. G2's got to be careful. They are overtime.
Both teams got to be careful here off the kickoff. We've seen games end just based off of this. Cheat up, there's beast mode. Percy though, he turned the right way, able to make the stop. But right now, G2 still with that ball. They're gonna try to see if they can test the defense and force a mistake. No real time for either side to calm down. We have to keep things moving.
That's the beauty of Rocket League 2. You have an intense game like that, and now overtime. All the pressure as Lionblaze scrambles back for the save. He got around another, but beast mode there. He was very aggressive, trying to finish the job here, denied by Percy. And now the pressure remains, though, for G2. It's Lionblaze to try and calm it down. That kicks out of the corner. Beast mode, waiting. Now can he center? Not quite. It's stopped by Zenil. Atomic will try his luck. He's got Daniel waiting, so he'll file in. Who's going to take charge now? Lionblaze and Atomic go neutral. Beast mode with all his mechanical prowess can't put it on target. Daniel's shot saved. Zenil.
So close too. Good on Zenil for not moving there. The defense has been strong and set from Omelette, and G2 have not been able to disrupt it. Finally, Omelette get a chance to break out here, but G2 still have to find a way to bring it back in. You see Atomic with that demo on Lionblaze, gave Daniel a lot of room, and Omelette said, okay, we'll give you the midfield on that sidewall for now, but here's a free ball. At least Zenil thought it was free. Daniel plays it off the corner. Zenil with a miss. Beast mode for game. Blocked away. Daniel follow-up. Got it! G2 will not be stopped as they push themselves forward to the top 4.
There will be no Sunday vacation for G2 Stride. One fatal error in front of the net, and G2 pounces. Daniel scores 3 overtime winners. And G2 survives the scare of the split from Omelette. And yes, it goes without saying, Omelette has been eliminated from major contention, but boy, not for a lack of effort. They gave this juggernaut of G2 all they could ask for and more.
Yeah, I mean, the defense was no joke from Omelette, able to really force G2 to do whatever they could to get the ball through. But not only that, their offense was great, especially after the opener here in Game 7. Those were 2 big-time goals, but even then, G2 elevated to another level, and a lot of people expected them to going in, but they end up showing it even when the lights were the brightest. G2 strive forward here, and we end up seeing them in the top 4. Who will join G2? We've got so much more Rocket League here as the battle for Copenhagen still continues on. We'll see you guys after the break.
rush, you see the drip and it slugs. You need it, pull the trigger. Got you feeling, got you feeling. The world is yours only if you take it. So sign your name and choose to claim it. You need it in a hurry, you want it in a flash. Can't get this time back, we don't get this time back. You need it in a hurry, you want it in a flash. Can't get this time back, we don't get this time back. The way you choose now, the way you choose now. So the way you choose now, the way you choose now. You and me, living in luxury, living in luxury. You and me, living in luxury, living in luxury.
For the first time this season, North America goes to Champions Field, and it's Omelette that takes G2 the distance. But Daniel scores 3 overtime winners. G2 survives, and now we're joined by a member of G2. We got Beastmode with us here. Beastmode, how you feeling after escaping with victory here against Omelette?
I'm feeling very stressed, man. Honestly, they were a tough team. I'm not gonna lie. I was expecting, like, I think everyone was expecting an easier win, but I mean, they played lights out, man. I can't believe like the way they played, but I'm feeling good after that series for sure.
I mean, we've seen you guys dominate teams. We've seen you overwhelm teams. You just get shot after shot after shot. You don't allow many shots on your end. This week, it's been a little bit different. Was there any frustration with how defensive Omelette was and how they were able to kind of turn that into some opportunities down the stretch?
I don't know if it was like necessarily frustration, but definitely like they were definitely annoying to play. I mean, they're honestly just saving everything, and then when they would like get us to like, they would just counter very, very quickly and easily. Because I mean, they were just playing really well, honestly. But yeah, they were just saving everything, man. It was stressful, but yeah, I think that's all I gotta say about that.
give you a chance to calm your fans down, because I'm sure they're freaking out like, oh, well, they already clinched their spot in the major. They're already #1, so maybe they're not preparing the same. Is the prep any different here? Is there any less pressure on you guys now that you know where you're slotted in for the major here in Copenhagen?
Honestly, I think a lot of people would think like we don't have any pressure because we have our major spot like locked, but I think there's more pressure on us, honestly, because of the 3P. I think we want to make history as a team, and it's kind of hard not to want that or not have the pressure, because this is like once in a blue moon to have this certain chance. So I think there is more pressure on us, and like it's hard not to have the pressure. But overall, I think we're just having the same mindset and everything such as that. So yeah.
Very low scoring series. I mean, you guys had 7 goals as a team, 3 of them overtime winners scored by Daniel. You had a few of those as well. How about your teammates? I mean, Atomic and Daniel combined for a couple of those OT winners. What about their play during this series while you guys were under duress?
I mean, just having them on the team is just like relieves a lot of stress off me. You know, when I see them having the ball, it was cracked. But when I see them having the ball at any second, I feel comfortable. I feel like they can score at any moment, at any time. So it's just nice to have that, that comfortableness, I guess you would say, but and that stressfulness, or like free of stressful at least. But yeah, it's just amazing to have on the team, and I'm really thankful that they can do the things that I don't know what I'm trying to say. I'm thankful that they can
it's all good.
do the things that I know they can do at least.
Yeah, that's a nice shirt you got on. How you feeling on your spot here on version 2, so to speak?
I mean, I'm feeling great. Yeah, I mean, gotta always. People probably see that right now, but they're kind of the reason why I'm here today. So I gotta support them and support G2 as well. So yeah.
All right. Yeah, that is the word of the season so far. Listen, you got the winner of TSM and M80 coming up here tomorrow in the semifinals. You have any thoughts on that particular series and maybe who you guys might want to play? Because I mean, everything at this point is kind of a tune-up for what's to come later on in the month.
Honestly, I think TSM are gonna win. I'm not gonna lie. Just like M80 they just keep choking under pressure when they get to the playoffs. I mean, I'm not saying they can't win, but and it didn't look too good in Swiss. So I'm gonna say TSM takes that.
All right, TSM against G2 tomorrow, perhaps. So says Beastmode. Congrats on the win, and we'll send it back to the desk.
Thank you very much.
The Kings of North America have to go to 5 overtimes to put away Omelette, but they do eventually cook the eggs here. They advance to the semifinals, and they will wait for the results of TSM versus M80 here. What a match, though. Finally, Champions Field.
What a weird series. A lot of defense. Omelette, obviously, number 1, 2, and 3 in playing defense throughout this qualifier, and they show up here versus a G2 offense that is normally lights out. G2 did have troubles putting it into the back of the net. Omelette did their defensive style, countered when they could. Hats off to them. I think G2 will look at the series. I think it's a positive out of all this, because a team that's playing very hard on defense, you got to find new ways to possibly score. So G2, they did what they had to do. They got the win. That's most important, but it's a good learning experience for them too. The offense wasn't clicking. How do you make those in-game changes or in-match changes to figure it out. And they did finally get on the offensive board, Daz, in that Game 7.
Yeah, the offense was looking good for them in Game 7. I enjoyed what I saw out of them defensively. A lot of people right now are talking about Omelette's defense here, and I think like for some people, you could see the potential of the roster individually on paper, but of course you wanted them to show it, and I'm glad that it was consistent and kind of matched with their Swiss performance here, because it kind of shows, okay, yeah, they could be the real deal. So who knows, we'll see more of Omelette later. They don't make the major, but they definitely did have a good run this event.
Definitely excited to see how that dish continues to evolve in the future splits here. TSM versus M80 coming up here in just a moment. They are going to be the last match of the day, and the winner will face off against G2 here. Now, Gibbs, let's talk about playoff implications here for the match that just happened, as well as the match that's coming up.
So G2 has already locked the #1 seed, so they're all good. It doesn't really matter what they do. Omelette has been knocked out. They were way behind in points. They did win this entire thing anyway, so they are done. TSM M80. M80 is 3 points behind 4th place, so one win will at least put them in a tie with OG for the time being. So that is what they are looking for, but if they lose, they are out. TSM is 6 points behind, so they have to make it to the grand finals. Hope they play Gen.G there to have a chance. They could also win the regional and all that to help their odds there. So both teams, win or go home, but you're not locked into a major spot just yet.
All right, well, let's talk about the final match of the day and who we think is actually going to win, how it's actually going to go, who are the biggest contenders and players to keep your eyes on. TSM versus M80, with lots hanging in the balance for whether the tiebreakers are going to happen at all or not here. Creams, Hawks, and Wavy here are going to be making, I believe, if I remember correctly, their first bracket. And you heard Beastmode, Dazrin, saying he thinks TSM's got M80 here.
Yeah, I mean, this one is definitely interesting because you got to think TSM, they do make it through. But at the same time, if you look at their Swiss results, it's a win against Boulevard, a sweep against Pirates on a Boat, and then a sweep against Omelette. Now, keep in mind, Omelette did just look really good against that series in G2, but a lot of people, when they saw that, initially questioned TSM's strength of schedule. How were those matches? Did TSM just have a breeze of a Swiss here, where ironically, M80 did the opposite, where normally the Swiss Merchants, they lost to Omelette, then they lost in 5 to Luminosity, and then they had to beat Muffin Man and Pirates on a Boat in order to make it here. So it really does kind of feel like it's good to give the edge here. As you see Wavy, look at him. He's getting warmed up, he's getting hyped up. Major contention on the line. There's going to be a lot of nerves, a lot of pressure in this series.
Yeah, they have two common opponents, though. TSM and M80. Sure, TSM went through 3-0 versus easier opponents, but that Omelette series, 3-0. M80 played that same Omelette team. The reason why they played him in the 2-0 round is because Omelette swept M80 in round 2. And then Pirates on a Boat, TSM did one better as well. They went 3-0, and M80 only won that 3-1, and that was in round 5. So, on paper, TSM, sure, maybe not the 1 seed that you expect, but still a better Swiss than M80. But the monkey's off M80's back at this point. They have been one of the best teams in North America until it came down to the weekend play, to the bracket play, and that's where they have faltered. Like, AJ has flown up to join the crew, and they're boot camping. We'll see if it pays off for them. In Swiss, it was rocky, but it doesn't matter now. Seed 1 versus 8, who cares? 4 games. That's what you got to do here for M80. Can they do it and put it back to a tie for that 4th place major spot?
Well, I mean, Dazrin, help me is like if I'm a viewer listening to these results, or who's like, oh, I've been watching so much, let me check the Wikipedia, right? I'm hearing about this M80 team. They're these Swiss merchants that play really well on Fridays but don't play well on Saturday, Sunday. How do I reconcile that narrative with what we saw yesterday, with M80 having to go all the way to round 5, Swiss suddenly being a problem, the things Gibbs was just saying, and now we're in the place where they struggle. We were all being like, oh, well, they struggled on Friday so that they could play well on Saturday, Sunday. That's not how any of this works. So, like, what do you actually do with this M80 roster? How do you actually rate them?
Well, I think for me, the reason I like M80 particularly in this matchup is just because for me, seeing that going into Friday Swiss, everybody was under pressure. It was just a flat race, and Dignitas had a 1 second head start in the point standings. M80, of course, people have talked about it when they play under pressure in the bracket. They tend to falter, but they've been playing under pressure this entire time over the course of the weekend. So now they go the distance, but even then, backs against the wall, they show up and they get the job done. To me, that's a better sign, knowing that, okay, the Swiss Merchant stuff is over. Now you just have to play in order to earn your spot, and they're still in it so far.
So I always kind of make the same joke, quality losses, right? Quality losses are what you want because you learn from them and then you can grow as a team. And it also kind of works in terms of a team that has been very nervous on a Saturday. When we see M80, when it really matters, they haven't done well. Well, hopefully they got those nerves out of the way now where they had to go to round 5 versus a high-quality Pirates on a Boat who have made 2 top 8s before, right? So you hope that they got a lot of those nerves out of the way there. It's a new environment, too. Like everyone says, boot camp buff. But for AJ, it's a brand new environment. He has to travel and then play. And sometimes that can get a little, hard to do. But he had a full day, 22 games worth, to get that out of the way, to get comfortable, now to come in. And sure, the nerves are still there, but at least they got a taste of them where they had to go up against Muffin Men as well. They were down 1-2, had to beat Muffin Men 0 on the clock in Game 5, and then beat Pirates on a Boat. So you just hope that they got that out of the way. Now they can just play their game. But we'll have to see, because it just might be the same old story of you go to bracket, they get nervous, and they falter.
They did kind of schmack Pirates on the Boat in that round 5 matchup too. Games 3 and 4, a 6-2 and 4-2 affair there, as M80 did seem to get their ducks in a row towards the end of yesterday. But they've gone to sleep. They've gotten up. Will that favor them or not? Man, chat is split down the middle, and I think Beastmode's words definitely helping sway things here. TSM got some fans, and they're going to be the favorite by a slim margin, Daz, going into the match.
Yeah, it does seem that way. I mean, I think a lot of people are understanding TSM's that run. They look like the hot team right now, and some people are harping on M80 because they looked really rough on Saturday. That was the roughest Saturday they had on the split. But we're in uncharted waters here with the M80 results, of course, but also with TSM. People seem to forget the last 2 events they did not make top 8 at all. It was a round 5 exit and a round 4 exit. So for them, in a best of 7, this is a brand new environment for them as well. So things are really kind of all in the air at this point.
Yeah, TSM 2, they did great in the offseason, great results. That's why TSM picked them up. But when it came to prime time, they couldn't get it done. So they're very much like M80. They just did it on the Friday. They couldn't get those results. They finally got those results. My one concern with TSM is they might be deflated just a bit. Because if Luminosity would have beat OG, TSM would know going into this match, we just got to win this one. We don't have to worry about G2 in the next round. We could at least force a tiebreak. But because OG won, they also know now that not only do they have to win this match, they have to beat G2 to even force a tiebreak. So it could be a little bit of like, oh, now we have to do a little bit more work. Hopefully it's not in the back of their minds, but it's very possible it is that there's a lot more to do and they have to do it twice rather than once. So we'll see if that plays a factor. But I think both teams, again, both are nervous at times throughout this year, but one of them has to just put it together for this one best of 7 set.
This will be a series that kind of frames how we think about these teams moving forward in a big way. It's crazy that it comes down to like these are the big plot point chapters in a team's story here, and we are waiting, chat, for the players to get into the lobby and get it all set up there. They've had to remake the lobby once or twice, so we will start the match as soon as possible. In the meantime, we'll continue to talk and continue to watch the vote sway the other direction. I don't know if there's something Gibbs was saying here. I will say one thing you pointed out, Daz, that I hadn't thought about until you mentioned it, that this is going to be TSM's first time in RLCS as a roster playing a best of 7 with timeouts. That new format, I think, does add some points to the M80 side of this equation.
Yeah, exactly. You know, I feel like a lot of people are like going with TSM because of the high hand, so to speak, right? 3-0 Swiss, cool. Yeah, why not? M80 haven't looked bad. They've looked poor in bracket, but when you like look at M80, They lost to Rebellion. Okay, that's definitely can be the arguable result there. It was the beginning event. In Qualifier 2, after they got out of bracket, they played against OG, but OG is also kind of showing people that, okay, they're not just a fluke of a team. They're actually like really good as people thought going in. So OG just kind of, and also they show it twice now with that win on Luminosity, who beat them in the semifinals of the last event. So for OG, it just kind of means more of just M80 struggling against sometimes teams at the top here. But now we see them in this particular position, and they're going up against a team that's never been in this top 8 before. So now you don't really have too much. You don't know what TSM is going to do in these environments. You know what you can kind of expect M80 to not play its best, but they're going against a team that has not been here before.
Yeah, literally in new territory. This is the farthest they've gotten in the arcade machine. They're like, wait, I don't know this level. We'll see how their instincts carry them forward here. I mean, and Gibbs, for anybody who is just joined, maybe didn't catch us as we were coming out of break talking about the tiebreaker scenarios. What is the stakes for this match? Is there a world where we're playing many tiebreakers depending on the results here?
Yeah, points matter a lot throughout this. I think one of the big results earlier was the OG result when they won, and that was a 3-point bump up, because before that, we had a 4-way tie at 18 points. But because OG won, it puts so much more pressure on this game, because M80 was tied for one of those major spots. Now they know they have to win at least one, and OG, it's possible that they get even more points, so they got to keep up with them. So M80 is now 3 points down, but if you win one match here, it is a 3-point bump up. So that is what M80 is trying to do. TSM, they were only 3 points down of that 4-way tie, so they thought coming into today, we might just only have to beat like one match and beat M80, and we'll be tied with all these teams. But again, because of that OG result, they now have to win not only here versus M80, they will have to beat G2 to move up to that 21-point mark, because again, top 4 go to Copenhagen. So TSM, you got to win at least 2, but for M80, they just need to win 1, barring what happens later with OG versus Gen.G tomorrow.
Yeah, so you see OG would win another 3 points if they were to beat Gen.G tomorrow, which would eliminate TSM unless TSM makes it to the grand finals and wins, yes?
And wins, yes.
They have to win that to take that spot away from OG. M80, with a win here, would then equal OG in points, but then if either of them were to win their match in the semifinals, they would get the spot unless they both win, and then it literally is the grand finals for the spot. If
not only that, so if they both won, if M81 and OG1 made it to the grand finals, they would play for a spot, but they would also be tied with Luminosity. That's where Luminosity would have to play a tiebreaker versus the loser of that grand final. Right. So not only is Luminosity is sitting there, they lost OG, they're sitting pretty for the most part, but there is a world where they play a tiebreaker as well. They have not clinched their spot just yet.
Okay. Man, lots on the line here, chat. If we were to show you the game lobby right now, it wouldn't look like Rocket League. So we can't go to the game. We'll go to the game as soon as we can, and we're all very excited to get into that match as soon as the players are ready here. But
so Wave, real quick here, I just want to talk about offensive numbers. Obviously, M80 over this entire year looked fantastic in Swiss, and normally a very good offensive team. Both them and TSM. 2.09 goals per game, exactly the same right now. TSM has played half the games, but they're exactly the same per game right now. The problem is on the defensive side. TSM is known to be a very defensive team, normally in these low-scoring affairs. They're only giving up 1 goal per game right now, while M80 is giving up 1.82. So obviously M80 is going to want to correct that. But on the other side, on offense, they're exactly equal right now.
Okay.
I've got something to add to that. They've played each other before in Swiss, and M80 won 3-1. Now, keep in mind, it was the series was a little close in a couple of games here, but TSM, they took a lead in game 2. They won that one 5-2. First game was OT, last game was OT, and then M80 had won a 4-2. So I'm feeling pretty confident here on M80, but I know Gibbs, you like your chaos. I'm not surprised to see the TSM.
We'll see. We'll see what happens, chat. Thank you so much for your patience. It is time to play the final quarterfinal of the day. TSM on one side, M80 on the other. G2 waiting for the winner of this match. Let's play some Rocket League to close out the day.
Number one from Swiss and TSM are on a tear, and they're looking for a revenge against M80 from that last regional that Daz mentioned, while M80 hope to break that quarterfinal curse.
And you know, Daz even touched on strength of schedule, but you know, after seeing Omelette take G2, the distance, 7 games, going all the way to overtime, that 3-0 over Omelette looks that much better for TSM. So this is going to be a big series for them. Their first time playing an RLCS best of 7. Big time game here as well, with those stakes of Copenhagen on the line.
Looking forward to seeing, well, actually just that, the demos. TSM averaged over 6 demos in Swiss. So they brought that aggression. They're a whole different beast, quite literally. And now you see M80 have to pull out the punches too. A lot of the broader pro community respects M80 and even rank them in 3rd or maybe 4th best team in the region. And with kind of that shakier Swiss that is uncharacteristic from them, we wonder if they can still stay in that ranking.
And you can't talk about M80 without mentioning that playoff curse for Jorius. He said, one day I will beat these allegations. Well, this is the day to beat them. With M80 hoping to make it to Copenhagen, they've got to get this win. They did, you know, this time it was a little bit different for Swiss. They did drop some series this time, so maybe just trying to mix things up to finally find some luck here in the playoffs.
Yeah, good control from Nas, and he gets the assist from AJ to put it to the corner when M80 started off with a demo. Not able to keep it in the zone, and now TSM take back control. Demos of their own, setting up a pass to Creams, over to Hockey against Nas, sealing down to Creams, and low, TSM up first.
And this is such a meta play here for Hockey. Just blast it off the ceiling and immediately go for that dump, or that the bump rather. Trying to clear the path, leave it for a teammate. It works more often than not, and it was a really nice, composed play from everybody on TSM, looking for the passes and making it happen.
Hockey can maybe take some of that energy from his Northwood teammates on Omelette, sending G2, of all things, to a Game 7. If you had a bracket made, any predictions or anything like that for this regional, they're probably all gone. But Cream's threatening the double tap, and AJ going for the bump. Not going to work out for TSM that time. Now Nas with a response gets stopped there right in front of the net. And you're not even out of the woods as M80 continue to knock on that door. But a good clear from Wavy maybe sets up Creams for a similar situation as last time, but shot denied.
Excellent composure here from TSM. Hockey actually has that get away from him. Good cut there from Creams to make sure there was no counter from M80. And now Wavy trying to do some work alone. Going to the backboard, actually leaves it for Creams, but M80 sniffed that play out. TSM having a lot of the initiative here. Nas going for the backboard, but he stopped.
That was a quick shot, and he had to go for that. 1-0 still for TSM, now into the second half. Hockey setting up Creams to the backboard. Wavy steps up, but it's down low, and Nas reads it like a book. And as the smoke clears, TSM have their offense weakened, one missing, and Jordan still has to scramble for the save, but he gets the second touch to lead his team to an offense as M80 still chase that tying goal.
Oh, big play there from AJ to make sure Creams didn't get it by him. It's the last line of defense there, but now slow to rotate back. We might see M80 take a swing. Creams trying to slow it down. Jorius has some space. Again, an errant touch. This could be a goal. It is! Jorius snipes it off the pass from AJ.
Jorius is having such an incredible regional. He went from having kind of the highest assist stats last regional to the player with the highest shots per game and second in goals per game. Jorius is on fire. He wants to beat that curse. Beautiful goal. Ties things up 1-1.
And that is a great way to beat those allegations, to play such a forward role in getting that win. But still, we are tied. TSM started out hot, but we see the response from M80. Not a lot of time left on the clock, though.
Oh, it's Jorius cooking. It's been good. to set himself up for success, but now I know TSM are keeping their eyes on him. We're usually setting up Creams. He's been the best shooter on TSM, criminally underrated. I think he has the potential to be at the top, but let's look at what AJ's doing, almost getting past Creams. Makes a good stop, close to the net. Nas forces the double commit out of TSM, running out of boost though. Hockey drops it to the opponent, and M80 really trying to toss up this midfield, breaking it down step by step. And now you only have a minute of play. It doesn't get closer than this.
Hockey is patient on that as well, expecting the double tap. That pass is going to be a little too far for AJ. M80 starting to encroach. They're creeping up. And now TSM might have a chance to counter. Creams looking for Hockey, but that's intercepted nicely.
Oh, Jorius managed to get that ball above Hockey. It's a shot on net as M80 first to get on the ball here in the midfield. AJ able to get the pass. Wavy jumped up just a second too late. Creams able to put it off to the side. Got M80 chasing bumps. Nas on Creams' tail. And M80 had some pressure there with all the physicality they were using, and TSM bite back. They remove one from M80, forcing them to reset. AJ, dangerous ball in front of the net with the last couple of seconds looming. This game one may just end in overtime, depending on what Nas can do and how he can pop this out of the corner, but a great challenge from Hockey. And the pitch that goes downfield, it lands, and we go overtime for game one.
Jorius maybe could have kept that up, but happily will go to overtime here. TSM scored first in this game. We had the response from M80. It has been back and forth, both teams having some good counter opportunities. Well-matched game one so far.
Wavy was really good at getting rid of the ball and tried to make the most out of that opportunity when all eyes were on him. Hockey bumping in the net, but TSM still have to fight for possession. Here's Wavy stepping up from that midfield. Creams missing the bump, and M80 managed to get themselves out of a hole as Nas pops it from the corner, and a great response from Wavy to stifle that.
Oh, and there's a block, and the shot. This was so good from Creams. Creams gets this first touch past Jorius and then gets the dunk on AJ. AJ, he got read like a book trying to get that out to the corner. Excellent team play from TSM.
TSM connecting when it matters the most. They missed playoffs last regional, and they got to thank M80 for that. And revenge is starting to taste pretty sweet, but it is a best of 7, long way to go. And when you go to OT in the first game, it was 1-1, back and forth. You gotta say, TSM, it's gonna be a tough journey for them, not only to try to get to Copenhagen, but to take down M80 in the process.
Oh, certainly, this would be big. I mean, TSM, they have to do a lot of work to make it to Copenhagen, but this is that first step. And M80, I mentioned the allegations at the start, just to clarify, that is Jorius struggling in playoffs. M80, it's no secret that they've not been able to break past this first round successfully, and they're desperate to get some results here.
Whew, these matches have been really entertaining in the playoffs. Like, it was always just G2 at the top, maybe Gen.G, but now you have all these kind of lower teams coming out of the woodwork, showing all the work, the effort, the improvements that they've made from regional to regional. TSM is a great example of that. M80, who everyone already had at the top of their rankings, we'll see if they can make it past quarterfinals, because you're gonna need that to get to Copenhagen.
And also just focusing in on the fact that TSM put in so much work in the offseason. This team was known as Hey Bro, and they were competing in all of the offseason events. They have been grinding to get here. Even hockey, a world champion in collegiate. These guys have been putting in the work on the outskirts, finally breaking through. They are the shining example for all those players on the bubble that it is possible to break through. And this was an excellent start to game one. TSM have been having a career weekend, and maybe they can go even further.
Good denial from Nas off the ceiling when Hockey was going for a reset play. Nas has been a really defensively reliable player for M80. so they can stop a lot of shots. How about this one from Wavy? It's off to the left, off the post, but M80 still trying to build that space. Now Creams has some freedom, and Hockey was hoping to stop the retreat from M80 coming back to the net. TSM still playing with their food, but Jorius with a good clear maybe to AJ. Creams intercepts and brings it back to the orange end, but it's not been easy for either team to get something done.
And finally, M80 breaks out. They've been playing defense most of this first minute. Still, looks like they're going to have to play it again. There's Wavy looking for a lead blocking play, but AJ hits it safely to his own corner. A panic clear, though, from Jorius. He does get back to it for a 50, so nice job there from Jorius to break out.
Jorius misses the bump, though, on Hockey and couldn't maintain that possession for M80, and here's the counterattack as Wavy collides with Nas. 50 after 50. Now Creams is trying to stabilize this ball, slow it down on the right. Double demo from M80 to get this offense off their back.
And AJ it looked like he was even going for another demo at the midfield, but got demoed himself. You could see M80 utilizing the demos to try to get some space on defense, trying everything in their playbook to break out.
Oh, Jorius, and nice pinch down there from Creams. Got a little bit troublesome as, wow, Hockey has Wavy to deal with, who's bumping people out of that net, trying to enable Hockey in that situation. Still a 0-0 game. Creams the second touch, hoping to clear this out. Good shutdown from M80. They have TSM's backs against the wall. AJ to Jorius, not the touch he would have wanted. Now with Creams removed, M80 want to prolong this offense as long as they can. Jorius with almost a full tank. His challenges have been tough coming out of TSM to just neutralize these offensive plays. How about this one from Nas? Pinches off to Jorius. You're not out of the woods yet if you're TSM. An attempted clear from Wavy. Nas keeps getting this ball close, but now Nas is gone. How long can M80 can keep this up? Not long.
That was an excellent attack put together from M80, but that demo defensively gave him the space to break out. And we also saw that pass over to Jorius. Jorius had an opportunity to solo play, wasn't able to make the most of it, but that was a good look from M80.
Jorius demoed. TSM with an advantage, but Nas with that dribble, he was buying a lot of time for his team to come back up. This Creams, just a shot off the cross, easily saved by AJ. Hockey goes to challenge Nas. No other assistance coming out of TSM. They have to retreat for boost. Hockey's running on empty. Wavy does his best to buy some time, and M80, it's their turn to strike. Attack this net. Still a 0-0 game with almost 90 seconds left. It was low scoring in game one as well, and Creams from the left paints the back of the net.
What a series Creams is having so far. No one's expecting him to just go for a goal. Jorius is positioned like he expects some type of backward pass out to the middle, but that one was a rip-roaring shot, top corner. Oh my goodness.
7 shots later, TSM puncturing their first goal. See if M80 can make any improvements to their offense. AJ with an attempt now has to retreat for boost. Nas steps up. Only 2 shots coming out of M80. It's been impossible to get these infield passes executed, to have any space. TSM have been denied that, and well, denying your presence as well with these demos. TSM weaken M80 to a 2-man hold. They have to go back to the orange half. Now Wavy, misses that touch, so Nas is gonna run away with it. Counterattack from M80, bumps in the way, and Creams dives for the save. Jorius can't take a quick shot. He tries to control it, and Creams off to the side.
And that was a golden opportunity there for M80. Not able to make the most of it again. It was a dangerous position. Now time is running out. Another solo effort here from Creams, and he does pressure the M80 defense.
Oh, Jorius, the space is made for of the demo. Oh my God, the placement, you thought it was there. You thought Creams couldn't handle the pressure, and they keep this within 15 seconds left. TSM only up by 1 and up in the series. AJ with a good touch, and Jorius shoved off by Hockey as Wavy keeps M80 stuck in their half. They got a long ways to go. AJ threatening the double tap. Hockey denies, but Jorius keeps it up. Having 30 boosts though, Hockey's been such a nuisance defensively TSM takes another game within one.
And they shut out M80. That was a close match. And for M80, they had multiple looks there, and there was a couple times where they just gave the ball away. There was one play where the ball came down off the ceiling. It was right to Jorius, and there was nobody close from TSM. Ended up just clearing it downfield, giving up possession. And then you saw the NAS airborne solo opportunity that they weren't able to convert on. The only goal of the game was that immediate shot from Creams where Jorius was caught sleeping. It just seems like M80's having a bit of a flat start.
Yeah, and I look to players like AJ to be the star, one of the best offensive players on that team, in my opinion. At least the stats speak for themselves. But yeah, M80 have had some odd ups and downs throughout this regional with how much they've impressed everyone in the community. TSM have been a tough challenge in this matchup, just barely being able to score. I mean, this match has always been within one, even the first game going to overtime. So I think for me, the player to highlight on TSM has always been Creams, a superstar. And he's always gotten averaging 1 goal a game now for his team.
And a timeout already being called. M80 is already feeling the pressure. TSM winning in overtime the first game. That game, just a single goal from Creams. It has been not the flashiest of performances, but it's just been clean. I mean, they've been able to make some big stops. You even saw that pinch off their own post to get the ball out on that solo effort where NAS could have scored. But TSM doing just enough to edge out these victories. This next, you can see Wavy as well. Even in the pregame, Wavy was feeling it. Smiles all around for TSM. They are in the right spot. We had talked a little bit with Squishy about the have fun meta. It looks like TSM is having fun out there.
I'm glad TSM are having fun. They had a lot to prove to me, at least, just kind of being a more quiet team when it comes to the other regionals. Having Boulevard, Pirates on a Boat, and Omelette as their Swiss opponents. You know, it's not a G2 and it's not a Gen.G, so I was wondering how an opponent like M80 was going to look against TSM, and TSM have stayed consistent.
Now this is the big test here for M80. They have been cursed in this round, the quarterfinals of the playoffs, not able to find success. We heard from Sathu in G2 that they look at M80 as a major capable team, as a major quality team. But M80 has not been able to get this monkey off their back. This series starting out poorly. TSM, though, continues their impressive run. And with a game win here, you almost feel like it's a certainty that they will be getting past M80.
It's a long road to Copenhagen. I'm going to go as deep into the bracket as you can. And the challenges, the teams only get tougher from here. It's AJ, his second touch all the way to the blue half. That Creams was ready to clear almost immediately. Didn't even give M80 time to follow up with that clear. Talkie controls to the right. Creams looking for boosts and bumps, whatever he can do. For now, Jorius even bumping Wavy out of the way, not fully successful with it, and TSM still had time to establish as AJ kind of has this ball floating as Wavy barely had a hand on it.
We need to see some creativity here from M80. We know they've got the individual talent. It's about bringing it together. Talkie, though, gets by Jorius, now going for an air bump, and Nas saw that coming. There's that one's experience. Nas reading the play very quickly, making sure he could get that stop.
Now, Creams, you need to slow him down. He missed the double tap, and I don't even know what happened. There's somebody cooks in this kitchen, and Wavy keeps throwing shots down, wanting to bump AJ out of the way, but M80 have unburied themselves, looking for revenge on that one. Nas called off. Jorius steps up from the ceiling. Nas bumps, maybe a redirect. I can't believe that.
And that ground pinch. Very close call, and now Cream's going to try to take this to the air. Almost scored that read off the backboard. Had M80 dead to rights. TSM starting to press. Nas will now look for AJ, who pre-jumped that play, and it's still defended by TSM.
Really solid defense out of TSM when they shut out M80 in the last one, and M80, they smell blood in the water, and Nas gets it.
and Nas has been looking good mechanically. This time gets the dunk and then goes for another dunk over Wavy, making sure there's no way that ball gets cleared out. Immediate reaction time. That was lovely from Nas. That was all him.
Talk about threading the needle to shot out to be perfect. As M80 get their first goal now in 2 games. See if the lead will maintain. It's kind of reminiscent of game 1. Just the response soon coming out of TSM. Now everyone kind of missing the ball. They're not sure what happened, but Nas crossing over, wanting to connect with Jorius. As AJ calls him off. Ready to dribble this, but he's got 0 boost. So it's gonna be a clear out of TSM. And Hockey's scary with these counterattacks, and a good stop from Nas.
Yeah, and you're continually seeing Nas read that play perfectly. The plays where he's trying to be bumped by the other team, gets around it. And all around, I think Nas is the standout player right now for M80. Will that play kickstart the comeback? This already feels like a must-win game here for M80. Nas doing a great job of keeping him in it.
I like Hockey's initiative, too, to be that playmaker that he needs to be for TSM to come out on top if they hope to against M80. Now Wavy is gone, so TSM got to get themselves out of a bind until he gets back. M80 need to put on the pressure. It's just so difficult to get the offense really developed. Here's AJ hoping to crash into Wavy. Now Nas comes up and Hockey clears. But I like Jorius having presence in the midfield. You got to resurrect this offense to give a chance for M80 to get some momentum. Man, TSM's defense just all over them.
It's a counterattack chance. Hockey going for an air play, but Wavy also jumping. Creeps doesn't have much boost here. Could be vulnerable for a counterattack. Up against Jorius, nicely timed 50 from Creams. Creams having a great series so far. You saw the shot from the sidewall last game. The epic pass as well to get the overtime winner. That was another nice stop. TSM, they'll have less than a minute to tie things up. This might be the beginning of the M80 comeback.
TSM have had good timing, like you said, on the defense that just kill M80's chances to get any insurance, but 36 seconds. TSM need to find magic of their own. They've only registered 4 shots. Hockey with that demo starts things off. Creams getting chased from behind and in front. M80 rob him of the ball, maybe rob TSM of some precious seconds. But at least this goes all the way down. No, AJ stops it at the midfield. Now the 50 right in front of the net. It's a bit dangerous, but M80 hoping to just counterattack this one. They got one last chance, 7 seconds. Who's first at the corner? Nas winning that against Wavy, hoping to drop this off. Creams is below and can't get it away. M80 take a game.
Another 1-0 game, this time in favor of M80. And Nas, I thought, was spectacular this game. Jorius gets the MVP out there on the field, but my MVP was definitely Nas on that. You saw the shot that he was able to put through, and also just all around, I think, defensively dodging those bumps has been amazing.
This has been a really close match of both offenses showing their potential, but TSM's defense having to put up the number of saves that they did. You have M80 sweating out there just for one game win, and it was by 1 goal. So kind of the response shutout after that timeout situation. 2-1. I'm excited for this next one.
M80 showing that they're still in it. That timeout paying off. TSM now gonna have to go back to the drawing board. Both of these games, or all these games, have been 1-goal games. They have been so tight. M80 starting to see a little bit of a spark from Nas. Jorius, I think he did have an amazing shot earlier off the passing play. I think it was with AJ. But M80, you know that they still have some fuel left in the tank. For TSM, they've been playing that consistent, calm game. They've been working with one another, and they might get a kickoff goal here, but AJ there to block it off.
Hockey brings such good energy to the field offensively. If he's playing well, you know TSM are gonna have a good day, and Wavy barely had a chance to score that. TSM came ripping off that kickoff. Even Hockey winning that 50. Cream's gonna step up to bring some momentum to this ball, but Hockey didn't want to use all that boost to go up for it, so M80 put on some shots. And M80 are trying to outpace them, but almost coming in too far forward, and they're going to pay for it.
Oh, this is such an awkward ball to deal with. It. You kind of know it's not going in, but you're not quite sure where it's going to bounce off the post. Nas had to go, had to do something because the oncoming shooter is going to be able to clean that up no matter what. But that is a nightmare situation for a defender. Really tough spot for Nas. And TSM with a good goal here. Despite giving up that last game, they've come out swinging.
A good punish out of TSM and being rewarded from that aggression right off the kickoff. That's a good win from Jorius, leaving it off to AJ, who has to make a quick reaction, getting that away from Hockey. Now Jorius is surrounded, didn't get the bump on the Hockey was intending to. Nas is making space, but no one from M80 has the ball, so they wait to catch it in the midfield. But losing the 50s to TSM doesn't bode well for your offense to keep kicking. So you have to go for demos. That's what Nas does. AJ grabs the ball, flicks it past Hockey. Nas setting up Jorius. What a fantastic clear from Wavy and the pass attempt to Hockey. But the ball had so much speed, it's hard for teams to control, but TSM looking real scary.
Yeah, that was an interesting dive there from Jorius. He was beat pretty fast to that ball. It looked like he knew it was coming as well. Did land a bump. Now we're seeing the hole that M80's in because of that overcommit. They still have not been able to get out. Hockey trying to get this ball middle. Wavy ready for the center. Now you can see him leaving this for Creams. This is an extended attack from TSM. There's the flip reset. Rebound gonna finally be cleared out. Potentially, no. AJ actually lose possession on that ball. And M80 are scrambling to keep control.
TSM are winning these challenges though and reinvigorating that offense. Looking for more insurance than these 1-goal games. It is stressful. If there's anything this regional taught me is that there are no favorites. It depends on how you play in this weekend. Jury is starting to beat those allegations, but Nas is missing an action. 3-on-2, 3-on-1. Creams getting that to Nas, puts it off to the side. Jorius can't get there in time. Wavy threatens the backboard, but Hockey couldn't get a touch on it with how strong that bounce was. As M80 scrambled to get this out, not only that, the counterattack ensues.
And a low boost for Jorius and AJ, giving all that midfield space to TSM. Creams has been deadly up to the ceiling. Going for a block. You can see the confusion there. Nas is trying to predict what's going on. The ball just bouncing harmlessly down. TSM has had M80 in a vice grip. M80 have not been able to get much going.
At least M80's defense is intercepting a lot of these passes from TSM. So you're doing a good job of keeping this within one. But how does M80 enable someone like Jorius or AJ? Well, defensively, it's not looking so good. It's 2-0 for TSM.
And there's that once prodigy making a solo play. The double tap by Wavy in a huge moment in this series. TSM get that insurance goal. Wavy, that was a big-time play, and he might be that next big-time player. Oh, no, that's a bit disastrous from Wavy.
Sometimes you're the big-time players. Sometimes you get played off a kickoff. The Jory's did a good job of that. He almost had it.
I mean, he went all in on thinking that he could control that touch, that first touch. I mean, it just goes to show you that even pros make mistakes. Wavy coming off the back of that sick double tap, then messing up that first touch. A reminder that those first touches are a lot harder than they look.
Everyone colliding there from M80 to pinch that out, giving a chance for Hockey to dribble this down, but Wavy, he's 16 years old, by the way. Young player breaking into the big leagues since, you know, the Haybro days. It's awesome to see his time in the spotlight. Focus on the positives. And what's positive is at least TSM being up by 1. See if they can go to match point. Depends if they can negate this next offense. AJ with a big win, but Wavy denies the drop-off in the box that M80 could have swung for.
Jorius has. AJ does find him on the counter. Oh. AJ didn't have the first touch, but Jorius has the rebound. This is what M80 needed, the team plays. Jorius finding AJ through the traffic, who threatens the double, gives the rebound to Jorius, and Jorius able to slot it. M80 finally making the most of their opportunities.
That fake was so gross. We have a tie game at 51 seconds left. No shenanigans off of this kickoff this time. AJ has to come from the ceiling for that, but he doesn't have Jorius. Nas getting away with murder. But Wavy was in the net, and Hockey has just been dominating that midfield. So M80 have been slowed at every step that they take. It's Hockey with a touch to set up in the corner, but needs some help. And TSM, now it's their turn. Wavy running that second touch. Jorius has to pinch it off, doesn't have possession, so TSM keep lobbing shots towards the net. It's not working out yet. 15 seconds left. Now AJ with a chance for M80 with Wavy demoed. M80 have to step up, but they're heading back for boost, and Jorius misses the touch, and we go to overtime.
And we've got another overtime, and this is a big one here for both teams, especially M80. This would be a big swing game. Match point for TSM if they can win it. And they were in the lead most of this game. It looked like it was going to be another routine TSM win. But it's never that easy, especially at this stage in the tournament.
Good win by Creams just to clear. Overtime to decide who goes to match point. Wavy's 50. Neutralized, but Hockey couldn't take a swing at it. Now the midfield is all broken up. It's chaotic, and it goes back to the orange half where M80 are forced to play defense, and that's a fast shot out of Hockey, and TSM go to match point.
A booming shot, and that was another dime from Creams. Excellent finish as well, 75 miles an hour, a scorcher to burn M80 in overtime.
And that's what it was gonna take to find a way through that defense. M80 had to put 7 saves up against the 12 shots of TSM. This offense went wild, and it still took to overtime for TSM to win. And they're just 1 game away from the semifinal.
And a credit to M80, they showed some resilience there coming back. That was, we saw a good counterattack play. Jorius finding AJ, who threatened the double to put that one in, but TSM, they're like a machine. They just keep on chugging no matter what. Something gets in their path, it doesn't matter. They just keep on operating as they've been programmed, and eventually have been able to overcome. And Creams has been excellent. He's been a facilitator, able to get these passes out to his teammates, and his teammates making the most of them as well. I mean, at TSM, they kept a lot of possession. They showed resilience themselves this game by not giving it up, despite letting M80 come back and get back into the game. Overall, TSM showing everybody out there that they are legit. That 3-0 over Omelette looking even better, and now they are sitting up 3-1 over M80, whose woes in the quarterfinals continue.
TSM look hyped, and you gotta be excited when you went from getting shut out in game 3 to scoring 3 times in game 4. TSM can smell victory. M80, those Swiss merchants, the quarterfinal curse, will it follow them? Nas with a demo. M80, aggressive off the rip, taking a page out of TSM's book from last time. But that pressure negated immediately as Wavy maneuvers his way, forcing the double commit. That is a dangerous ball.
And it looked like Wavy did everything to beat the defense, just couldn't get that last touch. Wavy so close. But TSM, they are not messing around. They see that finish line, and they are sprinting for it.
Nas late to that challenge, but he makes it back in time for the defense while Jorius is missing. Nas with no boost doesn't want this ball and can't grab the corner. Here is Jorius assisting. TSM, their defense has taken everything out of M80 to puncture through. It's Creams and Wavy making it through the midfield after dodging some 50s. Wavy with that demo, well, there's a response, so the number advantage is gone out of TSM.
Good win here by AJ, but he just lobs away possession. M80 not able to keep possession. A little bit disjointed at times. However, they still have life left. Oh, that double tap turns out to be a back pass to Hockey, and TSM going for the pass across net. You can see how dangerous that ball was, forcing multiple players from M80 to go.
Hockey forces you to react so quickly. It's a great play. Still 0-0. Everyone's dying. Joreuz sees Hockey approach and gives it off to AJ. Takes it up the sidewall, dodges Creams. Almost wanted that demo onto Wavy. Still 2 minutes gone by. A lot of physicality having to be used by these teams to get control. A bit of a fumble there from TSM, but they get rid of it.
Yeah, Wavy had just a little bit of boost. Thought he had enough to make that play. Ended up not. Fortunately, everyone from M80 respecting it, especially knowing what he's capable of. We already saw that double tap play. Oh, this is a big win though, and it's going to be an open net. A quick turnaround thanks to that 50 win by that challenge win right here. You can see a big time dunk from AJ right to Joreuz. And Joreuz has been spending a lot of time upfield. A lot of times he's been doing it to go steal boost from the corner or look for bumps or demos from behind, but that time able to receive that win from AJ. We might see another goal here. Creams though, able to clear that off the line.
A good denial by Creams, but you're forced to make more saves as M80 hammering when they come from the midfield. Now they're respecting that space to TSM, who want to break out. Into the second half, it's only 1-0 by M80. As Wavy can't get a strong enough clear. AJ above and beyond and can't drop it off to Nas. So Joreuz gets involved in the equation. Cream's forced to make another save. Defensively, it's tough to get past that guy.
Kind of crazy that Creams didn't even challenge. He just played the shot and was right. We've already seen Joreuz score from that angle before, so maybe that's what Hockey was remembering. Solid defense from TSM. However, that dunk from AJ is enough to keep M80 in the lead. Now a double tap broken up to go from M80. Now Hockey might have to try to go solo on this. Goes for a bump, leaves it for a teammate, and Creams will get that down to the middle, but a nice play from Nash is going to relieve pressure.
Good slowdown by Wavy too, when Creams and Hockey were still rotating back from the offense. Now Wavy receiving this, dodges a bump against Joreuz, but he can't do it all on his own. And Hockey can't get a hand on Nas. Here's the counterattack. Joreuz with the second touch. Wavy saves, and Hockey assists with the clear. Counterattack potential, depending on how Wavy spots his approach. And Creams will keep momentum going for TSM, but running out of time when there's only a minute left.
Oh, and that's a huge demo from AJ. Didn't get the skim touch. Very easily could have been a goal had AJ had the perfect touch, but it was a tough position. Good demo though from AJ. We are in this final minute. Every single one of these games has been so close. M80 finally have that lead to hold on to.
Good read by Hockey. TSM, I mean, the stats that I brought up about their demos. Ooh, the double commit out of M80 saves that ball back in the court of TSM. And they make M80 run for this one. They're sprinting to clear this out. You see TSM's pressure. They're getting desperate for that equalizer. They were so hyped after game 4, scoring 3. They're back into shutout territory. If M80 cannot choke these next 7 seconds, I spoke too soon. It's tied.
Oh, and Creams continues his stellar day. Wavy with the pop out and even flying through, perhaps hypnotizing the defense. Joreuz overpowered by the shot from Creams, and we've got a ball game.
Couple of seconds.
Oh my.
Last play for TSM. Joreuz on a dive down. AJ looking fine, but Wavy. And then Joreuz, everyone's keeping the ball up. Joreuz had a reset to work with. Now Hockey's going across. Nas can't interrupt it. AJ makes sure it lands on the ground. We go to game 5 overtime.
And this is our 3rd overtime of the series. M80 hasn't been able to win a single one so far. Can they finally break that curse?
Ooh, it's getting dangerous. M80 brings some threatening shots down. AJ with a miss, at least tries to be productive, goes for a bump. And Creams, a long pass downfield, already broken up. Here's Joreuz already using one reset. Hockey and Creams, reliable defensively. M80, it's gonna take more than that. Finding the rebound, keeping up the pressure. That's a good win from AJ, and Nas Depending on how he can read this, he pops it to the ceiling. He sets up Jorius against Creams, just runs in head first.
Yeah, that was a really heavy first touch from Jorius. It was a good setup. M80 weren't able to make the most of it.
AJ keeps the offense from M80 trucking forward. Small touches from the midfield have the setups going for M80. They're just looking to force an error out of TSM's defense. And that was real close, AJ! Just needed to clean that up. And you're not even out of the woods yet if you're TSM.
Oh, now it's
shot
a 2v1.
after shot out of M80. Here comes Wavy. Jorius just gets a touch on it to get it off to the side.
Tried to go high to beat that last defender. That very easily could have been a quick counterattack goal in favor of TSM. Besides that play, this has been a nice start for overtime for M80. TSM's defense, though, has been stingy.
Oh. Okay. Age is good. Nas is good, too. Going up high. Jorius the lead blocker. Creams reads it well.
Bomb.
Now everyone's out of the way. Hockey still makes the save against the two of M80. 2 minutes into overtime. TSM just that close to the semifinal. Jorius especially putting it all on the field. Hockey left with the ball and AJ there in time. And this is just relentless out of TSM, but they're running out of boost. Wavy is the one with the most, and he's trying to make the most happen. But now Jorius has a free ball, and he's playing it fast. Nas trying to make the gaps, but TSM, keep up.
Oh, that is going to be a big pinch out. AJ trying to ground pinch it, but a nice 50 from Creams. Didn't land the bump, tried to sweep the line. You can see TSM trying to set up for this assault.
Nas not too threatened, has space to work with, but not a lot of boost. Has to drop it to someone. TSM know this. They already break up the attempt. Almost 3 minutes in. Now it's Creams leaving it to Wavy. At least he gets a touch on it, sort of towards the net. Has Jorius jumping. AJ stays composed, flicks it to Jorius. Creams protects the back wall. Counterattacks have been futile by both teams.
Creams, that
AJ.
was a moment where he really needed composure on the back wall and delivered. TSM in these big moments have been able to step up on defense to shut down those scary plays from M80.
Has been scary. Now you got demos off screen. TSM want to set up the future. They got to think about the present, how they get this ball out. Even Hockey hoping for a pack pass or maybe just running away from Jorius. Either way, TSM go forward with Hockey having no boost. All of TSM running on try, so it's been tough for them to move around this field. So M80 are going to take full advantage. AJ's not getting enough power on that bounce to come out to Jorius. And he takes an open shot right into Hockey's lap. By open, I mean free. He's got space to work with. That's when he's scary. Hockey with the quick shot, pitch down by Jorius. Rebound too high.
And Wavy was on 0 boost. Could not make any adjustments there. If Wavy had boost, that series is over.
Oh, what can AJ do? It's time to shine. Double commit forced out of TSM. Nas first on the ball. TSM just trying to recoup some boost too. Not hoping to get starved out. Jorius just going right through the center lane is going to be easily blocked as AJ lets the ball go. Now TSM have room to breathe, but it's not going to be a free breakaway. Both teams trying to not take any risks to overextend and leave themselves wide open.
We're approaching that 5-minute point of overtime. There's a double bump attempt. It did force players to jump on TSM. Big 50 here. Nas will win it. AJ tries to keep it in. Jorius now maybe a shot opportunity, but Hockey's there to break it up.
TSM's defense is so good at beating M80's offense to the ball. It's taken everything out of M80 to try and force an error out of this defense. It seems so difficult. At least they got control of their boost, and Hockey escapes. The challenge is coming his way, but enters another one against Nas. As M80 harassing this TSM defense. The crack starting to show. AJ with a touch hoping for Nas, but it goes all into TSM's box, and they manage to clear it out. They got a demo, but a heavier touch from Creams gets the ball away.
And Hockey might be able to end this. Goes for the dunk. Wavy too slow to the ball. AJ just has Creams to beat, but Creams has been a brick wall. The net vulnerable. A weak pass, and it's not enough for AJ to get to. Now TSM gonna try to counter.
Rotations have to be unlocked. Now Wavy gone, 3-on-2 for M80. More bumps being chased. AJ gets past a defender, but a good win from Creams. Slows the play down. Nasus 50 keeps the offense alive, but we go to the orange half. TSM will not drown. Hockey with a good play off the ceiling, wanted to run into AJ, clears it out in time, 6 minutes into OT. Creams being careful to not land this in front of the net. Nas, these challenges have been good for both sides. I don't know how long this overtime's gonna go.
Chance for Hockey to potentially end it. It's a weak pass down, almost 50'd. You can see Hockey racing to the corner boost, does get a touch up. Wavy late to the challenge, but Hockey will turn. Wavy also thinking about going for a bump. But now, all the pressure on Creams. There's the pass to AJ. AJ will finally break through, and M80 survive.
This was an important beat to the ball right here with Creams against Joreuz. That is what sets up AJ to have an A+ play and keep M80 alive.
Oh, that overtime was so intense. We saw back and forth. It really did seem like M80 had a majority of the possession there, had some looks, had a few opportunities to get away from them. TSM, though, very composed on defense, having a few counterattack opportunities themselves, but ultimately M80 survive what has been a grueling series so far. Third overtime, M80 break that overtime curse in this series, finally getting a win as they hunt to try to get past that quarterfinals curse, which this was a huge step.
And TSM were just beating M80 to the ball when it comes to TSM's defense, and the one time they didn't, M80 strike gold after 7 minutes. Some good Rocket League. I just wasn't sure how long that was gonna last. It took every ounce of effort out of M80 to keep surviving through this series. It's not been a playoff, it's been a gauntlet for both these teams.
Oh, it certainly has. M80 being tested here. And I think we all knew that breaking that curse would be difficult, and it has been, but they've been slowly making steps towards it. However, TSM still on match point. They've built up a healthy lead to work with and just need to get one more game win, and then they'll actually be tied in points with M80, and everyone will be on the edge of their seats seeing how the tiebreakers play out.
Whew. This could be still the ticket to the semifinal for TSM. You need to stay composed, especially when TSM, I believe, doesn't have a timeout, right? So, I forgot who has a timeout. Either way,
I think they
M80
still do have their time. M80 called the timeout after going down 0-2, and it turned out to be an effective one.
Yeah. But for now, M80 already started off an aggressive kickoff. Here's AJ with almost a full tank going to Joreuz, and this works out!
AJ and Joreuz have been that duo offensively who have been working together. The flip reset passed perfectly to him. Actually looked like he got some help there, but that was an 86-mile-an-hour shot, a crazy amount of speed, and a really nice setup there from AJ. That was a dime. Great play as a team there for M80.
How good this TSM defense has been. It does take a speedy shot like that to crack through. AJ going for a lot of plays in the midfield, now running out of boost. It's the assistance of M80 to just try and keep the play alive. So it does. These soft shots towards the back wall, read by Creams, who dodges that challenge there. But M80 continue to force their way through. Hockey flipping away from AJ's bump there. TSM will not be shaken. And M80's possession broken up.
It's a big moment here. Creams off the ceiling, immediately going for goal! Creams pulls the trigger, and he launches the rocket right away, and it blew up the defense of M80.
And Nas is paying attention to a TSM member right behind him, chasing him around. Probably didn't have time to think of how he could even handle that, but 1-1.
And also the bump on the back wall, a critical bump. But all around, that was such good communication from TSM. Shoot immediately, don't give anyone time back. Put all the pressure on your teammate to land the bump, because if they do, it's going to be a goal. And TSM executed that perfectly.
Hockey first the ball, good dodge from Nas going for the 50. But AJ's been solid on these clears. But it's what you can do after the clear that matters. This counterattack from M80 needs to be quick, need to play close to the ball, especially against a team like TSM who are quick to force 50s. Now TSM, the ball from the ceiling down low, everyone's diving at it.
And you can see the battle of the 50s. Ness trying to win it through. Good boost steal from AJ as well. Perhaps we'll see M80 capitalize. There's a pass from AJ over to Jorius, but it's too far away. AJ does get the corner pass. Good bump as well. Jorius on his rotation out, taking Creams out. M80 still having some possession here, trying to break through.
TSM holding on to their boost too, and especially when M80 are either looking for demos, bumps, or taking their boost. TSM not falter in that regard. Jorius and AJ running their 50s, but getting this ball even centered out seems like an impossible task, as Hockey's counterattack is already slowed and M80 have an answer. Double tap denied. AJ trying to control this bounce. Nas is missing. AJ's not going to get help, so TSM makes space.
It's looking so threatening here. They've spent so much time on attack. AJ not getting the ground double. M80 looks like they've finally got some life in them, especially offensively. This will be a big play here. Jorius, a heavy first touch, but he still gets to it first. Has his flip. Now, we'll go for another touch. Gets it by, and it's going to lead to a goal. Excellent individual prowess from Jorius.
Look at that reset, that control, drops it as soon as Hockey steps up. Beautiful synergy coming out of M80 to really slow it down to molasses and make TSM jump forward. TSM have always been good at intercepting these passes. So M80 with the pace switch up, it's caught them off guard. A small lead for M80, Creams hoping to tie it up soon. Wavy has a chance too, but all of M80's defense is established. It takes passing and it takes Hockey to go for a heroic play. TSM were far forward, lurking for something. Now this M80 counterattack can be scary. Nas so far handles TSM's offense well. AJ didn't get the full clear, so Nas has to expend boost just to get up there. And wow, M80 are just running on empty. These are some tough saves that they have to make, and Jorius saves them once again. See if they can really make TSM scramble for it and make the most out of this opportunity. What a shot from AJ!
So good from AJ. Wavy struggled to get that one out. You can see the mistouch from Creams, everything falling apart. And AJ with the punish. M80 doing everything right this game. Boost starving TSM, capitalizing on the mistakes from TSM as well, and now all the momentum is in the M80 camp.
M80 or Cream seeing the 50, bringing it low, getting an inch, but not able to take the mile. It's been tough, as M80 already have to head back to a defense. They just can't afford to give up anything more. 25 seconds left. You already got rid of the worry of any kickoff shenanigans from TSM. M80 just have to play disruption to force the game 7. TSM real close after a nice demo from Creams to weaken M80. They can be weakened, but they will not fall. M80 step up to the plate and already bounce back to defeat the allegations of the quarterfinal. And yes, Hockey will get one for the road, but it's heading to Game 7.
Oh, we're going to Game 7 again. We've been waiting for this for a while. We finally got it with Omelette and G2, and now we get dessert with TSM versus M80. It's going the distance. We'll settle this on Champions Field. And M80, if you remember, had a pretty dismal start to this series. I mean, even the series took a long time just to get started. with some server selection processes going on. M80 finally getting into the game, losing the first two, having to call the timeout. And they have been battling back. I mean, it feels like this might be the moment where they finally break through these quarterfinals. TSM thought they had it in the bag. They were playing so well defensively, but even in the last moments, you saw that little mistake. Wavy hitting it down to Creams. Creams not getting the touch he was looking for, giving AJ that opportunity to slot it, and AJ finishing the job. And we just have confirmation there is no timeout being called for TSM either. So despite the momentum from M80, the fact that they have now forced Game 7 from a healthy lead for TSM not using their timeout.
TSM must know what they have to do, and it starts with the defense of just trying to be one step ahead, of beating M80's offense to the ball in those crucial moments. And just to recap the scores of this battle, as you alluded to, between these two teams. Game 1, TSM won that in overtime. Game 2, TSM are on a streak. Then M80 slowly crawled their way back in Game 3 by a 1-0 win. Game 4, TSM 3-2. You just saw, Game 5 was a 7-minute OT for M80. And then M80 continue their streak in Game 6. Game 7 begins to see who goes to the semifinal, and hockey ain't messing around.
This is where nerves can really get you. This is the first time TSM's playing in a best of 7 on RLCS, and it's going to go the distance on Champions Field. This is a huge test for both teams.
This is a test. You see the pace picking up. We're starting to get real comfortable in this series, in this matchup. M80 knows what it takes to break TSM. TSM already know what they have to do to win. No timeouts being called. As AJ controls this ball, and Nas just dodging one bump, then another, and Creams not able to keep that offense going. Here's AJ just by himself. Nas gets demoed off the play. Joreous, his attention is summoned. He's had a fantastic regional, and he's been able to connect with AJ usually well, but not when the play is this slow and TSM have time to read.
You're right. That almost just bounced in. But you're right, Lemon, the connection. Oh, Nas trying to get the 50. This is very awkward for TSM. You mentioned the AJ Joreous connection. Will we see it here? Nas moves in, and he's beat. That is not going to be on target, but that was an all-in moment, and that will be followed up. Huge save from Joreous.
Creams, expect the unexpected when he's on the ball. You cannot give that guy space. He has surprised us all before. He's been that offensive warlord for TSM. Now with Nas, the attempted clear there gives a chance for Wavy and Creams to make space in the net. There's hockey up high off the ceiling. Wavy waits in the box, but Nats is all over him. M80 just not giving any opportunities for TSM. So TSM slowed down the play, and it's a slow drop-off from Creams. Wavy with the demo. Hockey with time to think. It gets Joreous with the pitch down low. Makes the save.
This is a nail-biter already. Hockey taking this to the middle of the field. Has to be careful. Both jump, though. Can Wavy get there first? Wavy denied again by Joreous, who's been back in the nick of time multiple times now in this Game 7.
Joreous with these quick reactions. Fast player to watch. Gotta be on your toes. Oh, Wavy with the shot from the right. M80, the ball got away, and they couldn't get a safe enough clear. See how comfortable Nas is. Yeah, Wavy late to the challenge. Here's Nas with the dribble. Bumps, Creams off. AJ threatening the second touch, and Nas barely just stabilized here to find the rebound. Joreous still threatening, harassing them. M80 come back with full tanks of boost, but TSM had a moment to break out.
M80 keeping TSM unbalanced. You saw that threat, the double almost leading out to a shot from Nas. M80, they're putting on all the pressure right now. Creams for pinch here, does it, he nails the pinch. AJ was ready for it though, he saw that coming.
Whew. How is this still a 0-0 game? I don't know. Hockey taking the double tap, but didn't have a friend, and M80 probably got in the way of those plans. Creams up high, not the touch he wanted. Now he's gonna see what he can produce. Creams missed that. AJ was a soft shot he wasn't expecting to take, and Joreous can't clean it up. TSM having some awkward moments on the defense. And M80 still haven't found that punish, but they got the demo. They've weakened TSM. So many close calls by M80.
Oh, and that was a nice read defensively from TSM. Wavy gonna try to back pass this hockey backflips though. The pass to AJ. AJ off the backboard. Awkward for Creams. Wavy's there to prevent this shot from Jorius, but M80 continue to make things difficult for TSM.
1 minute left in game 7. Who is going to the semifinals? The number 1 from Swiss and TSM, or M80 breaking the quarterfinal curse? And it's AJ kicking things off and chasing Hockey, wanting to bump him off to drop the ball in the box. And M80 go for demos to keep TSM locked in. We're just barely having a handle on these corner boosts. Now they have resources, so Hockey soars up high. Can only place it in the corner. Hope his team has time to follow him up and develop, and that is scary. TSM still get nothing.
It was such a good fake by Wavy, but the defense there for M80.
What is it going to take? Another overtime? Maybe 10 minutes this time? Musty from Jorius towards the left side. Leaves it off to Nas. The trust there, but overtime begins for game 7, semifinal on the line.
And we wouldn't have it any other way. This is the 4th overtime in this series. TSM winning 2, M80 winning the last one. And with major implications on the line, these teams are feeling the pressure.
Yeah, and TSM is putting on the pressure when they go for demos like that. Overtime, where both teams have tried to minimize risks before. Wavy stealing this from Nas. And M80 in a dangerous position. Wavy pushed off as M80 still don't feel comfortable defensively. Nas forced to make the save. The shot came in soft, so AJ tries to run away from this, but loses the ball in the process. Jorius now being attacked by 2 players of TSM, and AJ has his back. The clear is in favor of M80, but possession is still something they have to fight for. Nas and AJ awkwardly tip this to the corner, but TSM will not falter.
Oh, and that was a scary play, almost getting dunked there. Creams with another big win downfield. He's been clutch for TSM in many games in this series. Jorius has to dodge the bar, did so, and still got the hit out. Finally a chance for TSM to go for it, but there's a demo at the midfield. Will it make a difference? Hockey tries to slow things down with the 50, staying behind the play. Now, Nas working with some space, goes for a 50. It kicks off to the side. Jorius now moving in.
I like that M80 go for demos on the defense. You know TSM's offense can hit hard if you let it stay for too long. This goes to Wavy. Nas is busy running after Hockey. So the first on the ball is TSM to counterattack, but Wavy's demoed as Hockey waits to see how AJ handles the ball. Does so beautifully, pops it up. Now Creams adds to the pressure, but they just can't seem to carve through the right side of the net.
Creams getting hungry for boost there. Will that haunt them? There's the shot, knocked off to the side. Good 50. Creams will go for it again. AJ has Nas in support. Well, this is an awkward ball. Big 50 from Wavy. Now Hockey trying to take this across. Dire situation here for M80, but Nas breaks out. Has AJ on the other side. Goes for the pass, and now that's 50'd away.
Like that TSM try to go for quality shots, and then they lose it. M80's counterattacks are something to fear. It's Hockey. The 50 that at least goes to the corner, and Wavy gets the demo, but where's the ball in the hands of Creams with the pass intended for Hockey? Too late to it. And the clear for M80. But that's all they get. No possession. TSM bring it right back to sender. But just to the wall, and Wavy is just getting harassed by Nas and Jorius. Hockey tries to thread the needle, and Creams. Not just a lot going, as he's just surrounded by Jorius and AJ. Hockey with a win to put it to the corner. Wavy wins against Jorius. It's up to Nas. His 50 goes to Creams. TSM are building up, and you gotta win! TSM, game 7!
Creams gives M80 a heavy whipping at the end of that one. M80 fall once more in the quarters, and TSM with a nail-biting, entertaining victory to close out the day.
The curse continues for M80, but at what cost? The smiles of TSM. Look how hype they are. Look at all these poses. I can't. You know, Wavy was looking so chill between the timeout and now. I'm not going to translate what their mouths are saying, but they are hyped. They want to prove the haters wrong, and they continue the quarterfinal curse.
Wavy's feeling good. You can see Wavy
Look
on the
at him,
cam, so happy. Oh man, the love of the game apparent on Wavy's face, and also TSM. You know how much this means to them. These guys were a bubble team. They were a team called Hey Bro. From Hey Bro to TSM to now top 4 and potential major candidates. They still have some work to do, but the body of work that they have put together this split cannot be taken from them. What an entertaining day, and what a performance from TSM.
From Hey Bros to Hey Semifinal, hello G2, that's their next opponent. And now Hockey can take all the energy from his teammates from Omelette who made G2 sweat. We'll see if they have any advice to give them. But what a crazy series. A super long overtime to our second Game 7. That was so fun.
My goodness. We were treated to Game 7 overtime. 2 matches in a row to close out the quarterfinals. How about it? Are you not entertained? Gibbs, a team neither of us were power ranking, is now made top 4 in the U.S. This is going to be a pretty fun week for the power ranking shows. But what a performance! What a team!
TSM pulls it out. They were the number 1 seed. They held serve. It took all the way to Game 7. I thought the nerves were going to play a factor. They were losing. They were up 3-1. Then they immediately battled back. But pass again by Wavy, I thought was insane. He purposely 50-50s that back into the middle, and then the composure by Creams to shoot it, to just do a little basic touch and then into the shot. The patience you need in a Game 7 overtime, Daz, was unreal.
Yeah, I mean, the patience was very well noted. They played so good throughout the series. Yeah, you're right. They started to let things slip away. And, you know, I was thinking, okay, M80, you're almost there. You just got to get this Game 7. You break the curse. Everybody stops doing all the yapping. And then you just saw it slip through their fingers. Too much pressure. They crumbled. And TSM, they finished the job. You got to be happy, though, for TSM. They are on a run here, doing their best to try to control their major fate.
Yeah, I feel like the mistake M80 made that led to their loss there in overtime happened, I don't know, like 30 seconds prior to the goal going in, and then they're just constantly on their back foot, constantly struggling to find the boost, keep up the pace there at the end, and ultimately a smart, intelligent pass gives them the opportunity there. Congratulations. Cream's going to put them through into the top 4. They got a long way to go, though, here, Gibbs. We were talking about it before. This is not already Copenhagen for them. Top 4. They're going to have to find more victory tomorrow. G2 is their next opponent.
Yeah, why don't we take a look at the points if we have it, because it's a close race for the top 4 to the major. Now we can look at it. Dignitas is out. They're obviously out of the tournament. M80 Space Station all out now. M80 went 0-3 in quarterfinals throughout the split. It's not going to be enough, so they do fall a bit short. TSM, though, they had 15 points. They just gained 3. They will play G2 tomorrow. If they win that, they move into a tie with OG at 21 points. So that will be absolutely crucial. And then OG, they're sitting pretty right now in that spot, but there's still more work to be done. They can move on to the grand finals as well and try and take over the 3rd seed from Luminosity. So things are still interesting, because if TSM wins this entire tournament and if they beat OG like in that final, Luminosity, they still haven't clinched yet. So that would be a tiebreaker between Luminosity versus OG for the very last spot. So tons to play for on the final day of the split. That's what we all wanted. But for all the other teams, so close yet so far, they'll have to come back in split 2 and just continue to work on their craft and try and get top 4 next time.
I mean, we joke a lot, Daz, about like parity and depth in North America, but like looking at that top 8 and thinking about the performances we saw from all those teams over the course of this split, it really does feel like there were like 5 teams that could easily be in that 4th spot representing North America, but we can only send 1.
Yeah, I mean, if we've seen anything from this split, right? You talk about Space Station Gaming, for example, Gen.G, G2, every top 8. What happens if they don't get that? You know, for other teams, they start off strong. We saw fall-offs like Rebellion. We saw teams start off slow and do the reverse like OG. And every team is trying to prove where they stand here. There's only so many spots, and you only have so many opportunities, so you have to make the most of it when you get these chances. A lot of nerves and factor because the pressure is higher this time, and you're starting to see really, you know, the strong teams show it while there's so much on the line. And even sometimes you have breakout performances like TSM still fighting. They could still be that 4th team, which is so crazy to think about when this is their first top 8.
Yeah. Wow. We'll see them continue to evolve as the seasons go on, I'm sure. But maybe they'll get an opportunity to do it in Copenhagen if they can earn it tomorrow. But I mean, it's walking back and forth through the match here, Gibbs, all the way to Game 7. It was never done until it was done.
And not only that, like TSM, they were up, 3-1 in the series. Then M80 ties it. TSM doesn't have a coach. They didn't call a timeout. They probably didn't know how to call a timeout, so they had to go to Game 7 just right off the bat. They get it done, but oh man, back and forth. Game 5, Jorius was insane. Huge save right there. Makes also an incredible pass right there around Creams to score that goal. You can talk about Jorius and playoff brackets all you want, but Game 5 was phenomenal from him. And M80, they battled back. AJ, some great goals. And then finally here, Creams gets that pass out. The small touch into the shot. Hi, mom. Hi, family. Let's go.
I think he was saying bye-bye.
Maybe.
Bye-bye.
All right. I thought you said hi, mom. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Wavy was like emoting.
So wholesome. So wholesome.
There, like they were. Oh, what an incredible moment for those guys. It means a lot too to see players like this, Gibbs, pop off in these moments, to see how much it means to them, especially, I don't know, like esports in general, but Rocket League is very much this way too, that like the players oftentimes, it feels like they're so focused that there's not even room for them to understand and to feel their emotions in those moments. You could see how much it meant to every TSM player.
I mean,
and
I want to jump in here real quick.
Go ahead.
I just want to say, like, you got to understand, like, this means a lot to these guys. This means almost everything. You know, you have them playing for this. Their family, their friends are all watching, supporting. Shoot, my family is watching this stuff go down while it's all happening. You know, during Game 1, I'm over here on the phone, like, yeah, so this is how the points work, guys. This team, they're asking about all different players and stuff. Like, this means a lot to these people playing. So, yeah, you know, they're so locked in when it comes down to it. And then win or lose, sometimes it takes time to process, but they're giving everything they got on the field, and that's like, you got to give credit to that. For real.
And not only that, like North America has been known as like the veteran region where these same players are making most of these tournaments. To have a team like TSM to come up through the offseason, have these amazing results when these 3 players have really not done anything before, like on the RLCS pro level, to then do it here on the main stage when it matters the most. Game 7 overtime, they have the ice. They've shown it here. They're still alive for a major. They're like one magical win over G2 away from getting that. And that's not going to be easy, but at the same time, Omelette just went to 7 games against G2. So G2 looks beatable this weekend. It is a very real possibility that they could have their dreams made and go to their first RLCS major.
Well, we'll get to see those games tomorrow, but before we do, we want to hear from the players that are feeling those emotions right now. Creams is standing by with Stacks.
It is, Mike.
Thank you guys here with the victorious Creams from TSM. First of all, Creams, congratulations on the dub. It took a little bit longer than I'm sure you would have liked it to, but walk us through the very end of that series and all the emotions involved there.
Thanks, Stacks. That was an amazing series. They're a very strong team. We've been working really hard this season, so the emotion to get a top 4 after our worst results, out of the roof, bro. Like, we were going crazy, screaming, so happy.
You had a monstrous first game. You had the setup on the overtime winner there for Wavy. Could you maybe talk us through that play and what you saw going up on the backboard there?
I was just full focused. I saw the net, saw my teammate. He was calling it to me. Just had to get it to him, you know? Get it ready.
You guys have this interesting career path, right? Because you, I mean, not too long ago, you're like a sub on Alpine, you know, and I've mentioned a couple of times, you know, that's not a spot with a lot of upward career mobility. And now here you are, you're signed with TSM, you're in this last qualifier here, all the pressure on you, but you've got a shot at qualifying for the major. Can you just talk about the past couple of years for you and now with the team here, what this roller coaster has been like?
I've had some amazing opportunities in the last couple of years on some great teams. It's been, I love this game. I love playing this game, and it's been great opportunities. But coming into this team, we got Wavy, who's a rookie, and Hockey, who was my teammate last season, amazing player, amazing person. And it was just full confidence. I knew that this was the team that I could start popping off with, and we did it. We showed it. We've been working really hard towards that as a team, players.
Has it set in yet what is next up on your guys' plate now? I mean, you've got the big celebration of, all right, we won Game 7, we're still alive. Oh, it's G2 next. What are your thoughts there?
We beat them before. They've beat us before. They're an amazing team, obviously. They've shown it every single regional, every single series. But you never know. We're just going to come out, play our game, have some fun. That's the main aim with our team, is to have some fun and play the game. So it's all that matters to us.
Well, following this journey has been a lot of fun. Best of luck tomorrow. Congrats again on the dub.
Thank you, Six.
With that win, TSM advanced to face off against G2. You heard them talking about there. They'll be preparing for that tonight. What sort of preparation can be done here was yet to be seen. We'll also see Gen.G Mobile 1 faced off against OG. Those are our top 4. We'll play both these semifinals tomorrow, and then the grand finals to crown a champion for Open Qualifier number 3 here, folks. The points continue to evolve. We saw them earlier, but really it does come down to these 4 matches, Gibbs.
All right, so Wave, here's the game plan for TSM. I'm going to give it to you right now. You hire a coach. His name is Squishy. I don't know if you heard of him. Squishy Muffins, right?
I've heard he's available too.
You hire him for one day, and he installs the Have Fun meta, and you take down G2, all right? He said it in there. We're just going to have fun, have a good time. Bring Squishy in. Be like, hey, can you coach? Is this legal? I'm not sure if it is, but that would be a pretty bold move. That'd be pretty funny if just tomorrow he's the coach of TSM. It's like, yeah, for one day, let's do it. Let's take down G2. So, TSM, why don't you call up Squishy, see if it's possible. Maybe admin say
probably
no.
a rule against it, Gibbs.
Figure it out. Figure it out.
Active player on a different roster, represented by Rule 1 now. Like,
it's
I don't know.
Squishy. I think he's allowed to bend like 2 or 3 rules. It's fine.
That's not how any of this works. Let's take a look at the major contenders, folks. The teams that have made it so far in the events. We have, again, similar to the start of the day, nothing actually confirmed here other outside of G2 and Gen.G in North America.
Luminosity, man, they're just like, please, can we just qualify? Can we just go out to a nice dinner and not have to worry about tomorrow that they're going to be sitting at home watching, hoping for the very best? But yeah, G2 and Gen.G, the only 2 teams in NA. We went over Power and OCE, Falcons and Rule 1 in MENA. They played their final today. They played again in that grand finals. SSA with Limitless has qualified in an odd way. We'll talk about that tomorrow. But K-Corp, they're the team everyone is going to be looking at when we get to Copenhagen. Can you take down the Kings in K-Corp? So it's going to be fun. No matter who makes it, they are going to have a tough road ahead of them, but it's going to be a lot of fun to watch, and all those questions will finally be answered, Des.
Yeah, right now there's just a lot of question marks. Well, a lot of TBDs, I guess you could say. Damn, we will end up figuring out tomorrow as well. OCE for the Night Owls. If you stay up late enough, you might be able to catch that one. Just in the APAC also is going to end up filling out here. So much Rocket League, so many teams playing, a lot on the line here, trying to get to that first major in Copenhagen. And the way the competition is starting to rise, Copenhagen is looking to be a classic.
It's going to be amazing. Right now, you definitely have Furia, Ninjas, and Pajamas, and Complexity, kind of a 3-horse race in South America. All 3 teams still alive. Complexity right now playing against W7M Esports there. They do lead in the series. They are on match point. We'll see if they can make it to the semis tomorrow. Their gameplay going to be happening kind of simultaneous to ours. You want to be having both pulled up here. And if you want to watch all these teams play in person, make sure you get your tickets March 30th and 31st in Copenhagen, folks. Billetloon.dk. You can go and get your tickets there. As favorite memories from LAN, quickly, like for people that are like haven't been before. Why do you go? Why do you go? What happens there?
You go for the energy. The crowd and the energy are something that is electric, and you really feel it when you're at the venue, when you're at the environment, whether it's seeing the blue wall, whether it's being, with your friends and meeting community members online. There's just so much, and then you're getting involved, getting active in the chants and things like that. We appreciate it as much as the ones who go, who always make memories at these events. So you got to get out there. You got to join the show. Hey, you may even see us, say hi to us.
We'll be there. We'll be there. You can come say hi, hang out, get a picture, something like that. It's a great time. Folks, thank you so much for watching. That's our show for today. Tomorrow, we're going to have these 3 matches on your screen. Gen.G will be taking on OG, TSM playing up against G2, and then the winners of each of those matches will face off in the grand finals. Those matches kicking off at 10 a.m. Pacific right here on twitch.tv/Rocket League. We'll have the pre-show live at 9:30 a.m. It should be a lot of fun, hooting and hollering and hearing who everyone thinks is going to win. Thanks so much for watching. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
fulfill